Morning, all.
Morning.
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 It is 10 o'clock and we do have a quorum, so whenever we're ready.
Good morning and welcome to the City Planning Commission Remote Public Meeting. Ryan Singer, Senior Director of Land Use and Commission Operations, will now outline general information about the remote public hearing and how to participate.
Thank you. Verbal testimony may be provided online or by calling in on your telephone. If you wish to speak, you must register through the NYC Engage portal. If you wish to access the hearing, please register through the upcoming meetings page. A link to join the hearing is on the landing page after you register. Please don't close the landing page without first clicking on the link. If you're accessing the hearing via phone and wish to speak, you must first register with the dial-in participant hotline in the numbers listed on the screen. If one of the numbers is busy, please try another. The meeting ID is 618-237-7396. Press pound to skip the participation ID. The password is the numeral 1. The phone number is also posted on the upcoming meetings page of the NYC Engage portal. Please note that no matter how you're accessing the meeting, you must first register if you want to speak. Those accessing the meeting online will have the option to turn on their camera while giving testimony. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be notified and promoted to a panelist. This will allow you to unmute your microphone and grant you the ability to turn on your camera. Please listen closely for your name to be called. There will be a short period where it will appear that you are no longer in the meeting. Don't be alarmed. You should rejoin the meeting as a panelist. If you're accessing the hearing via phone, your name will be called from the list of registered speakers. Once your name has been called, you'll be given the temporary ability to unmute yourself. You did this by pressing *6 to unmute your phone. For those listening to the hearing through the online live stream who have not yet registered to speak but decide they wish to do so during the hearing, you must first register to speak through the upcoming meetings page of the NYC Engage portal. It's not possible to testify through the online live stream without first having registered. For via phone who have not yet registered to speak but wish to do so, you also must register through the dial-in participant hotline that I described a moment ago. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes of testimony. There are a few exceptions to the 3-minute time limit. Elected officials are accorded the courtesy of jumping to the front of the queue and are not limited to 3 minutes. If consecutive translation services are being used, the time will be extended to 5 minutes. And if an applicant team with 3 or more speakers wishes to make a team presentation, the team will generally be allowed a total of 10 minutes. The chair will announce when the time limit is reached. Please be mindful of potential background noise during your testimony. Make sure that if you're watching the proceedings via live stream, that the live stream is muted when you begin your testimony. Otherwise, you'll hear an echo. If you wish to submit written testimony, it should be submitted to the Department of City Planning. The mailing and address and email addresses can be found on our website, planning.nyc.gov. Lastly, please note that this public hearing is being recorded.
Good morning.
Did we lose the chair? No.
Sorry,
You're
I
muted.
got muted. I had
Madam Chair.
unmuted. Okay, good morning. Welcome to the City Planning Commission remote public meeting. Mr. Secretary, please begin the meeting.
Yes, good morning, Chair Lamont, and welcome. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, all. This is the City Planning Commission public meeting held remotely through the NYC Engage portal. Today is Wednesday, October 6th, 2021. I will now call the roll. Chair Lamont,
Here.
Vice Chairman Knuckles,
Here.
Commissioner Burney,
Here.
Commissioner Capelli is absent. Commissioner Cerullo,
Here.
Commissioner Dweck,
Here.
Commissioner Edie,
Here.
Commissioner Knight,
Here.
Commissioner Levin,
Here.
Commissioner Marin,
Here.
Commissioner Ortiz, Commissioner Rompashot.
Here.
The quorum is present. The first item is the approval of the minutes of the public meeting of Wednesday, September 22nd, 2021.
On the minutes, I make a motion to approve the minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The minutes are approved.
The next item is scheduling, calendar numbers 1 through 7. We have resolutions for adoption scheduling Wednesday, October 30th, 2021 for a remote public hearing to be held through the NYC Engage portal.
On the resolution, I make a motion to approve the resolution. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The resolutions are adopted.
The next part of the calendar is the report section on page 8. Reports. Borough of the Bronx, calendar number 8, CD 8, and 220033PXX in the matter of a notice of intent to acquire office space concerning Community Board 8. For a favorable report on calendar number 8, Chair Lermont,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Burney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo,
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck,
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck,
Yes.
Commissioner Edie,
Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Levin,
Yes.
Commissioner Marin,
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz,
Yes.
Commissioner Rampachet.
Yes. Yes.
A favorable report has been adopted on calendar number 8. Borough of the Bronx, calendar number 9, CD1, C210339ZMX, in the matter of an application for a zoning map amendment concerning 624 Morris Avenue rezoning. For a favorable report on calendar number 9, Chair Lermont,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Burney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo,
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck,
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Edie,
Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Levin,
Yes.
Commissioner Levin.
Yes. It seems like we're having audio problems here. It's very chopped
Right.
up.
Yep.
There's a delay.
Commissioner Marin.
Yeah. Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Yes.
Commissioner Rampachet.
Yes.
A favorable report has been adopted on calendar number 8. Commissioner Levin, I've noted your comments and we'll proceed through the vote slowly to make sure that all the commissioners' votes are recorded. Borough of the Bronx, calendar numbers 10 and 11, CD9, calendar number 10, M030150AHOX, calendar number 11, M040047AZSS. In the matter of applications for modifications to previously approved applications concerning Stevenson Commons. For favorable reports on calendar numbers 10 and 11, Chair Lermont,
I vote yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Burney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo, Commissioner Cerullo,
Yes. Oh, Jesus.
Commissioner Dweck,
Recused.
recused. Commissioner Dweck is recused and noted. Commissioner Edie,
Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Levin,
Yes.
Commissioner Marin,
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Excuse me. I take that back. If this is Stevenson, I'm recused. I apologize.
Okay. Commissioner Marin is recused. Do noted. Commissioner Ortiz,
Yes.
Commissioner Rampachet.
Yes.
Favorable reports have been adopted on calendars numbers 10 and 11. Borough of the Bronx, calendar number 12, CD8, N220009ZAX. In the matter of an application for the grant of an authorization concerning Riverdale Park, 233rd Street, for adoption on calendar number 12. Chair Lermont,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Burney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo,
Yes, and I want to make sure you got the yes for the Stevenson. I don't know if you heard me.
yes.
Thank you, Edmund.
Yes. Noted. Commissioner Dweck,
Yes.
Commissioner Edie,
Yes.
Commissioner Edie voting yes. Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Levin,
Yes.
Commissioner Marin,
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz,
Yes.
Commissioner Rampashad.
Yes.
Favorable report on calendar number 12 has been adopted. Borough of Queens, calendar numbers 13 and 14. CD8, calendar number 13, C210192ZMQ. Calendar number 14, N210193ZRQ. In the matter of applications for zoning map and zoning text amendments concerning 185-17 Hillside Avenue rezoning. For favorable reports on calendar numbers 13 and 14, Chair Lermont,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Burns,
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo,
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck,
Yes.
Commissioner Edie,
Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Levin,
Yes.
Commissioner Manin,
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz,
Yes.
Commissioner Rampashad.
Yes.
Favorable reports have been adopted on calendar numbers 13 and 14. Borough of Brooklyn, calendar numbers 15 through 18, CD6. Calendar number 15, C180039MMK. Calendar number 16, C200319 PCK. Calendar number 17, C200320 MMK. Calendar number 18, C200321 PSK. In the matter of applications for city map amendments and site selection and acquisition of property concerning Gowanus Canal CSO facility. For favorable reports on calendar numbers 15 through 18, Chair Lermont,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Burney.
Yes.
Commissioner Burney votes yes. Commissioner Cerullo,
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck,
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck votes yes. Commissioner Edie,
Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Levin,
Yes.
Commissioner Manin,
Yes.
Commissioner Manin votes yes. Commissioner Ortiz,
Yeah.
Commissioner Rampashad.
Yes.
Favorable reports have been adopted on calendar numbers 15 through 18. Borough of Brooklyn, calendar numbers 19 and 20, CD1, calendar number 19, C200314ZMK, calendar number 20, N200315ZRK. In a matter of applications for zoning map and zoning text amendments concerning 824 Metropolitan Avenue. For favorable reports on calendar numbers 19 and 20, Chair Lermont,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Burney,
Yes.
Commissioner Burney,
Yes.
Commissioner Burney votes yes. Commissioner Cerullo,
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck,
Yes.
Commissioner Edie,
Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Levin,
Yes.
Commissioner Manin,
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz,
Yeah.
Yes.
Commissioner Rampashad.
Recused.
Commissioner Rampashad is recused on this item, duly noted. Favorable reports have been adopted on calendar numbers 19 and 20. Borough of Brooklyn, calendar numbers 21 through 25. CD1, calendar number 21, C210480ZMK. Calendar number 22, C210481ZSK. Calendar number 23, N210482ZRK. Calendar number 24, C210483HAK. Calendar number 25, C210484PPK. In a matter of applications for zoning map, zoning text amendments, special permit, designation of property, UDAP project, approval and disposition of city-owned property concerning Cooper Park Commons. For favorable reports on calendars numbers 21 through 25. Chair Lermont,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Burney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo,
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck,
Yes.
Commissioner Edie,
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Levin,
Yes.
Commissioner Madine,
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz,
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Rampashad.
Yes.
Favorable reports have been adopted on calendars numbers 21 through 25. Borough of Manhattan, calendar number 26, CD11, C210428 ppm. In the matter of an application for the disposition of one city-owned property concerning Las Raices. For favorable report on calendar number 26. Chair Lermont,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Burney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo,
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck,
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner E votes yes, Commissioner Knight votes yes. Commissioner Levin,
Yes.
Commissioner Manine,
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz,
Yes.
Commissioner Rampashad.
Yes.
Favorable report has been adopted on calendar number 26. Borough of Staten Island, calendar numbers 27, 28, and 29. This is our last voting item for this morning, commissioners. CD3, calendar number 27, N220006 RCR concerning 184 Chelsea Street. Calendar number 28, N220014 RCR concerning 344 Great Kills Road project. Calendar number 29, N210342 RCR concerning 96 Lenabar Avenue. The matter of applications for the grant of certifications for adoption on calendar numbers 27, 28, and 29. Chair Lermont,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Burney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo,
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck,
Yes.
Commissioner Edie.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck votes yes. Commissioner Edie,
Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Levin,
Yes.
Commissioner Madine,
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz,
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Rampashad.
Yes.
Calendar numbers 27, 29 have been adopted. Thank you, commissioners. Next part of the calendar is the public hearing section on page 30. Our first item today, Borough of the Bronx, calendar number 30, CD 9 and 10, N220101BDX, a public hearing in the matter of an application concerning the establishment of the Castle Hill Business Improvement District.
Again, We ask those that are testifying to please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, after which time you will be muted. We have an extremely large number of individuals signed up to speak today on both of our items, so we really will adhere to our time limits. Please also let me note that while we welcome the opportunity to hear your comments, we ask that courtesy and decorum be observed at all times during your testimony. The first speaker is M. Blazebacker, Deputy Commissioner of Neighborhood Development for the Department of Small Business Services.
Good morning. You can hear me all?
Morning, Blaze.
Okay, good morning, Chair Learmont.
Yes.
Good morning, Chairman Learmont, Commissioners. I'm Michael Blazebacker, Deputy Commissioner of Neighborhood Development at the Department of Small Business Services. I'm here to testify in support of the establishment of the Castle Hill Business Improvement District in the Bronx. At SBS, we are working hard to open doors for New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, focusing on creating stronger businesses, connecting New Yorkers to good jobs, and fostering thriving neighborhoods. Throughout the pandemic and now into recovery, SBS has been a key provider of programs, services, and critical information to small businesses and commercial corridors alike. We provide guidance to bids to help businesses comply with key to NYC requirements, as well as information on how businesses can ensure safe reopening for employees and customers alike. In addition, we have coordinated hundreds of hours of interagency response through regular program calls and partnerships with DOT on open streets and the Office of Recovery on Commercial District Safety and Cleanliness. We believe bids are essential to these efforts as valuable and proven partners in fostering the vitality of the city's neighborhoods and commercial districts. In addition to our role overseeing and supporting the city's existing network of 76 bids, SBS also supervises the bid formation and expansion process, serving as an advisor and resource for communities interested in planning or expanding bids. We are careful to ensure that each steering committee we work with adheres to our planning process and policies, solicits robust community input, and performs extensive outreach to demonstrate broad-based support across all stakeholder groups. Moreover, we are cognizant of the unique nature of each community we assist and empower local stakeholders to make determinations on proposed services, boundaries, a budget size that best suits their community's needs, appetite, and ability to pay assessments. While we always impart strong planning principles and share best data and best practices when working with any bid formation and expansion effort, we recognize that the power and effectiveness of bids rest in their unmatched understanding of local needs and issues. Bid formation is a very time and resource intensive process. Successful bid formation effort requires a substantial commitment from all stakeholders involved in that process. In 2017, the steering committee for the proposed Castle Hill bid was formed. After an extensive outreach effort by the steering committee, SBS determined that the documented support among all stakeholder groups was sufficient to bring this effort before the commission. Specifically, 54% of owners of commercial property representing 51% of the district's commercial assessed value documented their support of the bid. Further, 51% of district commercial tenants responded with 100% affirming support of bid formation. In light of the economic impacts of COVID-19, SBS requested the steering committee conduct additional outreach above and beyond the traditional requirements. Over the summer, the committee sent notifications to all stakeholders in the district in order to provide them with an opportunity to give feedback or withdraw support due to the pandemic. The steering committee was able to confirm continued majority support for this formation as no stakeholders withdrew their support. The response rates and support levels of the proposed Castle Hill bid are in line with other recent bid formation efforts approved by the Commission and City Council. The proposed Castle Hill bid would be the 12th bid in the Bronx and has met SBS's prerequisites for bid formation. I'd like to acknowledge that the bid formation steering committee is also represented today by the steering committee chair, Anthony DeRosa, and other members of the steering committee. This time, I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our time is up. I have to say, I'm very impressed by your ability to get all that in 3 minutes, so thank you. So,
I sped it up, sorry about that.
are there any questions from the commission? Okay. Are there any questions from the commission? All right. Okay, thank you very much, Blake.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
The next speaker is Anthony DeRosa, who will be followed by William Rivera. Mr. DeRosa.
Mr. DeRosa, you should be able to unmute your microphone and turn on your camera if you want. There you go.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can everyone hear me?
Morning.
Yes.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Anthony DeRosa, and I am a member of the Castle Hill Avenue Bid Steering Committee. I have been a commercial property owner since 1983, in addition to being a business owner on Castle Hill Avenue. For as long as I can remember, Castle Hill Avenue has been a part of my life. I was witness to its past prime, thriving days. The avenue was always busy with shoppers. Today, we have many vacant storefronts. I have seen how good Castle Hill Avenue can be. The streets were well kept and always clean. There was a variety of desired businesses, each complementing one another. And there was no fear of walking the street while shopping at any time of the day. I know Castle Hill Avenue can once again be the engaging area of shopping and activity. As a property owner and business owner, I have seen the success of our neighboring merchants at Westchester Square has had with their bid. And I believe that a bid formation for Castle Hill Avenue would be a great asset in improving the overall shopping district and community. The needs of the shopping district are substantial. Most importantly, immediately getting the streets and sidewalks clean. The garbage has become a huge problem. Trash and the dumping along the core commercial corridor has become overwhelming. The bid program would provide sweeping and cleaning of sidewalks, curbs, and gutters, the emptying of trash receptacles, cleaning graffiti, and on snow days, snow removal in the crosswalks and at also the addition, we'd love to see flowers and planting beds along with the tree plantings that were recently done. This would enhance the pedestrians' shopping environment and would have an immediate impact on the area. A marketing and promotional program we also feel is in order, notifying the surrounding neighborhood of holiday events, decorating lighting, the establishment and coordination of street fairs, such as farmers markets, local merchant sales days, bringing awareness and fostering to new merchants that may want to open shops in our area. I miss the days of community parades of our little leagues, our holiday events. There was always a during Halloween time, the area was always bustling. We also need an advertising and web design promotion that would help create and enhance advertising and bring additional shoppers to our area and let the current community know when we will be having sale days, what will be going on new merchants as they open.
Thank
We would
you
also
very
like-
much.
Is my time up?
Your time has expired. Yes,
I
it is.
apologize. I thank you for your time.
If you have any written testimony, you're certainly free. Are there any questions for Mr. DeRosa? Thank you very, Vice Chair Knuckles.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask Mr. DeRosa, did he have any concluding remarks that he could briefly share with us?
Yes, I mean, we have been working as a member of the steering committee. We've worked for the past 4 years on trying to make this happen. Working very, very hard to see and to accommodate all the needs of our district and what we will need. So again, I just hope that you guys are all in support of our bid, because I know the community is, and we really need to get this going. I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ortiz.
Hi, Mr. DeRosa, I just want to thank you for being here. And I know the kind of work that goes into these bid formations. So congratulations on getting to this stage.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions from the commission? If not, thank you very much for your time, Mr. DeRosa.
Thank you.
The next speaker will be William Rivera, followed by Jeffrey Garcia. Mr.
Morning,
Rivera.
Commissioner. Could you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Good morning. My name is William Rivera. I'm the District Manager of Bronx Community Board 9. I have watched the Castle Hill Business Improvement District Steering Committee grow to life from its inception. We currently do not have any business improvement districts in our community board, and there is a great need, especially on Castle Hill. We believe that the Castle Hill bid will be a catalyst for other areas in our district. Our community board acts as a liaison, providing support and services for our businesses. Unfortunately, our budget and resources are limited, and the Castle Hill bid will close that gap for vital resources and initiatives. The Castle Hill bid will work hand in hand with our office to assist this corridor to thrive and improve quality of life and cleanliness. It will ensure that the businesses and visitors have a true advocate and the services it needs. I'm excited to work with the Castle Hill bid, and myself and the community board are in support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rivera. Are there any questions for Mr. Rivera from the commission?
Hi, Chairwoman. My name is Jeffrey Garcia. I apologize. I think I inadvertently signed up to testify for this.
Sorry, we can't hear you, but I think,
I
were you going to say
apologize.
that you signed up, but you're for the restaurants?
I apologize. I signed up inadvertently to testify for this issue. However, it was to testify in the open restaurants.
Okay, we can take care of that. We'll get you signed up and we'll call you on that item, okay?
Okay, all right, thank you. So the next speaker will be Assemblymember Kenneth Burgos, who, because he's an elected official, has an unlimited time.
All right. The assembly member is here. Let me see where he's at. Can we get the assembly member promoted, please? All right. Assembly member, you should be able to unmute your microphone. We might be having some technical difficulties. We could come back to him. We'll reach out.
Okay, we can go to the next speaker, who will be Emmanuel Carrera. If he's in the room. Is Mr. Carrera in the room?
Don't see Mr. Carrera.
Okay. Then we will have Juan Cabrera, followed by Carlos Severino. Those are the final two speakers we have on this item. And I will just say that because we're getting near the end of this hearing, I want to note that if you're not registered to speak, but you have decided during the course of the hearing that you would like to, now is the time to register. Again, you can find instructions on how to register, whether online or via telephone at www.nyc.gov/NYCengage.
Do we have Juan Cabrera? Juan is a dial-in participant, so let's check the numbers, guys. Juan is not in the room as well.
Okay. So how about Carlos Severino, who is the last signed up speaker for this?
Okay, I am getting intel that Juan is here. Let's unmute Juan and get there. We go. There we go. On Corral, you should be able to unmute your phone. Press *6. Okay. Again, might be had stepped away. Sometimes that happens. We'll find, you said Carlos Severino. Is Carlos in the room? Don't see Carlos. I don't see Carlos in the room either. So.
So we don't have any of the remaining signed up speakers for this item. Should we just move on? Should we move on, Ryan, to the next item? And if these speakers come, we can, reconvene this hearing.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, hello? Who is this?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Hello?
This is Emmanuel. Yeah, this is Emmanuel Corella. You previously called me. I'm sorry. I was I had the same situation as Jeffrey Garcia.
Thank you.
I'm supposed to be signed up for the open to speak on the open restaurant matter, and not this one.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
It's all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. So I do think that we should just, suspend this meeting and this hearing and come back to it when we have the final speakers, if they wish to speak.
We'll reach out to the assembly specifically too on this one.
Okay. So is there anyone else here who would like to speak on this item?
Those are the only speakers signed up. So we'll.
Okay. Okay, that's it then. Okay. So the calendar office should now call the next item.
That's right.
The next item.
Hearing is going to.
And the next item, Borough Brooklyn, calendar numbers 31 through 36. CD1, calendar number 31, C220062 ZMK. Calendar number 32, N220063 ZRK. Calendar number 33, C220064 ZSK. Calendar number 34, C220070 ZSK. Calendar number 35, C220061 MLK. Calendar number 36, C210425 MMK. A public hearing in the matter of applications for zoning map, zoning text and city map amendments, special permits, and a landfill concerning River Ring. Please note that a public hearing is being held by the City Planning Commission in conjunction with the above ULURP hearings to receive comments related to a draft environmental impact statement. This hearing is being held pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and the City Environmental Quality Review.
So we will have an applicant team presentation of 10 minutes with speakers comprised of Elizabeth Lee, David Lombino, Jed Walentis, Kaiue Bergman, Bonnie Campbell, Lisa Switkin, and Aver Sabat. Please proceed.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you for having us. We can start on the next slide. Whoever's controlling the slides. Okay. Again, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, commissioners, for having us this morning. I'm Jed Walentis, principal of Two Trees. Designing and building Domino Park was by far the most impactful and rewarding experience of me and my firm's professional careers. Since it opened 3.5 years ago, we've had more than 4 million visitors. It's amongst the most diverse places in New York. We bought this former Con Edison site that you're going to learn about today only because it would provide us the opportunity to build another world-class park on the East River. Next slide. Over the past 25 years, New York has seen a dramatic resurgence of its waterfront neighborhoods. We've been part of that work, and many of our colleagues have also done extraordinary work throughout the city. But the water itself and our engagement with it remains elusive. This project intends to change that and create a new relationship between New Yorkers and their rivers and waterways. Next slide. From both a social, but also an environmental and sustainability perspective, we want to learn from what other great cities have done and create an opportunity in New York for personal engagement with the river and its ecology, and to create a new model for a storm-resilient shoreline that protects neighborhoods and communities. We've assembled a world-class team led by Bjarke Engels in his office and Lisa Switkin and her team from Domino Park to bring something truly extraordinary to the Williamsburg waterfront. This project has everything a community and a city could ask for: ample affordable housing, great architecture, a privately funded and financed world-class park, a unique and transformative vision, a YMCA, and even a developer who can deliver on their promises. With that, I'll turn it over to Bjarke to tell you all about it.
Thank you. Maybe go to the next slide. So when we started this project, Jed gave us one challenge, which was basically that he thought even though the Williamsburg waterfront had gotten much more accessible, maybe we had politely stayed away from the water and said maybe we could even engage with the water more actively than we've done so far. And as you can see, our site represents this kind of final remaining gap in the sort of revitalized waterfront. Go to the next slide, please. And the site is basically 3 plots that potentially can connect the Williamsburg parks to the north, to the Grand Ferry Park, and Domino's to the south. You can see the existing caissons in the water. If you go to the next slide. So we propose like 4 things to bridge the gap between the parks, to extend Metropolitan Avenue in the form of a promenade that creates a loop into the water, and in reverse to create a softened shoreline that brings the water into the city and creates this new waterfront park. Next slide. So you see from above the kind of loop that invites the life of the city into the water, the piers that create nature to connect to the existing industrial caissons that are left as destinations out in the water, the protected waters behind the breakwaters where kayaks and eventually maybe people can stick their toes into the water, and a creation of a series of intimate spaces. If you go to the next, when you look at the sort of the cross section, you can see the kind of sandy shores, the soft tidal pools and marshes will create all kinds of new habitat for different kinds of life, not just human life. And you go to the next slide. The beach, a way to get into the water, a series of intimate spaces like the sort of outdoor tidal classroom that sort of break down the scale and the intimacy of the urban waterfront. Next slide. So a typical sort of R8 density development would have these 2 very large podiums that would occupy the entire footprint, really pushing the public space in this kind of narrow sliver along the water, and also sort of massively block the views of the neighbors. And what we propose instead, next slide, is to basically cut the footprint of the buildings in half to create these two triangular podia that funnel and open up Metropolitan Avenue to become the entire waterfront. And then this kind of gentle transition from the high rise to the podium, creating a series of cascading terraces. Also, one of the towers is perpendicular to the water, so we really maximize the opening towards Metropolitan and the hinterland to look out towards the city. Next slide. So the entire podium is public-oriented programs, including YMCA on multiple levels. Also, along the power station, a series of community programs that sort of animate what is today a fence. And then this kind of blend from the tower to the podium that creates a much more elegant and slender and sort of organic silhouette. Next. So when you look along Long Island City and Greenpoint and Williamsburg and downtown Brooklyn high-rise sort of skyline, you can see that the scale and I think maybe also especially the slenderness of the towers fit beautifully into this kind of continuity of this sort of undulating skyline. Next. And when you go closer, you can see the bottom 5 floors are public-oriented programs. We create this kind of 20-story open ground floor where towards the park, the kind of colonnade actually invites public space within the footprint of the building. And the entire facade, both towards River Street and towards the waterfront, are like operable, either in the form of garage doors or foldable doors. We have a YMCA, including a swimming pool, an Olympic pool, where sort of underserved kids can get a free swimming education, and a series of populated terraces overlooking the park. If you go to the next slide, you can see that we actually expand the River Street sidewalk to 15 feet. And instead of the kind of traditional street wall podium and a kind of sudden setback, we have a gradual setback that starts already at the street and as you move up the tower. If you go to the next. On North 3rd Street, looking towards the water, you can see that the raised ground floor of 20 feet height matches the kind of canopy of the neighboring building. And all along River Street and North 3rd, you have the sort of openness and invitation. You have the variability of the signs and the programs of the ground floor that open up to the street, creating a very lively, transparent, and inviting streetscape. And the final slide. And at Metropolitan, you can see how by not having the typical podium of 5 floors occupying the entire ground floor, we create this kind of gateway from the city towards the water that opens up and invites people to engage with the river. Over to you, Bonnie.
Thanks, Bjarke. Next slide. So with the last couple minutes, here is the list of proposed actions that are part of our ULURP application for this exciting project. And while the project may seem unconventional, the good news is that it really relies upon permits and actions that are available in the existing zoning resolution. I'm not going to go through each of these in detail. I'm happy to answer. We have our technical team on the line to answer any specific questions about any of these during Q&A. Next slide, please. While we still have a couple seconds left here, I wanted to address some of the questions that we heard from the commission during the review sessions. And again, if we don't get to all of these, I'm happy to take a deeper dive during Q&A. First and foremost, we're thrilled to have received a favorable resolution from the community board on September 14th with a set of conditions. They outlined about 13 conditions in their letter. I'm happy to say that we can make headway on the majority of them. And again, I can go through them point by point if the commission wants during Q&A. Regarding the open space and maintenance, we envision here a model just like Domino Park, where we will privately construct, fund, and operate the public open space pursuant to a maintenance and operations agreement with the Parks Department. So this is exactly what we're doing at Domino Park. In terms of the CSO outfall, kind of the status of our work with DEP, we've been engaged with them for over a year. We've had about 6 working sessions. We've done a bunch of monitoring of the existing regulator and CSO. We're in a design process with DEP. We anticipate getting a permit in probably mid to late 2022 we've been working with the Bureau of Water and Sewer Operations and the Bureau of Wastewater Treatment. In terms of stormwater on site, all of the stormwater that's generated on this parcel will be directed towards private outfalls and not into the city CSO. In addition, we intend to pursue an on-site wastewater treatment plant like we're doing at Domino. Happy to speak more about that. In terms of site remediation, Con Ed did a cleanup with DEC to the commercial use standard. I see we're running out of time here, so let's turn it over to questions.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Bonnie. I will ask the commission to ask their questions, but I would like to first ask you to go into more detail about your response to the community board recommendations.
Great, I'm still unmuted, great. So I can kind of go through point by point pretty quickly. The first condition was that we lease up the affordable units at 1 South First Street. We've been in a process for quite a while with HPD. I'm happy to say we have resolution and the lottery is set to begin on those units within probably approximately 6 weeks or so. So that one we can definitely meet. Second was regarding the request to increase the number of affordable units at River Ring. This is definitely something we're open to discussing. We likely cannot get near the 50% affordable that was in the resolution, but we've heard loud and clear that 263 units that we're proposing, the community would like more than that. So we're in discussions with the local council member and local community housing groups to see, what we can do there. We are also open to the discussion of more family size units, and we can commit to the minimum bedroom size that was requested by the community board. With regards to Bushwick Inlet Park, we are community stakeholders there as well, and we intend to be advocates and partners in pushing the city for completion of that park, and will be helpful in any way that we can. Regarding some of the climate goals and the New York Climate Protection Act that was referenced in the community board resolution, we absolutely share the board's goals in that regard. We're committed to making this project a real model for climate change, and we're going to strive for carbon neutrality here in a way that we haven't in past projects. We want to reduce all reliance on non-renewable resources, and we are committed to kind of vetting the feasibility of all green building technologies that are out there, including looking at geothermal and looking at all the existing technologies as we advance the design. We are in discussions with the Carpenters Union, and we're optimistic that on this project, like our past developments, we will adhere to the safest and best construction practices as requested by the community board. Regarding the condition about the enforcement of rental fees and rent increases, this development will be subject to rent stabilization laws. So all fees and increases in rents will be regulated and disclosed to DHCR. We are very much open to working with the Department of Sanitation and neighborhood stakeholders to minimize the impacts of trash pickup as requested. We take great pride in managing the upkeep of our buildings and the open space around our buildings, as is evident at our existing Domino Park development. And then finally, the request to share the plans of the YMCA as they evolve. This is something we are happy to do. We're working very closely with the Y to make sure that this 50,000 square foot facility really meets the purpose and promise of serving Greenpoint and Williamsburg. The one condition that we can't meet is to reduce the overall project size by 33%. That scale of reduction would really render the project not financially feasible, and it would impede our ability to deliver on the other conditions that were identified.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer, Bonnie.
Sure.
Okay, Commissioner DeWitt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You've touched on many of the questions that are in the Borough President's report too, through the Community Board's recommendations. Are there any further comments you can make as far as the VP's recommendations are concerned. They're quite extensive, and some of them including the reduction in height and so forth. So any comments you can make, Toby?
Dave, I don't know if you're on the call. Sorry, this is Bonnie. I have to say, the BP, I don't know if they sent them last night or this morning. I personally have not seen them yet.
We have not seen them, and we're glad to respond when we have.
Great. If you can put that in writing, that'd be appreciated.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Knuckles? Sorry.
Thank you. I guess this question is for obviously Jed or Bonnie. Could you talk in greater detail about the affordability levels and under MIH, what AMIs are you contemplating? How low would the AMIs go in terms of the affordability levels?
Sure. So right now we're anticipating pursuing option 1 under the mandatory inclusionary program, which would provide 25% of the overall units as designated affordable permanently, obviously. And within that, about a little less than half of them would be at 40% of AMI or below. So we're looking at something around 105 units at 40% of AMI and below. And then the balance will be a mix, between 40 and up to 130, but the average of all of the units cannot exceed 60% of AMI.
And Mr. Knuckles, just to elaborate, we've spent a lot of time in this community now, having built, we started engaging with local folks here, 8, 9, 10 years ago, prior to our domino development. We have deep roots here now. We didn't when we began. It's very clear to us, wearing all of our different hats, that there's nobody in this community that thinks that the units at 125 or 130% of AMI are what folks are looking for. So both in terms of the existing programs that are on the books, and then also our, negotiated or philanthropic additions as we go through the culmination of this process between now and the end of the year, will be both to increase the number of the units, but also perhaps to deepen the affordability. And we've got to find a balance that works with the community and still enables us to build the project, as Bonnie said. And, we are, in addition to the affordable housing, we are privately financing a park that'll probably be upwards of $100 million and then continuing to maintain that. So I do hope that everyone looks at the whole basket of goodies here, but it's very clear to us that affordable housing is the #1 issue we have to deal with. We're committed to do that, as Bonnie said, and we're also very aware that the depth of affordability is a prerequisite here, where we have no intention of providing units at 125 and saying, look what we did. I hope that touches on what you're getting at.
Well, thank you. And speaking of the parks and what looks to be a beach, I'm just curious, since we know New Yorkers will not stop with their toes in terms of access to the water, what measures, and this is the East River we're talking about at the end of the day, so what measures are you going to take to make this, that portion of the East River fit for human habitation?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. And I want to applaud DCP staff at Brooklyn office and central office for working with us. We've brought DOH to the table and DEP to the table to address this specific issue. It won't be, first of all, it's not a swimming beach because the East River, both from a water quality standpoint, it's getting there, but it's not there. And also from a tide standpoint. What's nice is that the wave breaks that are part of this infrastructure does make for calm water. So the dangers of tides are, less of an issue with this design, but that's obviously, the beach is not swimmable. So between a combination of DOH signage, staffing, and, what our peers are doing in Brooklyn Bridge Park and other waterfront access areas along the river, those measures will be in place. It's also important to note that because of scour and washout is not going to be like a fine Caribbean sand beach. It's going to be much more pebbly and riprap. There's actually a pretty strong riprap edge that's kind of under the mean high water line. So you can't actually walk into the water. There's too much of the kind of hard gravel riprap that makes it impenetrable from a kind of walking standpoint. So, but all of those measures together will prohibit people from actually getting in the water at this juncture.
Well, somebody will try.
Okay, you're right. It won't prohibit. It will.
You'll have those disincentives anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Burney.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I must say I certainly commend the stated goals that Jed and Björk outlined. I think I have 4 sort of follow-up questions on which we might get some more information. The first has to do with the FAR, and I understand we have this rather bizarre alchemy of using the river to generate more bulk, but I wonder whether R8 is really the right number. And you did say the community board approved, and you commented that they asked for a 33% reduction, which you say is not viable. But my question would be, to meet that community board condition, what sort of reduction would be possible and would you contemplate? That's the first question. Second question has to do with the CSO, and I see that you're relocating the existing CSO, but obviously you're also adding to the burden of treatment, and I understand you're doing some on-site treatment or retention, so I'd like to know a little bit more about what those numbers look like, what that calculation looks like, and to what extent can we minimize any additional impact or even mitigate what's the CSO that's there now. The third has to do with the park, and you know, I certainly don't doubt the Wallentis commitment to the neighborhood, and they've a long history of that, but one wonders whether in the future, under the agreement with the city, whether there might not be an opportunity at some point in the future to actually privatize this park, or even if not privatize it, then at least exclude people and activities that might be allowed under a normal Parks Department management. So that's my concern about the sort of nature of the agreement with the Parks Department. And finally, I'd like to know a little bit more about the ground floor uses. I don't know if there are ground floor plans available, but I understand the Y is actually on an upper level. So I'd be interested to know, just in terms of street activation, what are the ground floor uses of the two buildings? So that's my 4 questions. Thank you.
I'll take a stab at all of them and then let people fill in where I've missed out. In terms of the FAR, there's no FAR being derived from either the water or any of the public streets in the development. And the FAR that we're asking for here is actually less than what will get built at Domino, and it's less than everything built, not everything. It's less than the waterfront projects that were approved as part of the Greenpoint Williamsburg rezoning that populate all the northern buildings along the water immediately to the north of us. So from a policy perspective, I think that you'll find that we're doing nothing weird in terms of playing games with the water or the streets. The FAR is all generated from standard your rules as they've been applied over the years for decades now. We're not playing any tricks or doing any gimmicks there. And I think from a policy standpoint, you'll find and should be pleased that the overall FAR of the project is less than all of its surrounding conditions, certainly when you go north and south. And just to be super clear, given the demands on affordable and given the infrastructure investment that we're making in the park and the public space, we are not prepared to take any FAR hit in the project whatsoever. I think the heights of the building could come down a bit if people think that that's important in material and something they want to trade on. To me, that would be a weird decision to take economics out of the project for that, but that's a conversation for later. So that's the FAR. The sewer question, we are currently about to start construction at Domino on a privatized sewage treatment plant that will take all of our sewer impact off the public system And I'm not sure it made it into our presentation, but it's certainly in the written materials. We intend to do the same thing at the River Ring project. So we are relocating the city sewer. The two conversations about the sewer are really, completely separate. We are going to relocate the existing outfall to improve the water quality in the protected part of the river that Bonnie and Bjarke have spoken about. So to the extent people get splashed on in kayaks or do stick their foot in the water quality there is far improved. However, our project, as we conceive of it, does not contribute anything to the city sewer system. One of the things that we think we're pioneering and creating a bit of a showpiece for here is not just the sustainable edge and those sorts of things, but how to get the project completely off the grid. And that includes privatized sewage treatment, if you will. The park question, I have to tell you, is a little baffling to me. I don't know how much time you've spent at Domino Park or how much you know about what we've done there. I think it's as good a park as exists of its size anywhere in the city. I think if you inventoried 100 people and talked to them that were visitors of the park, all 100 would be completely confounded that it's privately owned and privately maintained. When we went through this 8 years ago with this commission and with the council and with Mayor de Blasio's office, there's a whole set of agreements and requirements that we have to live with to ensure that it acts, feels, and looks like a public park. I think we've not just lived up to that, but exceeded it. And I'd like to take this moment to point out that what was negotiated with this commission and with City Hall at that time was we had to build that park pari passu with our developments. If we had only done that, you would only have 20% of that park would be built in front of our northernmost building, which is the only waterfront building that's built. Again, we spent upwards of 9 figures to build a public park, built the whole park up front for the community to enjoy. So I would really hope at this juncture that any concerns about our building or ongoing operations or maintenance of the park or community engagements with the park and the local community and the folks in the community that care about the park and care about what programming takes place there have been answered to the utmost that they possibly could. We have a gentleman who works for us named Mike Lamparello, who runs this park with an amazing and capable staff. And he gets an unlimited number of compliments about how both the programming, the operation, the maintenance exceed any of the publicly run parks, certainly in our neighborhood. And I hope that answers that question. The fourth question was about ground floor retail space and the why in particular, perhaps. I'd like to point out, Bjarke spoke a bunch, but I think it's really important that the commission really understand this, because the buildings certainly look big in the renderings and they're very tall. The footprints of the buildings are tiny. And the footprints of the buildings are tiny because we intentionally wanted to make as much space as possible on a very limited site available to the public and to make the park feel as transcendent through the project as possible. There are pluses and minuses with any trade-off that you make, or at least with most of them that we make in life. One of the negatives, certainly from an economic standpoint for us, and I'm not here to complain about that at all, and maybe from a social standpoint, is you have very, very, very little ground floor space left in the project. By the time you have a functional residential lobby in each building, there's a parking requirement. We have one parking entrance. The YMCA obviously will have, well, we're not going to put its basketball court or swimming pool at the ground floor. It'll obviously have a healthy lobby that works for its needs. And in today's world, you need lots of room for packages, and you still need mail and all the handicap access and all those things. There's very little retail space left. We have a little bit shown on the corners of the building and in particular along River Street. And then as I think Bjarke spoke, the diagonal corridors, if you will, have really been both designed architecturally. And again, I'd like to echo what Bonnie said, you know, while at times privately frustrating to us, I think the engagement with City Hall staff and Winston and his team have made this project, you know, much better over the 3 years we've been working on it with them in lots and lots of ways. But one way I'd like to specifically point out is how public the ground floor along these diagonals feel. That space is really part of the park, and it will be programmed as such. Retail rents are not going to drive the economics of this project. The market rate residential rents are what will pay for everything else. There's very little retail left, as I said, and those spaces will be programmed to really become, you know, an indoor part of the park, if you will. And again, I would hope that our track record on the programming of neighborhood retail, both in and around Domino, but also going back to our work in Dumbo and our continued work in Dumbo, would underscore the reality of our commitment to do this kind of work. So I hope that touched on everything. Folks can add whatever they want.
Jed, thank you, Jed, for a very comprehensive answer. Thank you.
I would just make one quick note. This is Laura Chang speaking from Two Trees. There is a ground floor plan included in the appendix to this presentation, so I don't know that we necessarily need to pull it up here, but it is included in the presentation that we can refer to as needed.
Noted. Thank you. Thank you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Levin.
Yes, thank you all. This is you know, not surprisingly coming from Two Trees, just a very exciting, phenomenal project with, you know, lots of attention to the kind of details that the public has come to expect from Two Trees. It's great that you're tackling the connection to the waterfront, that you're taking measures to address climate change, to look at all available sustainable futures. You all really are the sort of in the vanguard of this kind of work. And I hope it demonstrates to others what can be done, although not always as extravagantly and exuberantly as you propose to do here, but that's what it takes to drag other people along with you. We heard yesterday at the review session that DCP is still concerned about the sheer rise along River Street and about wind conditions, as I understood it, at the Metropolitan Avenue entrance, and that they're continuing to work with you. Since this is the commission's only chance to talk to you all about these issues, I wonder if there's anything you'd like to say to us on those points at this time.
Maybe I can start. I think what we've tried to do, and I think like sort of very often urban design guidelines and master plan guidelines end up dictating certain solutions in order to avoid something that is much worse. And I think what we've tried to do here is to maintain the idea that comes with the urban podium, to have an entirely public-oriented ground floor on all levels, on the street sides, on the side streets, and also on the park, to create a very generous ground floor that is open and transparent and inviting, with the colonnade adjacent to the park, to actually break down both wind and also the kind of sheerness, that there's actually, the facade is not just a surface and it's not a closed surface. It's actually this kind of colonnade where you can move in, and there's a part of the public space that is under the shade and shelter of the floor and behind the columns, so that it creates a more sort of intimate, broken down public realm where you can imagine little pockets or plants to allow for outdoor seating and various activities. And then, of course, that we have this kind of gradual step back, where not only do we towards River Street actually expand the sidewalk again by pulling the facade back and creating this kind of shade and kind of frame colonnade also, but in the detailing, in the transparency, in the operability, that you actually create a kind of human scale and variation that is going to be very, very different from a kind of classic flat shear wall. So I think in all aspects, we may not follow the kind of letter of the guidelines to the T, but we do, I think, exceed the aspirations of the guidelines in terms of creating broken down scales, create invitation and openness. And I think maybe also on this, like, and Jed spoke to it, and I have to say, I definitely drank the Kool-Aid myself, because I both live and work in Dumbo in a Two Trees building. So I definitely signed up for this, but I can testify, because we work on these kind of developer-led urban regeneration projects in different cities, and I think the kind of but of course, without being naive, and Two Trees are good at what they do, and that's why they keep doing it, but an uncompromising commitment to creating a more lively, more exciting, more resilient, and more sustainable sort of a public realm and waterfront of Brooklyn has been the guidelines, and I think sometimes at the expense of the typical exercise, which is to pump up the project as much as you can. We have actually reduced the ground floor to half of what we could, and that of course has a economic consequence, but it also has an experiential benefit that I think the DCP can also appreciate.
And Anna, if I could just add, how are you? It's nice to see you. Certainly from a wind standpoint, and lots of the work that we do, we run our own construction. We're involved in these projects all the way through, and then we own them long term. Wind is something, and again, we've worked with the DCP staff and Bjarke and his staff. Wind is something you can model, and at the same time, the models are just models. So while we're at the same time committed to work with the staff through the completion of this technical process, I also just want to be really clear, our adjustments with Lisa and her team in Domino Park are ongoing every year. We meet with them every fall and learn the lessons of the summer. Sometimes there's some wind issues, sometimes there's shade issues. These things are ongoing, certainly in our lives, in our professional careers, with all of our projects, forever. And we're constantly making adjustments and learning. And so I think it's a two-part answer. One is to do the best we can now through this process with the best information we have. But the models are also only models. And you certainly have my word and commitment as we start to build the buildings and understand how the trees get planted and all kinds of nuances that won't pick up in the models. That this is something we continually work towards and improve, day in, day out, year in, year out, as the project matures, as we learn more and get more information as well.
And I would add just one more quick note to that too, to follow up on the question of the concerns from the Brooklyn office at DCP about the shear wall at River Street. I think we have explored a lot of different ideas with DCP about how we might address those concerns. I think, quite honestly, they are all, and I think some of them are quite promising. So we've talked about what happens if we look at a gradient of the material as it moves from the ground floor to the second floor to the third floor to establish kind of the sensibility of the podium. I think the goal is, as Bjarke described it, how do you kind of establish what the podium is meant to do without literally making a setback, which is kind of counter to the massing and ideas of the project as a whole. So we've looked at what happens with material, what happens if the color of the building gradually changes. I think all of these ideas, and we'll see what the staff feels, have some promise to them. I think that a lot of them are sort of for a later stage in the evolution of the design of the building. So we've been quite open to talking with DCP about how we might establish as part of the ULURP what some of those approaches might be. But I think, quite honestly, that is a building design level of work and not sort of the stage of development that the project is in now. But we do have some ideas, and I think a lot of them have promise.
Thank you for that background.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Thank you. A lot of the questions I had were already asked. I just have just two general questions with regards to North First Street. Did you or was FDNY consulted, and do you need a turnaround at the end of North First Street? And will there be projected parking along that street? Because I noticed you have the parking ramp or parking access there, and how many vehicles will be parked in the building? What's this, building B?
Sure, I can take a stab, and then I don't know if someone from the technical team wants to, but yes, we did work with FDNY. We met them on site. We reviewed the plan. They have sufficient space there to access both the parks and the buildings. There will not be on-street parking, I believe, on that street. Correct me if I'm wrong, technical team, but it's an existing dead-end street. It'll continue to be a dead-end street in the same width and dimension that it exists today. And FDNY was comfortable with the access.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions from the commission? Seeing none, I thank the team for this presentation. And we will now move on to public testimony. We will follow our procedure of 5 speakers in opposition, followed by 5 speakers in support, going back and forth until the speaker list is exhausted. I will tell you that we have a large number of speakers signed up for this hearing. First, we will call on 2 speakers in opposition, Robert Camacho and Ernest Augustus. Are they available for speaking?
Mr. Camacho was promoted. There we go.
Hello.
Hi.
I hardly hear you. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. How?
Hello.
Is this the open restaurant? Or no? This is something else?
No.
This is the River Ring. So
no.
we can get you signed up for open restaurants.
Huh?
We'll get you signed up for open restaurants.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Ernest Augustus.
We have Ernest Augustus.
Let's see. He is a dial-in participant. Is that, do we have, oh no, Ernest Augustus, there we go. There you go.
I'm Ernest Augustus, and I called into the open restaurant.
You're on open restaurants as well? Okay. You're a little faint, but okay, we will get you signed up. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
All right. So then we will move on to speakers in favor. And the next speaker will be Renzo Ramirez, followed by Marissa Williams, and then Richard Mazer.
Mr. Ramirez, you should be able to unmute your microphone, turn on your camera. Here you go.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry for the lighting. Good morning, Chair Lamont and members of the commission. My name is Renzo Ramirez, and I am a member of 32BJ. I work as a doorman. As you know, 32BJ is the largest property service union representing 85,000 property service workers across the city. We maintain, clean, and provide security services in buildings like the one being discussed at River Ring. We estimate that this rezoning, which will allow the construction of 2 residential towers with nearly 300 affordable apartments, community, retail, and parking space, River Ring will provide 500 permanent jobs and more than 2,000 construction jobs on a site that currently supports 0 employment. The permanent jobs include YMCA employees, building service workers, park maintenance, retail, and nonprofit employees. The commitment to good permanent jobs in this project is clear. The best way to make sure that developments like the one being proposed have a positive impact on building service workers is for developers to make a formal commitment to pay the prevailing wage and create good jobs with family-sustaining wages and benefits. We are pleased to let you know that the developer affiliated with this project, River Street Partners LLC, has a track record of creating good jobs throughout their portfolio. River Street Partners LLC has made an early commitment to creating prevailing wage building service jobs at this site. We are in full support of this project. These jobs are typically filled by local members of the community, and because of this commitment, will pay family-sustaining wages, which help bring working families into the middle class. The percentage of affordable apartments are needed for working people in Brooklyn. This affordable housing and commitment to good prevailing wage jobs will give opportunity for upward mobility, security, and dignity to working class families. 32BJ supports responsible developers who invest in the communities where they build. We know that this development will continue to uphold the industry standard and provide opportunities for working families to thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramirez. Are there any questions for Mr. Ramirez from the commission? Hearing none, thank you very much. The next speaker will be Marissa Williams, followed by Richard Mazer, and then Juana Rodriguez. Is Ms. Williams available?
Ms. Williams is not in the Zoom.
Okay. So then we'll move on to Richard Mazer.
Okay, good morning, City Planning. I'm always excited to speak in front of you. I'm Richard Mazer. I've only lived in Greenpoint since my family emigrated there in 1950. So I was part of that blue collar, Eastern European, Latino people that couldn't get access to the waterfront and lived. And I'm going to put everything into context for you. We lived in an industrial wasteland without access to the waterfront. So a lot of the things that I've seen happen over the past 71 years changed all of that, and not all for the better, but I'm just going to put things in context. I'm for this project, but remember that this was not the waterfront that the community wanted initially, because city planning, unfortunately, is a misnomer because we don't get to really plan things from scratch. I think I suggested once in the 90s when I was chairing the 197A waterfront plan that the city just buy the whole waterfront for $100 million and then execute a plan based on what the community wanted. In 2005, we did not want the total rezoning with all the high rises, but unfortunately, we did not have the last word. And I believe the City Planning Commission at the time, aside from the Brooklyn Planning Commissioner, voted to rezone us. So that's the context that we're living in. And I just want to move forward and say, Two Trees, as one of the developers to give us what the community wants, has been a great partner. They listen to us when we talk about affordable housing. I do activism for both, obviously, affordable housing, youth programming, environmental issues. I would like to see 100% affordable, but that's not economically feasible. The plan that they have is always very creative. They've done a good job of listening to us, and I have no relationship with them other than I've met them and I know them. And for me, it's a wonderful thing to see, to get access finally to the waterfront for all of the people, where we only got access as children when we snuck on and got into trouble. And I also am very happy to see that we'll get a, kind of a neighborhood gym in the YMCA, and we'll finally get to swim in a pool that's longer than 13 yards, and we won't get bored. So in any event, we've socially re-engineered the community, but given what we've got, let's support this program to get our housing, our children's program, and access to the waterfront. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mazur. I want to just celebrate your commitment to this community and sort of your long-term perspective on this. And I will ask whether or not there are members of the commission that have questions for Mr. Mazur. If not, thank you again for your testimony.
Wow, thank you.
The next speaker will be Juana Rodriguez, followed by Edilsa Chavez and Maria Yagar. Do we have Ms. Rodriguez? I'm not seeing Ms. Rodriguez or hearing Ms. Rodriguez.
They don't appear to be in the Zoom.
Ryan, is she? Okay. Okay.
Sorry, I was saying that, but I was muted.
Hear from, okay. We'll hear from Edilsa Chavez, followed by Maria Yagar. Is Edilsa Chavez available?
They don't appear to be in the Zoom.
Neither of them? Okay. Then
Neither.
we'll move on to Joel Towers and Kendall Charter. Are they in the Zoom?
They are.
Okay. Joel Towers.
Mr. Towers.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I'm very pleased to speak in strong support of the River Ring project. I am a professor of architecture and sustainable design at Parsons School of Design. I am the former dean of Parsons School of Design, and I am the director of the Tishman Environment and Design Center at the New School. My expertise in the last 30 years is on sustainability and resiliency, and I want to focus my comments in that area in relationship to this project, both in respect for your time and to be focused in my area of expertise. The greatest threat that New York City faces is of climate change. It is an existential challenge to the city. I advise the city on these matters. The project in front of us that for consideration is one that I think takes a really leading and critical and important perspective on how to address the water to land aspect of climate change. In particular, we know that major storms and the increased intensity and frequency of those storms present flooding challenges for the city. Hurricane Ida just a few weeks ago reminded us of that in the most extreme way. And the type of storm that this project prevents is one that will be, or we'll be able to help respond to, is one that is going to be increasingly part of our future. And so figuring out how to address extreme wave action, storm surges, the kinds of energy that those storms bring and the risk that they present to our communities is a critical aspect of waterfront development. And there are far too few projects that take as engaged and progressive a view as this one does. It is a lot easier in New York City to build a hard seawall than it is to do a nature-based solution. And those seawalls simply push the problem off to neighboring projects when they don't themselves fail in the process of managing storm surge. Furthermore, the project, in my opinion, really advances natural habitat restoration. a critical component of the health of the East River and of the entire estuary. And it opens to a more engaged environmental education, the kind of community knowledge necessary in a democratic society to push for change. The last thing I'll say in my remaining few moments is that by working with, as a visionary architect, as Bjarke Engels, I will say that the projects that they did in Copenhagen in the early days of that harbor's regeneration really led to its revitalization and an awareness of its benefit. And I think the moves that this project makes have a very similar potential to be transformative for the waterfront. So I applaud both it from the standpoint of architecture and especially from the standpoint of a developer taking these responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Towers. Are there any questions from the commission for Mr. Towers? If not, I thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
I understand that Adilsa Chavez is in the room, and we can hear from her now. Ms. Chavez.
Ms. Chavez, you should be able to unmute your microphone. There we go. You can speak now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm sorry. I was having difficulties. Good morning. My name is Adilsa Chavez. I'm 23 years old. I've been living in the South Side technically my whole life. Personally, I've seen a huge change in my community, starting from less gang members, which equals less crimes and drug contributions. In my community, me and my community, a peaceful state of mind. Reason why I support the River Ring project, well, they deliver massive public infrastructures and economic benefits without public tax dollars. It's a direct interaction with the natural East River habitat. It also includes more than 250 affordable housings. It also protects property from flooding. It provides more than 500 well-paying permanent jobs. It also will be applying to be a part of the Department of Environmental Protection District Water Reuse Pilot Program. I would also like to add the idea of the more affordable apartments, especially in areas like mine, which seek for improvement. For example, where I live in is the South Side. I've never seen such a huge change. I've been living there my whole life. When it comes to me seeing all these differences, help as well as unity, it comes to us because not everybody has, you know, the income or resources to afford housing. So I appreciate the fact that you're helping us in a way. And yeah, that's about it.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Chavez? Hearing none, we'll move on. The next speaker will be Kendall Charter, followed by Julia Foster and Paul Samulski. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Vice Chair Knuckles. I didn't see your hand. Did you have a question for her?
No, it's quite all right, Chair.
You had your hand raised.
Well, I did. With regard to Ms. Chavez, as I'm sure you realize, there was some audio problems there. So I wanted to just encourage her, if she wanted to make a written submission, we'd be very much receptive to that because the audio was in and out. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. I didn't hear that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you again. Okay. Kendall Charter.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is
Thank you.
my name is Kendall Charter. Executive Director at the Greenpoint YMCA. We are thrilled to be part of the Two Trees project, which will include a new state-of-the-art YMCA that will serve thousands of families in Greenpoint and Williamsburg. For the last 2 decades, the YMCA have been looking for an opportunity to expand our presence and increase our capacity in serving the Greenpoint and Williamsburg community. Being part of this project expands our footprint in the neighborhood, and it's truly exciting. We welcome the opportunity to provide additional services and resources to our community, and we remain committed to our presence in Greenpoint and Williamsburg, working with our neighbors to build a strong community for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Charter. We all are excited about the why. Are there any questions from the commission for Mr. Charter? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, and we will move on to the next testimony from Julia Foster, Paul Samuski, and William Thomas.
Hi, I'm Julia Foster, a member of Williamsburg for over 60 plus years. I am welcoming this project. Like I said, I've been here 60 some odd years, and I've seen this neighborhood change from the mom and pop stores where people lived above the stores and their families. And I hope you're hearing me. And I would like to see this project because we're losing so many families in this neighborhood. Although we have had people come in, we haven't had a lot of families come in. We need to see apartments affordable for families, children. I look around even where I live in Cooper Park, and I don't see too many little ones. I see more the younger ones and no children. We need this building to invite families in. The waterfront has been beautiful since we got the new Domino Park. I have a grandson who's on the spectrum. He loves that park. Even though he's 15 now, he loves to go down in that area. Oh my goodness. My other reason for supporting this is this. They want to give us another homeless shelter. We don't need a homeless shelter. Once again, we need homes. We need apartments for people to live. And I'm hoping that this project is going to be and work with the shelters to bring in people from shelters into a home so they will have a place to live. It is beautiful down there. I've been going there since I was a kid. Like the other gentleman said, sneaking on when you shouldn't have been there. And it's great to see the fireworks. And I hope that's a welcoming thing for them too. And I just want to make a comment. Some folks are opposed and they claim they have over 7,000 signatures from this neighborhood. I have yet to see those signatures. And I sit on Community Board 1. Also, not only that, the signatures were some kind of automatic thing you could go online and sign. Who's to say those people are from my neighborhood? I want to see it come forward. And I say, thank you. Oh, one more thing. Less bars, more homes. The planning committees have changed our zoning that we have so many bars. Everywhere I look, I don't even see a store to go shop. I can't even go buy deodorant unless I got to go all the way somewhere else. Whereas I used to just walk out the door. But anyhow, less bars, more homes, less shelters, more homes. Thank you, River Trees. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I look forward to seeing these go up, jobs, so forth, so forth, so forth. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee, for letting me speak. And I hope this goes through. Have a blessed day, everyone.
Thank you. Are there any questions? If not, I thank you very much for your testimony. And the next person will be Paul Samulski, followed by William Thomas, and then Viviana Francisco de Jesus. Mr. Samulski is
Samulski? Yeah, he's here.
dial in.
Can you hear us? Should be able to speak now, Mr. Samulski.
Hello, am I being heard?
Yes.
Oh, great. Hi, good morning, members of the commission. My name is Paul Samulski, and I'm the president of the North Brooklyn Chamber. We're a hyper-local Brooklyn business organization that represents Bushwick, Greenpoint, and Williamsburg. Our history with Two Trees goes back well over a decade, and during that period of time, they have proven to be a respectful and trustworthy local business that has always incorporated genuine, broad-based community engagement in their planning processes. This project is no different. Taking a large, vacant industrial waterfront lot and replacing it with an impressive development that would include a significant number of affordable housing units, acres of public office space, a new, improved location for our local Y, and along the way offering over 2,000 well-paying construction and other related jobs is a no-brainer for our organization to support. In addition, as a senior member of the management team behind the launch of the original East River Ferry, and someone who appreciates and understands the many changing moods of our local waterways, the thoughtful and intelligent design they've come up with, which incorporates proven sustainability efforts utilized as natural barriers to storm surges and flooding, is to be commended. Also to be commended is their commitment to fill affordable units in neighboring departments and their promise to give priority to local CB1 applicants when the housing lottery commences. The North Brooklyn Chamber is unanimously in favor of the River Ring project and look forward to working with Two Trees in any way we can to help make this project a reality. Their body of work and their passion for forward thinking and intelligent design has gained them our support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samulski. Are there any questions for Mr. Samulski? If not, thank you again, and we will move on to William Thomas, followed by Viviana Francisco de Jesus, and then Millie Camiri.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Beautiful. Hi, everyone. My name is Will Thomas. I'm here to support the proposal for River Ring as the executive director of Open New York. We're an independent grassroots pro-housing organization. We believe that the project will help to alleviate New York's dire housing shortage and actively help to cut displacement in surrounding areas. City planning knows that New York has a dire housing shortage, but I'll toss out a few numbers as I usually do at these hearings so everyone can remember how bad it is. Between 2010 and 2017, median rents increased by more than double median wages. Homelessness has reached the highest level since the 1930s, the height of the Great Depression. Pre-COVID, 1 out of every 10 elementary school students in New York City public schools went home to shelters. So moving on from a global pandemic, we'll need as much affordable housing as we can get. And the 260 below market homes in this proposal are an obvious step in the right direction. That said, the market rate homes will also help by proactively preventing displacement elsewhere. The median household income of the census tract that includes the River Ring is now well over 6 figures. More broadly, the Williamsburg waterfront is an extremely desirable area, and although it may likely be many families' first choice, if the wealthy can't find new places to live here, they're simply going to bid up the price of existing housing. And the families who would otherwise have lived in that housing will instead move to more affordable neighborhoods. As displaced demand increases, up goes the rent, which forces current tenants to allocate ever larger shares of their income to stay in their homes and knocks those who can't pay to the street. If we don't let young professionals live here, they're not going to disappear. They're going to continue to further displacement pressures in East Williamsburg, Bushwick, and more of Brooklyn. So city planning should attempt to spare the families this pressure by supporting this project. Last but not least, I think the City Planning Commission should consider making one ask of the developer. They're seeking a waiver to lower their parking. I think the city ought to go one step further and mandate that the developer include no parking whatsoever completely in this project, as parking is proven to add substantially to housing prices. Ideally, they could replace the parking with more affordable housing, but almost anything would be an improvement over a costly garage. We just think it's a mistake to have any parking in such a walkable neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. Are there any questions from the commission for Mr. Thomas? Seeing no raised hands, I'll thank you again. We will move on to Viviana Francisco de Jesus, followed by Millie Committee, and then Arelis Pujols.
Mr. Jesus, you should be able to unmute. There you go. You can speak into your. We promoted her. Hold on a moment.
Unmute.
There we go.
Okay, then go ahead now. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jamila Rodriguez. I am the community organizer with Two Trees. I am with a group of 4 Spanish-speaking women from the community, just making it accessible to them.
We'll reset the clock to 5 minutes. Are you going to be doing consecutive translation?
Would you like them to speak in their voice in Spanish?
Yeah, we do. If you are going to be able to do consecutive translation, they can speak and you can translate. We'll give you 5 minutes total
Okay,
to do that.
sure. So you called Juana Rodriguez. We will start with Juana.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Juana Rodríguez. Yo vivo en el área de Williamsburg, Sultre, por más de 30 años.
Good morning, my name is Juana Rodriguez. I live in Williamsburg for more than 30 years.
Estoy muy contenta con este proyecto con estos proyectos que están haciendo con renta asequible.
I am very happy with the River Ring project with the affordable housing opportunities.
Y también porque va a ser cerca del agua, donde vamos a tener acceso a poder disfrutar del agua, y va a tener gimnasio, donde a mí me encanta hacer ejercicio para poder mantener mi cuerpo saludable.
I like the fact that the apartments, the development is next to the water, giving us access to the waterfront, and I support the YMCA facility. I am a very active person myself.
Y también que está brindando oportunidades de trabajo para la juventud, para que se queden en el área, ya que se han tenido que mudar porque la renta es demasiado cara.
I also like the fact that there will be opportunities, job opportunities, especially for the youth. Unfortunately, a lot of the youth have had to leave the area because it is too expensive. Thank you.
Gracias.
Should I move on to the next person or?
That concludes it.
Yes.
Chair, do we want to just
Who is it?
call who's the next person?
Okay, Maria Yagar is next.
Okay. Muy buenos
And
días.
let's set this clock for.
No. Hold on. I don't see these people on my speaker list.
Yeah. If we could get the folks signed up, we can have them speak. We'll call the next speaker.
Okay, they were all signed up a little earlier and have received confirmation emails.
Oh, okay. What was the name?
Maria Yagar, Arelis Tavares, and Bernarda Tavares. Arelis Pujols, excuse me.
We have Arelis.
Okay, so Arelis will speak next.
And let's set the clock for 5 minutes
Yes, good morning.
for these speakers each.
Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Arelis Pujols.
I'm glad to be here and live in this community. But I want to have access to the apartment, to the new apartment, because I live more than 4 years in this area. I don't want to move to different place that I know they want to take out, off from here. And I want to stay. I want to live in Williamsburg. So I love this area, and I want to know if we're going to be available to have apartment. And I like that. I'm going to be happy if I get apartment next to the river, and the people have new work, new job. I love the place where I live. So I want to stay here forever. So I'm happy you have this project. So thank you for everything. And I like to be, ¿cómo se dice? Afortunada.
Fortunate.
I want to be fortunate for this project. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pujols. Are there any questions from the commission for Ms. Pujols? Commissioner Marin.
Not a question, but I just wanted to state for Ms. Pujols that when the project does come online, there'll be an offering through a lottery through HPD, and there's preference given to the community, and that's your opportunity to apply for the project. So I just wanted to make that clear to you.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Marin. Are there any additional questions? If not, are there any further
There was
individuals signed up to speak with this translator here? I don't.
You said, did I hear a Bernarda Taveras?
Yes, she is present.
Okay, that's the last one, Chair, that I have signed up.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Hi, ¿cómo están ustedes? Buenas tardes. Estoy muy contenta con este nuevo building que van a hacer. Yo creo que es una buena oportunidad para, especialmente para mí que vivo en este neighborhood como por 40 años. Y tengo 2 hijos y mi hija tuvo que comprar casa en New Jersey porque no le dieron una oportunidad de un apartamento de eso en esta área. Y da pena que los jóvenes, nuestros jóvenes, se estén yendo lejos porque en vez de dar la oportunidad a ellos, se lo dan a los gente que vienen de por allá, de zona lejana. Y está muy linda esa oportunidad.
Good day. I have been in this neighborhood for more than 40 years. I support this project. My daughter had to move out of the neighborhood to New Jersey. And I hate to see that most of the opportunities are being given to people from different zones. And so I support this project.
Entonces, yo quiero ver si me dan un apartamento de eso al lado del río para yo ver a Manhattan de mi apartamento. También va a haber un sitio de ejercicio, voy a ver la naturaleza de mi casa. Entonces, creo que eso está muy bien. Y quiero ver si soy elegible, porque yo creo que la persona que vivimos aquí, que hicimos este vecindario, no merecemos cosas mejores, igual que los demás que han venido.
I believe that the people that have been here for many years deserve to have nice apartments by the waterfront. I would like to have an apartment where I can see the Manhattan skyline. I also support the project because it'll bring more local jobs and a YMCA facility. We all deserve to live an improvement of lifestyle. Yeah,
gracias, que pasen buen día. Bye.
Thank you, good day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Veras. Are there any questions from the commission for Mr. Veras? Seeing none, we will move on. Thanks for the translation. I think that the next speaker is Millie Committee, who will be followed by Harrison Grinnan and Alex Vallejo.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Millie Kamiri. Do you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Millie
Yes,
Kamiri,
thank
and
you.
thank you. Good afternoon, City Planning Commission. My name is Millie Kamiri, and I'm a licensed social worker with the Administration for Children's Services, ACS, and a longtime resident in Williamsburg for the past 36 years. I fully support the River Rim project. I love what Two Trees has done in my community. I have seen the positive impact becoming a good neighbor, and it has been instrumental to transform the waterfront in the south side of Williamsburg. This is a critical housing site in a city that has a growing housing crisis. New York City, as you know, is facing an affordable housing crisis that will only escalate without immediate and direct action. The most effective way to combat this crisis is to build more housing, especially affordable housing for low-income families. And this is an obvious and critical site for such an undertaking. This community has long fought to replace empty sites like this with housing and open space. This site is one of our last chances to access significant open space on the waterfront side, which is exactly what this is. I have seen how this neighborhood has gentrified, and I don't think it's fair to leave this land vacant or turn it into a factory. In addition, my nieces and I have truly enjoyed Domino Park, and I'm excited even tonight to participate in Salsa by the Water with the Nieves Studio. I'm super excited to have a YMCA in the area for the children and community to enjoy. This will also create an opportunity where New Yorkers of all ages can interact with the river, touch and feel the water to help change how we think about our future in light of climate change. The new approach to the water will provide a 6-acre model for resiliency, ecology, education, recreation, and community building, which I am so excited to see. So I'm in fully support of the River Rim project. Thank you for your time and have a great day.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Kamiri? Seeing none, I will thank you, and we will move on to Harrison Grinnan, to be followed by Alex Vallejo and then Joseph Sitkawi.
Hello, my name is Harrison Grinnan. I'm here as a resident of Greenpoint to speak in support of this project. This project has had unanimous support from this hearing so far. It had almost unanimous support at the previous hearing for the Brooklyn Borough President. It had majority support at the community board. It had almost unanimous support again at the scoping hearing, which was a while ago, back at the beginning of summer. This is a really good project. I don't think I almost need to say much in support of it. The only thing that really sticks out to me is that the community board recommended chopping the bulk by 30%. I think that's horrendous. I think we cannot do that. Those are 300 homes that this area needs and that the city needs. So I'd like to kind of get into that. So there was recently, at the community board meeting, we all attended and we heard about how we were going to add a lot of homes and it was going to kind of soften the shoreline so that we could withstand storm surges better. That was the night of Hurricane Ida. On the walk home from that, back to Greenpoint from the school that was held at, I encountered floodwaters that were about 2 feet high that covered my kneecaps, and I'm a tall guy. It is shocking to me to see that. I'd never seen a flood warning before in New York City. If that's not a wake-up call, I don't know what is, both in terms of the need for this infrastructure, but also in terms of the need for housing. When that floodwater was coming down, I knew there would be deaths. I've been involved in trying to push for the ADU bill for a while. There's 100,000 people at least that live under the ground in New York City in illegal basement apartments. Those people need houses. And our Attorney General, Tish James, has said that we should give them vouchers, but there's nowhere for them to move. they could only leave the city if they left. We built, I think, about 100,000 units over the last decade. We need at least that number just to get people out of these basements that are flooding. This is 1,000 homes. It's not going to get us all the way there, but it's a start. And this is a perfect place for it. You know, it's a tower that's going in between two towers. It's creating a giant new park. It's got all these community amenities. It's by all means, like, this is a slam dunk project. And I think that it most likely, it seems like it's going to go through to me. I would like the parking cut. I would like, you know, a couple more, you know, lower levels of affordability in exchange for less parking. If, you know, I don't know, I think it's a very good project, but I think in a certain sense, really good projects like this, the danger is that this becomes the standard. And this is a great project, but not every project is going to have a giant new park and, you know, a whole new gym and its own sewage treatment plant. Like that's a high standard. I think we need to make sure that when we're approving great projects like this, we also know that the problem we're facing is that we need to produce 500,000 to 1 million units of housing over the next decade, or else the city is never going to be affordable again. And this is how we start to get there, but we need to really ramp it up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grinnan, for your thoughtful comments. And I will just tell you that much of what you said, we believe in very fervently here at City Planning. Are there any questions for Mr. Grinnan from the commission? Seeing none, I will thank you again for your testimony. The next speaker will be Alex Vallejo, to be followed by Joseph Sitkawi, and then Joe Chan.
Hi, how are you? I'm Alexis Vallejo. I'm actually a business owner that's right next to the site. I actually have a barbershop there. I'm all for this project. I thought it was great from the beginning. As far as affordable housing, I agree. As far as, you know, we have to try to keep a lot of the people that grew up in that neighborhood or give them a chance to stay in the neighborhood. I'm all for the affordable housing part, and the YMCA and the parks part. All of it is wonderful. I think as long as we can all come to an agreement with everything, it's a great project. Two Trees is a great company. We saw what they did with Domino Park. My kids love that park. They also love the little golf park that they just recently put as well. So as far as everything as a whole, I think it is all great. As a business owner, and I know a lot of the other business owners that are right there, it would definitely help all of us and any other businesses that are going to get put there. So I just agree with the whole thing. As far as everything as a whole, if we could all just come to an agreement and everybody is, for the most part, happy with everything, there's no way how it would be a bad impact in the neighborhood. I think it would just be a great addition, and everybody would be happy with it, especially with all the amenities and the new apartments that will be coming in. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vallejo. Are there any questions from the commission for Mr. Vallejo? If not, we will move on to Joseph Sitkawi, to be followed by Joe Chan and then Luke Grochowski.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Great. Thank you. My name is Joseph Sitkawi. I'm the Waterfront Design Associate Director at the Waterfront Alliance, which is the leader in waterfront revitalization, climate resilience, and advocacy for the New York and New Jersey Harbor region. The Waterfront Alliance is committed to sustainability and to mitigating the effects of climate change across the region's hundreds of miles of waterfront. And to that end, we support the River Ring proposal. The Two Trees project team is currently undergoing our Waterfront Edge Design Guidelines, or WEDGE, verification process, which we oversee. WEDGE was launched about 7 years ago and has evolved to become the premier climate resilience verification and transparency rating system for coastal developments and retrofits. To obtain wedge verification, much like a LEED certification, coastal developments must meet design standards for climate change resiliency. They have to provide access and benefits to the public and must be designed to maximize and protect ecological integrity. Domino Sugar is wedge verified, as are 8 other projects across New York City, and there's a few more under review. While the final verification of River Ring will only be complete upon reviewing the construction documents, the concept plans have already gone through a preliminary review process overseen by Waterfront Alliance, and they've had a strong outcome for the initial scores. Based on the concept designs that our wedge reviewers analyzed, River Ring will likely meet or exceed requirements on key aspects in climate resilience, public access, sustainability, community engagement, and innovation. The waterfront projects that seek wedge verification earn points across 6 different categories, and there are 36 different different credits in the wedge rating system that help guide projects towards specific strategies that make up excellent waterfront design. These include things like assessing current and future coastal risks to sea level rise and storm surge and rain-based flooding, conducting an equitable public engagement process to maximize community outcomes, siting and designing to reduce risks to coastal hazards through setbacks, nature-based and structural strategies, creating inspiring state-of-the-art shorelines that promote resilience, ecology, and direct access for recreation and programming, and then reimagining urban habitats and green infrastructure through landscape design and stormwater management. The Brooklyn Borough Board had agreed with these principles in 2019 when they adopted a resolution encouraging the use of wedge guidelines in all ULURP projects. The Waterfront Alliance believes this is the right project at the right time for the city's waterfront, and we urge the City Planning Commission to support the land use actions necessary to make River Ring possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sukawi. Are there any questions from the commission for Mr. Sukawi? Seeing none, I thank you again. And our next speaker will be Joe Chan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Joe Chan. I'm Senior Vice President for Real Estate and Property Management at the YMCA of Greater New York. I know that Kendall Charter, our Executive Director for the Greenpoint branch, said a few words earlier, and I just wanted to add a little bit of citywide context and color to Kendall's testimony. As Kendall had mentioned, the creation of a new YMCA in Community District 1 has been a huge priority of the YMCA citywide for the past few decades, and there's a few reasons why. The Greenpoint YMCA, our current branch, is old. It's actually the oldest in our network in New York City. It was built in 1906. Anyone who's visited there can testify to the fact that it's also labyrinthine and not necessarily efficiently organized for modern day membership and program uses. And it's absolutely tiny. It's one of our smallest YMCAs citywide. And to Richard's point that the pool is 13 yards long, I think Richard is actually being generous on that front. So we are very eager to serve the community in a 2021 fashion as opposed to a 1906 fashion. As Kendall mentioned, we looked all over. We looked at public sites, we looked at private sites. Land costs in Greenpoint Williamsburg were absolutely prohibitive. We concluded that in order to acquire a site and build a YMCA, it would be 3 to 4 times what we had budgeted. We searched in detail for many, many years, and a few years ago were approached by Two Trees, and we found this to be a great location at a great price, and we were particularly impressed with the location being just north of Domino Park, which we really believe to be one of the greatest and most inclusive public spaces in New York City. So just, I know I'm short on time. What we are going to get is a YMCA that is more than 2 times larger than the YMCA that we have now. The pool will be multiple times bigger. The gymnasium and the fitness center will be notably bigger. And we will have many times more multi-purpose rooms where we can host community and educational programming. So we're enthusiastic in our support of River Ring and enthusiastic about the potential partner that we have in Two Trees. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Chan? If not, thank you, Joe, very much. We will move on to Luke Grochowski, who I believe will be followed by Allison Stone, and then Ramon Peguero.
Mr. Grochowski, you should be able to unmute your microphone. And
okay.
Just one note before we start, Madam Chair, do you see Jamila Rodriguez on your list?
Yes, I thought she testified.
Oh, did she already testify?
Translation. Was she not a part of?
We can check with her. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Grochowski.
Okay.
Thank you. Hello. I want to thank the commission for giving the opportunity to talk. I just want to say I was born and raised in Greenpoint. And yeah, I've seen the area change a lot. I wanted to say a few positive things about the River Ring. You know, of course, I've been following the story, and I'm reiterating something that I've said in previous meetings. Been hearing a lot of complaints about Bushwick Inlet Park, that hasn't been finished, and that for some reason River Ring shouldn't have the opportunity to be finished because of that. And I just don't understand that support for Bushwick Inlet while, you know, trying to withhold this park. I mean, this park is the missing piece in that waterfront, and the plan that Two Trees has put forward. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, this is what all of the waterfront developments should be doing. And it's an example of what we should be striving for, basically having access again and having a conversation again with the waterfront, and educating young people about how to care for it, how to be good stewards for it. And it's a big park. You know, I've heard people say that it's only 3 acres. It's going to be small, but I mean, with full capacity, it's 2,000 people. It's, you know, you go and see Domino Park. It's enormous, and you know, so many people take advantage of it. And yeah, I also too, I was really nostalgic about hearing, you know, I believe Rich talk about sneaking into the waterfront to, you know, back when the buildings were still abandoned, and I have really good fond memories for it. And I really feel like I'm really happy that a lot of the waterfront is opened up again and it's becoming parks. But that access to the waterfront, that access of being able to touch the water and learn about it, that's something that I feel like River Ring is really going to provide. That's like really excellent to the community. And, you know, I know it's a big development, you know, but the floodgates have been opened up with that, with all the other developments. You know, there's been tall towers everywhere along the waterfront. So, but this type of space, I mean, I would hate to see it go. I really love like what they're doing with Billion Oyster Project and all these other, you know, kayaking companies. I mean, it's really important for us to have access to the waterfront and to have a park like this. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grochowski. Are there any questions from the commission for Mr. Grochowski? If not, we will move on to the next speaker. Ryan, I didn't intend to skip anyone. I thought Ms. Rodriguez had spoken. If she has,
I believe you're
we
correct.
will move on if she hasn't. Okay. So the next speaker will be Allison Stone, to be followed by Ramon Peguero and then Ray Acosta.
Hello, good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Hello,
We see you too.
everyone. My name is Allison Stone. I'm a resident on the south side of Williamsburg, just a few blocks away from Domino Park and the proposed area for the River Ring project. I'm a member of Community Board 1, and I also supported and approved this project leading up to today's public meeting. I think what a lot of people have already said on this call, I echo their similar sentiments about the positive impact that Two Trees has had on the immediate neighborhood. As one of my fellow board members, Julia Foster, mentioned earlier, for a while you've seen a trend as young families such as myself who were having children and moving out either to the great suburbs of either New York, New Jersey, Long Island, et cetera, you name it, especially with the pandemic. I think that there's no better developer than Two Trees to get this project done. If you've noticed, Domino Park is pristine on a regular basis, and they've done a lot to help give back to the neighborhood. Earlier in the spring, I hosted a community cleanup after I was up to my hands and ears with trash, and Domino Park was the first to step up to the plate to first offer supplies to help clean up the neighborhood. And together we cleaned up over 50 bags of trash within a 4-block radius of the south side of Williamsburg. I completely support their mission, not only with this project, but as a company at large. And as someone with a 3-year-old son and a family here, we're very well rooted and grounded here in our beloved neighborhood in North Brooklyn. And I support this project and look forward to even more green space, even more of a wonderful waterfront for myself, my neighbors, all of you, and certainly the future generations that want to live here in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Ms. Stone? If not, I will thank you for your testimony and your community engagement. The next speaker will be Ramon Peguero, to be followed by Ray Acosta and Ancor Dalal.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Ramon Peguero, President and CEO of the Committee for Hispanic Children and Families, Board Chair of the Board of Nuestros Niños Child Development Center, and the board member of the Brooklyn Navy Yard Development Corporation. I was brought to Williamsburg at the age of 6, was raised there, raised my family there, and for the past 25 years, I've been serving the most vulnerable population amongst us through my nonprofit affiliations. Williamsburg means a lot of different things to different people. But we all agree that Williamsburg has become one of the most sought after communities in the state of New York, if not the country. This is why I was so happy to hear that Two Trees, a reputable developer with over 10 years experience developing in the waterfront in Williamsburg, was proposing a new development, the River Ring. And by the way, when Domino's was being developed, I was there having conversations with Two Trees. I'm happy to report that every promise that they have made to the community, they have kept. The development looks to add over 260 much needed affordable housing units to the community, as well as workforce development and employment opportunities. Some will argue that this is not enough, and I agree, but the alternative of zero affordable housing is worse. Others state that we should have 100% affordable housing or nothing at all. This is the position of the privileged that have nothing to lose if new affordable housing is not built, since they have the financial flexibility to house their families anywhere they wish. The women, children, and families of the Williamsburg community cannot wait any longer. This project will not satisfy all of the affordable housing needs of the community. And yes, we will always want more affordable housing, and we'll continue to fight for the same. However, the one thing we cannot do is vote no on this project. To do that will be a slap on the face of the most vulnerable amongst us, whom look to you to find rational solution to some of their most difficult daily issues, housing being one of them. I asked the City Planning Commission to side with the vast majority of the community members that are in support of this project and that are looking forward to the affordable housing and the employment opportunities that this development will bring. I thank you for your anticipated approval of this proposal and your service to the City of New York and its residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Peguero? If not, I thank you for your testimony. And we will move on to Ray Acosta to be followed by Ankur Dalal and Randy Pierce.
Mr. Acosta, you should be able to unmute your microphone and turn on your camera. Might be having technical difficulties, Mr. Acosta.
Okay. We'll go on to Ankur Dalal. If Mr. Acosta is able to speak, we'll get him later.
Okay.
Hi, this is Ankur Dalal. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I am here to testify in favor of the River Ring proposal and to urge City Planning Commission to reject the suggestions of the Community Board to remove 300 homes and support the proposal as presented by the developer, only adding conditions they believe that the developer can reasonably meet. This is a proposal that will result in over 1,000 new homes for individuals and families, including hundreds of permanently affordable rentals, a public park, a beach, and a YMCA. Our housing crisis is profound, and saying no to this rezoning means telling hundreds of families that Williamsburg is not willing to provide them affordable homes. At the community board hearing, there was a lot of discussion about how the community needs to get more public space and public facilities from spot rezonings. That's exactly what this rezoning does. It provides a beach, a parkland, and a YMCA. That said, in my view, even if these incredible public benefits didn't exist, our attitude towards a project like this should be getting to yes, because the housing alone is worth it. I became involved in local hearings like this because I've seen too many of my friends priced out of New York City. It's time we start saying yes to new homes and new developments, saying yes here in Williamsburg, saying yes in Soho, saying yes in Gowanus, saying yes throughout the entire city. To that end, while I'm glad the community board ultimately approved the application, I urge the CPC to reject some of the conditions, specifically the elimination of nearly a third of the units and an increase to 50% affordable units. While we all want as many homes as affordable, I note here, as I did in my testimony to the community board, that people don't live in percentages, they live in homes. Losing 1/3 of the units while demanding half of them be rented at below market rates would only ensure the project not go forward at all. If the project isn't viable, 50% of 0 homes become 0 affordable homes built. These conditions are not designed to actually maximize the number of affordable units. I would support changes that could result in additional homes, however, whether that means increasing the FAR or removing any required parking. I also believe that the community board's hostility to the size of the project is not actually representative of the community's view. At the Brooklyn Borough President's hearing and at this hearing, over 80% of the dozens of speakers spoke in favor of the proposal as is. The Brooklyn Eagle reported that at the Brooklyn Borough President hearing, the support was overwhelming, as you've seen this afternoon as well. I urge the CPC to support the proposal as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Dalal from the commission? If not, I thank you, Mr. Dalal. And the next speaker will be Randy Pierce, followed by Jesus Hierro, and then Cristiano Rossi.
Mr. Pierce is not in the Zoom. If we could ask Mr. Hierro to press *9 if he is a dial-in participant. A dial-in participant who didn't give us a number, and so we're just trying to identify him. Okay. Not seeing them, but we'll follow up and track these folks.
So we'll go on to Cristiano Rossi to be followed by Stephanie Jairam and then Terry Karcha.
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
Good morning. My name is Cristiano Rossi. First thing, sorry for my English. I'm Italian. I own a hospitality company with different locations in New York City. When I moved from Italy here to my first location, I select and I open my first place in Williamsburg. I open it here because in Italy, in Europe, we very developed the waterfront of all the city. And all the restaurant, all the life, it's close the waterfront. That is something that no really happened in New York. But when I saw this project, I see the future, how it can become this waterfront. And for this reason, I open a location very, very close to the TT project. And because I think I know that in the future will become a very great area with a lot of people that can come here and enjoy this amazing project and this amazing park. And will be a great opportunity for all people that have business like me, for all the neighbor, for all this area. And how I spoke with all my clients, and I come in this my restaurant here, and this is my first location that I opened here. Everybody loves to come in Williamsburg, but everybody would like to love and enjoy much better this waterfront. And the project that they have, I think, is the best thing that the city can have in this place. Thank you, and I really support this thing. I think open very, very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. Any questions from the commission for Mr. Rossi? If not, we will move on to Stephanie Gyro, to be followed by Terry Carter and Paul Pulio.
Stephanie is not in the room.
Okay, then we'll go on to Terry Carter.
Good afternoon, Chair Lermont and commissioners. My name is Terry Carta, and I'm the Executive Director of Brooklyn Greenway Initiative. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of the River Ring proposal on behalf of Brooklyn Greenway Initiative, or BGI, as I will refer to it. We are a nonprofit organization that for 2 decades has been focused on the Brooklyn Waterfront Greenway as a 26-mile green ribbon of active transportation and open space from Greenpoint to East New York around the borough of Brooklyn. BGI supports Two Trees River Ring proposal and asks the City Planning Commission to approve the application as presented by the developer. The city's open space has never been more critical to the mental and physical health of New Yorkers. There's also very clearly an urgent need to address climate change and increase resilience along New York's coastline by creating soft edge and living shoreline, increasing public access to the waterfront, balancing growth and risk through land use policy, and capturing the value of parks through creative partnership and funding models that carefully respond to local needs and context. But opportunities for creating new parks and waterfront access are few and far between, and public funding for the construction, and especially for the ongoing maintenance of these spaces, is severely lacking. Public-private partnerships are a proven solution, and Two Trees is a responsible partner. The River Ring's proposed waterfront park and protected in-water access would introduce an entirely new waterfront experience rarely seen in North Brooklyn. With beaches, shallow waters, and tidal pools, the River Ring would be one of the last remaining stitches in the green ribbon around the waterfront. And I also want to underscore the ability and the commitment of Two Trees to the ongoing maintenance and operation of the waterfront park, which would be a significant ongoing investment in the local community and the public realm at large without adding to the city budget. We need to protect our shorelines from sea level rise and superstorms. We need to foster greater connections between our open spaces and communities. And we need to leverage the private sector to make bold investments in our public realm. Let us work with responsible and responsive partners that understand the magnitude and the urgency of our current challenges and have the experience to help solve them. Two Trees is this partner, and River Ring, the proposal for River Ring, will help address the challenges we face. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the commission for Ms. Carter? If not, I thank you for your testimony, and we will move on to Paul Pulio, to be followed by Peter Malin. Sorry?
Paul is not here.
Okay, Peter Malinowski to be followed by Katharina Gionio and Katie Denny Horowitz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, commissioners, and Chair Lermont. Thanks so much for giving me the opportunity to testify today. My name is Pete Malinowski. I'm the Executive Director of Billion Oyster Project. We are a nonprofit working to restore oyster reefs to New York Harbor through public education initiatives. I'm here this afternoon to express support for Two Trees' proposed river ring project because of its ambitious goals for habitat restoration and in-water recreation. For the past year and a half, we've been working at Domino Park and the river ring site, along with neighborhood organizations and volunteers, and with students at MS50 and other local schools and colleges. We've installed and are monitoring the growth of tens of thousands of juvenile oysters, with millions more to come soon. In a storefront space on Kent Avenue made available by Two Trees, we host a water quality testing program in which community volunteers monitor sewage pollution at more than 60 sites up and down the East River and all over the harbor. The data we've collected in both programs will help inform the design of the river ring project's natural features and evaluate their effectiveness. So why do we support this project? Almost all of the Upper Harbor and East River shoreline has been hardened or bulkheaded, creating an obstacle to both ecological restoration and public access. River Ring's waterfront park design is an attempt to break that mold. It includes two features no private developer has attempted to build before. One is an extensive habitat restoration zone that will include tidal wetlands, shallows, planted with subaquatic vegetation and structures to support the restoration of our estuary's keystone species, the oyster, and other aquatic life. The second feature is a natural edge design that includes a beach, a protective breakwater, and a rerouted combined sewer overflow. Taken together, these innovations will allow for wading, human-powered boating, and someday perhaps even swimming. What we have seen at Domino Park is that the neighborhood and the city can greatly benefit from a well-designed and well-run waterfront park. We think that the River Ring project will be even better than Domino, creating a new kind of public space where residents and visitors of all ages can get right down to the edge of the harbor, see and touch what is living there, and get onto and into the water itself. It's that kind of experience that, more than anything else, will help change public perceptions about the harbor and the estuary, a key step, we believe, towards building a more resilient and sustainable city. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. As I said, we're here to speak in support of the River Ring project. That's it for me. Thanks so much.
Thanks very much, Mr. Malinowski. Are there any questions from the commission for Mr. Malinowski? Seeing none, I thank you again, and we will move on to Katharina Gionio, to be followed by Katie Horowitz and Lionel Bremond.
Thank you for the invitation. Hi there, I'm Katerina Gioino. Oh, there you go. Hi there. Hi, I'm Katerina Gioino, speaking in support of the River Ring project. I'm the head of community partnerships and advocacy at UNI, a Black and Brown owned company operating in Brooklyn that provides free, secure bicycle parking and repair services to anyone who needs them. It can't be overstated how highly needed bicycle parking in general, let alone secure, is, and just how severely lacking our city infrastructure is in meeting that demand. UNI recognizes the need for all people, regardless of income, profession, or demographic, to protect their bicycles from both weather extremities and from theft, which does affect 1 in 4 households in New York. That's why I and the UNI team are in full support of the River Ring project and our partners at Two Trees. I need not re-explain the resiliency protection that this development will provide into both newcoming residents and those passing through on Williamsburg's well-connected bike lanes. But it would be an understatement to say that the city's push to increase biking and scootering as a sustainable transportation alternative does neglect the infrastructure that's needed for that increase in demand. This development is promising to bring over 530 more secure bicycle parking spaces, and we're looking forward to working with the Two Trees team to complete this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Gioino? If not, thank you again. And we will move on to Katie Horowitz, to be followed by Lionel Bremond and Adam Ganser.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. My name is Katie Denny Horowitz. I'm the Executive Director of the North Brooklyn Parks Alliance. And we're a nonprofit community organization that was founded around the 2005 Greenpoint Williamsburg waterfront rezoning as the neighborhood's Parks Conservancy. Today, our stated mission is to create an equitable, accessible, and vibrant parks and open space system here in North Brooklyn. And it's with this mission in mind that I'm here today to testify in support of River Ring and its resilient and environmentally innovative design approach to the Williamsburg waterfront. North Brooklyn, as you might know, is historically underserved when it comes to parks, and the vast majority of city parkland promised through the 2005 rezoning has yet to be created. The River Ring proposal adds 6 new acres of publicly accessible park and open space that is explicitly designed to engage, educate, and inspire New Yorkers to embrace our waterways, which our environmentally active community considers open space as well as land. This project will restore salt marshes, wetlands, oyster beds, tidal flats, enriching wildlife and habitat while creating new protected areas for recreation and environmental education. Its development also moves us closer to the city's and our community's efforts to create a continuous and accessible green space, which Terry discussed, along Brooklyn's waterfront, helping to fulfill a master plan that our community has vigorously demanded for more than a generation. In addition to the proposed park, Two Trees has been a longstanding leader in our community for the creation, maintenance, and programming of park space, most notably with the area's beloved Domino Park, where Two Trees has established a reputation for high quality maintenance and depth of community engagement that offers a strong model for urban parks everywhere. The park proposed as part of River Ring goes further. A first of its kind public waterfront park, the proposal can also set an important precedent as we confront climate change and continued environmental challenges, issues made even more clear with the recent devastation of Hurricane Ida. Designed to evolve with climate change and reduce the impacts of a rising river, the project will feature berms, breakwaters, marshes, wetlands, all designed to take the energy out of storm surges we've recently seen in New York, hopefully reducing flooding and erosion and better protecting our North Brooklyn waterfront. On a personal note, I've lived in the North Brooklyn community for 20 years where I'm raising my 2 sons, and I've been working for local and citywide parks organizations for most of that time. And I have to say that the proposed park is brilliant with unparalleled opportunity for community engagement. New Yorkers should expect more of development and, for that matter, of developers, and River Ring is an example that such expectations can be met. Thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thanks very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Horowitz? If not, I thank you again. And our next speaker will be Lionel Guy Bremond.
Lionel is not in the room.
Okay, then our next speaker will be Adam Ganser, to be followed by Michael Kowachka and Megan Rickerson.
I don't see Mr. Ganser in the room. Is that correct?
Okay.
Can unmute his mic if he's able to.
Is this Mr. Kowachka?
Yes, sir.
Good to speak. Yeah, let's go with you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning or good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Michael Kowachka, and I'm a 4th generation Greenpointer. I volunteer on the Greenpoint YMC board, the PS 110 PTA, and the Community Board 1 Land Use Committee that deliberated this project. Through various public hearings, it is increasingly clear that is strong, diverse community support for the affordable housing included in this project, as well as the park, the new Y, and the job creation that will be generated. Project supporters outnumber opponents at each of our public hearings. And I found that the vast majority of opposition to the River Ring is coming from immediate neighbors to the site, specifically the condo buildings at Northside Piers, 184 Kent, 80 Metro, and 330 Wythe, where residents may experience negative impacts on their waterfront views. Currently, neighbors enjoy uninterrupted views over the site, which is vacant except for a few interim uses. The folks that insist that the site remain zoned for manufacturing are being disingenuous. They would really just prefer that nothing gets developed there. The truth is, this site on Williamsburg's Gold Coast will never remain vacant. It is far too valuable as a potential residential site that includes hundreds of affordable apartments, or even with this existing zoning, which can be used for big box retail, distribution, and last mile delivery. We all know that the Two Trees proposal can be improved upon. That is what this process is for. So we can give our input and recommendations to maximize the community benefits from any development on the site. In my mind, the mix of affordable housing, park space, and community facilities like the YMCA in the Two Trees proposal does just that. I urge you to approve the proposal with workable conditions that can ensure that the site can actually be developed with the community benefits that are being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Kowachka? If not, I thank you again, and we will move on to Megan Rickerson, to be followed by Eric Huntley and Brian Rodriguez.
Megan, Eric, and Brian are not in the room.
Okay. Then the next speaker would be Andy McDowell, followed by Marva Babel and Henry Rodriguez.
Testing, testing.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, great. All right. Well, first of all, thank you for letting me speak. Second of all, I wanted to thank Two Trees for an excellent presentation. You know, I'm speaking in support of the CB1 recommendations. I wanted to say that I feel like Two Trees is an excellent developer. It's exceedingly rare that developers put as much care into architecture and planning as this company does. And so, you know, within that framework, you know, they're an exceptional company. The bigger issue here is, you know, what's happening to our waterfront, you know, by and large, and the results of the 2005 rezoning, which ultimately is a travesty. It's a kind of a giveaway that has allowed what will be almost a wall to be built along our waterfront, and the mandated green space amounts to like a thin green carpet along the edge. And if you've ever been to Domino Park on a weekend, it's beautiful and the design is excellent, but it's wall-to-wall people. Like it's not really that relaxing. It's more like being at like a outdoor version of a nightclub or something like that. And so my feeling is that the city could exercise more leverage. I feel like the city has enough leverage to get more for its citizens than what might amount to 105 like actually affordable apartments. And I don't know if you've looked at rents of like quote unquote you know, below market housing, but a 2-bedroom apartment might be $7,000 or $6,000, rents that I don't know many people who could afford, and that's the below market figure on a lot of these. So I feel like as much as it would be great to have this incredible park and this really kind of seductive feature, which also extends into the water, because if you took those giant towers without the extra park, it would squeeze right up to the edge of the water. So I do think that the city should rethink how easily it gives away our sky. And I do think there's a lot of people in the community, even if they're not aware of all these meetings, who are very bummed out about how many tall buildings and potentially really tall buildings are being proposed on our waterfront. So you have the power to slow this down. Do I get to keep going?
If you're concluded, Vice Chair, I believe the chair has stepped away for a moment. If you can take over the running the meeting, and we'll assist you with that.
Okay.
Okay, are there questions for Mr. McDowell? If not, thank you, Mr. McDowell, for your remarks. Our next speaker?
I believe Marva Babel has signed up, followed by Henry Rodriguez.
Marva is not in the room.
Mr. Rodriguez?
There's a dial in. There we go. We have him here. Let's try and get him unmuted.
Okay.
Mr. Rodriguez, you should be able to unmute. We're having some technical difficulties. We can reach out and then we'll move on.
Yeah, move on. Come back.
So I believe Juana de Jesus had already spoken in our yes, and so Jose Ray Acosta. Oh, Henry, Mr. Rodriguez, we can hear you now. You can speak now, Mr. Rodriguez. All right. Not sure if he's paying attention. We'll move on. We have William Meehan who is signed up to speak. Let's have
Mr. Meehan?
There we go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. My name is William Meehan. My boyfriend and I lived on Metropolitan Avenue near the proposed development for several years, and I'm asking the commission to support River Ring without reducing the size of the building. The community benefits of this project are huge, but the housing alone is hugely important. New York has a severe shortage, and with people moving back after COVID, it's only getting worse. The market rate for my 2-bedroom went up $700 a month from 2020 to 2021, forcing me to move out despite being relatively well off. And there's plenty who are, have already had to move out years ago because of rent going up for them. North Williamsburg has very few apartments that are affordable at 40% AMI, and it's great that River Ring would provide those permanently. I think the commission should support a larger number of affordable units, especially at lower AMIs, but not at the expense of the building size. Given the neighborhood context, the proposed rezoning is more than reasonable. I actually think the commission should consider approving C6-4 zoning without parking if we're able to get a couple more hundred affordable units out of it. The commission has talked and heard a lot about planning for climate change today. To that end, I think the commission should request that 2 trees eliminate car parking on the site. Car parking induces car ownership, which induces car driving, and we can't have that for a climate-friendly city. There are already 2 parking garages across the street, so eliminating parking does not actually impede car access. Residents who move here could easily take the L train, where the MTA is adding 20% capacity, which is about an extra 8,000 people per hour. To replace the car parking, I would like 2 trees to expand their proposed partnership with UNI to provide more secure bike parking instead. Thank you. Please approve the project.
Thank you, Mr. Meehan. Questions? There being none, thank you, sir.
My intel is that we have Megan Rickerson back in the room. She was called previously.
Ms. Rickerson?
I'm for restaurants. I signed up for restaurants and I was just coming on at 1 o'clock. So
Okay,
sorry about that.
No, that's okay. We'll
Thank
get we'll get you in that room. Sorry about that.
Appreciate
Thanks.
it.
All right. Get the next speaker. The next speaker signed up is June Ramirez.
June is not in the room.
Rosangel Perez.
Rose is also not in the room.
And then finally, we have the last speaker we have signed up for this item right now is Lori Raphael.
Ms. Raphael?
Do you have her in the room? And she appears to be ready to go.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Lori Raphael, and I'm a Senior Vice President with the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce, and I'm speaking in full support of the River Ring project. The River Ring project addresses the borough's need for additional housing of all types with 313 affordable units, 25% of the total, and with 30,000 square feet of neighborhood retail, 6 acres of waterfront park, resiliency infrastructure, and waterfront educational opportunities. We view this project as a contextual and welcome addition to the Williamsburg waterfront. Two Trees has consistently offered well-designed projects that meet a wide range of the needs of the communities in which they build. In addition to affordable housing, the project will create 506 permanent jobs and over 2,000 construction jobs. This is a significant amount of job creation in our post-pandemic economy. The site is designed for storm resiliency, which is an increasingly necessary measure to protect against flooding as we address the effects of climate change. Sustainable features include an infrastructure that will not rely on or in any way burden the city's sewer, stormwater, or electrical grid. Two Trees has made every effort in its design to maximize the affordable housing, build density compatible to the surrounding neighborhood, and to find unique architectural and design solutions to site conditions and constraints. The site opens up and improves connectivity to the waterfront for the community and all Brooklynites, and represents a model for sustainable waterfront design with minimal impact to existing infrastructure. The Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce is in full support of the River Ring project and its positive economic, community, and environmental equity benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Raphael? Thank you very much. Ryan, are there any further speakers on this item?
Let me refresh the speed on this one. No, that appears to be the final speaker on this item. See. Yes, that's the last speaker on this item.
So the hearing is therefore closed.
Yes, and can I know that there is a DEIS on this, and so if Mr. Secretary, you could read the appropriate language on that. I do not have it right in front of me right now.
Absolutely, and good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chairman. Because there is a DEIS that's under review concurrently or parallel with the ULURP application that was heard today, the comment record for the DEIS will remain open for 10 days. The public comment period will remain open until October 18th, 2021. So anyone wishing to submit written comments may do so.
Thank you.
And if I may suggest that we do a second call on the earlier item, we have an assemblyman who has waited very patiently to speak on that item.
Assemblyman Burgos, right?
That's right.
Okay.
So let's have that call.
Assemblyman.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I don't think the video is failing to start, but you can hear me, which is the most important part. First off, thank you all for having me. I apologize. I didn't make it originally early in the morning, but thank you for allowing me to testify here today. I am here in the capacity as an assemblyman, but also as a former staffer in the city council. The Castle Hill bid was a project that I've worked on pretty much since its inception. I think we're about 4 or 5 years in the making here, and I am here to give my full support for this project. The Castle Hill bid is a worthy bid, and they had the landlords, the owners, the business owners, the stakeholders have worked diligently, providing all the necessary detail and work needed to start a bid. I think we have full support of the community in the area. Castle Hill was a long-time shopping district that unfortunately has fallen a bit into disrepair, quite a bit of disinvestment, and I think this bid would really bring it back, not just only to its former glory, but really bring it to the 21st century and be a true shopping hub that will benefit not just business owners, but residents and homeowners alike. So I am here again in full support. My office will be in full support and be helpful to the bid. I've also spoken with the council member who has given me permission to speak on his behalf as well. He continues to support this bid, both financially and also with his team in any capacity needed. And we really just think it'll be a huge and really impactful project in this borough and in our neighborhood. So with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Assemblyman Burgos? There being none, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Did I hear the chair?
It sounds like the chair is back.
All right.
Okay.
I'm back.
believe
Thank
we can
you.
close that hearing.
Call the next. That's correct. We'll close that hearing and move on to the next one.
Okay.
We call the item, please.
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, Chair Learmont. Our last item today to be heard is a citywide item, calendar number 37. And 210 or zoning text amendment concerning open restaurants text amendment.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner.
Public hearing text
Here.
amendment.
Thank you. The first speaker will be Deborah Glick, Assemblywoman, and followed by Harvey Epstein, also from the Assembly, and then the Honorable Gail Brewer, Borough President of Manhattan.
Madam Chair, I'm logging off.
Ready to go? Thank you.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Assemblymember Glick, we're
Okay.
ready for you.
Terrific, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Assemblymember Glick, and I represent much of Lower Manhattan, below 14th Street, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk on the citywide open restaurants text amendment, which I understand will expand the number of restaurant spaces in the city that have access to outdoor seating by granting an as-of-right allowance for sidewalk cafe space. This amendment would also grandfather existing cafe spaces and allow near permanence in sidewalk seating in neighborhood streetscapes, regardless of who the restaurant operator is. I'm concerned about many aspects of the zoning text amendment and this administration's efforts to implement sweeping changes to communities while bypassing local community oversight during its waning days. Look, during the pandemic, everyone supported emergency measures to support and save our restaurants. We were happy to have access to social distancing while dining and to have takeout more available. But one size does not fit all neighborhoods in this arena. I represent many mixed-use neighborhoods where people live directly above these venues and have been overburdened by crowded sidewalks with limited accessibility for many people, with whether it's strollers or a person who has a walker or a wheelchair. There's decidedly excess refuse, and an explosion in rats that's completely undeniable. Many of them are finding shelter under these shanties. And there is also an inability to get deliveries easily, or even to take a cab close to home if one needs to do so. I feel that ceding public space to one industry for commercial use that can only be enjoyed by those who can afford to use it and do so without community review and input is plain wrong. It is also a problem for other businesses that have lost visibility because they can't be seen from the other side of the street. Foot traffic is discouraged if there's too much sidewalk congestion. And if this were to pass, that public space given over to essentially private landlords who now believe the public space is for them to charge additional rent. We have what appears to be an abandoned, rather large outside dining that DOT has sent a cease and desist letter to because it has several violations, none of which have been corrected. And when I said, well, has an abandonment letter been sent? They said, well, they talked to the property owner and the restaurant's going to open soon. Well, you know, not in the middle of winter, it's not. It hasn't opened since spring or summer or into the fall. So we have this large structure that is impeding the ability of other businesses to get their deliveries. The unfettered expansion is a threat to the livability of our city for those who live in mixed use districts. Now, I understand, I grew up in Eastern Queens. Residential areas were quite separate from commercial areas, and it may not be a problem there, but the burden has fallen on those in mixed use neighborhoods. So Community Board 1, 2, and 3 account for 1,424 operating sidewalk roadway dining applications, with more to be approved. Queens, one of my favorite places, largest borough by area, has 227 fewer applications than those for just below 14th Street in Manhattan. So the burden is clearly not evenly divided, as the use of the sidewalk space is not evenly or equitably distributed. The promises of enforcement have never materialized. And people who live there, their ability to help their kids with homework, or just have a quiet dinner at home, or just take a nap in the early evening, in mixed use neighborhoods, it's near impossible. As I said, other businesses are also disadvantaged. They can't get their deliveries. They have to go down to the corner. It's a burden for only the advantage of one industry. There don't appear to be any studies that demonstrate that the city has examined the impact on emergency services. We have very narrow streets in parts of Lower Manhattan and parts of Brooklyn. And we don't have any study on the impact on public health from the added garbage and rats, or the economic cost to other businesses. Now, I know you're going to have a lot of folks speak, but let me just close by saying that doing this without wiping away decades of an effective oversight, an ability for community boards to say what works in their neighborhood, is wrong. And I just want to share with you, I was going home the other night. I was half a block away and I heard rather loud music. I didn't know whether it was some truck that was, party truck that was going through or something. So I went to the corner, and it was a busy street that has several restaurants on it. And this was, what people are living with if they live, the people who live on that block. This is what, at 6:30, 7 o'clock at night, what was going on. Now, that may be fine for the few days when we have Mardi Gras or something, but it cannot be a permanent fixture of New York. People deserve to have a quality of life that is currently being eroded. We're not out of the emergency. This has authorization for another year, but this proposal, so there's no rush except that it's the end of one administration, but there's no rush in reviewing this now. And it is important for the people who live in communities that have already had to bear the burden, that they not have a future that is handed over for this kind of continued disruption to their basic lives. We love restaurants. I love to eat. People who know me know that, but there has to be a balance. And I'm asking you to reject this now, tell the city to go back, review this, and at least give community boards the opportunity to weigh in. Eliminating that is wrong and unacceptable. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member. Are there any questions for the Assembly Member from the Commission? Not, thank you very much for your time and patience. And we'll call on Harvey.
No, actually, Commissioner Ortiz has a hand raised.
Oh, I can't. Oh, I didn't see it. Okay. Hi, Commissioner, please.
Hi. Yes, thank you
Sorry.
so much for your testimony. I think that, you know, finding a balance here is absolutely critical, and I share some of your concerns. You know, one thing that came up during review was the role that community boards would play in, you know, approving these and also addressing bad actors. You know, and we were given assurances on Monday that there does continue to be a role for community boards. And so, you know, I think, you know, just clarification of their role and understanding, because I think it goes a long way towards making sure that, you know, before someone gets approved and after approval, there are ways to rectify problems. You know, I think that that is an important piece of what will make this the right kind of legislation or policy, excuse me.
Well, you know, with all due respect, the assurances that have come from the administration, and I have a lot of friends at DOT, this isn't something that they are used to handling at all. This was always under consumer affairs. I don't know why this was changed, except it became the, you know, part of it was the roadway. But there has been no demonstrable evidence that issues are resolved, and bad actors who are abundant have any negative recourse. I mean, they said to me they had a cease and desist, lots of violations, none of which were never cured. The thing is definitely not being used. I don't know when it will be used, and yet it still is there. So the assurances of the city are thin at best. And I think that what has been effective, and look, this is a neighborhood and an area that's had a lot of sidewalk cafes. We like that, but we like it within reason. You know, this is an emergency, and I don't blame people for taking an extra, you know, 10 or 15 feet. I want to be sympathetic to those businesses, and we all have been. But the restaurants that have played by the rules are also disadvantaged by those who haven't, and DOT is not doing a good job right now in balancing that. So people who play by the rules are screwed, and people who are exceeding what is allowed, you know, have effectively lobbied for an ongoing opportunity to disobey the rules.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Assemblymember Glick. Okay, the next speaker will be Harvey Epstein.
Harvey is not present at this time.
Okay, then the next speaker we will have is Borough President Gail Brewer from the Borough of Manhattan.
Thank you very much. I'm on a 3 Zoom, so I hope you can see me and hear me. I'm not doing too well on all 3 of them, but I'm trying. I am Gail Brewer, and I am the Manhattan Borough President, and thank you for this opportunity. I have to say, maybe unlike some of my colleagues, I am super, super supportive of the outdoor dining, and I love the fact that it is in the streets and on the sidewalks. However, and it just really changes the landscape and the dynamics. I think I learned from Amanda Burton that it is important to have active streetscapes, and the restaurants do that when they're out and about. But I have to say that this zoning text amendment, which is the open restaurant, sidewalk cafe zoning text amendment, as proposed by DOT and city planning, does have concerns that need to be addressed. Every community board in Manhattan has dealt with this, and we've had a borough board discussion of this, and I think they have some legitimate issues. But we have to remember that the restaurants were hit really hard during COVID. We know that. And we know that they had, even today, emergency health measures, eating and drinking, it lost revenue. They lost revenue, and some of them closed. And the program has been, this temporary open restaurants program, in my opinion, has been a success in many ways. It helped reopen businesses when health guidelines allowed. And as you know, it's given us outdoor space, socially distanced space. And despite all of these issues, such as inconsistent enforcement, to the credit of DOT, they opened and allowed these restaurants to reopen very quickly. And I think that is extremely admirable. The problem is the rollout, and it didn't have enough community and stakeholder input. I know there are some people who are never satisfied, but there are people who are. And by asking for approval of the proposed zoning text amendment before providing a detailed description, this is the real issue, of the permanent DOT program that would replace it, the applicants are asking the public to take a leap of faith, and that's the problem. Before being able to recommend approval to remove the zoning governing sidewalk cafes, there are several questions about its replacement that need to be further addressed. I think you know about the enforcement issues. Where they are open restaurants, some residents have had to figure out, as you heard earlier from Assembly Member Glick, the higher noise levels. And we've heard that from community board members and litter. And some of these communities were left without an opportunity to weigh in on the provisions for the proposed program. DOT has indicated in their presentations that they would handle enforcements of barriers and clear paths and all those ADA issues, which to me are incredibly important. And the police department would enforce noise. Well, that's not going to happen. And the Department of Sanitation would continue to be responsible for garbage removal. Easier said than done. I also, we've also got the in terms of the noise, we know about noise, and then there is the trash. And I have to say, one in my neighborhood has graffiti all over it. So you know what I did? I went to the paint store and got some yellow paint and told them to paint the damn thing. But not everybody's going to do that. They did paint it, I have to be honest with you. And of course, we know that, Department of Sanitation is responsible for trash collection, but there has to be support from the restaurants, and they have to be forced to do it to mitigate all of these impacts. And we know that, if it's not just that DOT should develop a citywide trash collection plan, they have to have, somebody has to be the carrot and the stick to make sure that whatever is decided to be the program gets implemented. I don't need to talk to you about rats because everybody knows that this is a big problem. So as part of the zoning change, what we're asking is DOT must have a plan in place. And we can argue whether it's DOT, Consumer Affairs, I understand that's another issue. Whatever agency it is, and obviously people should work together. There are 25 city and state agencies that work on the streets, just in case you're counting. DOT should evaluate applications based on their noise impact, look carefully at the different standards for outdoor dining in the neighborhoods. I was happy that DOT intends to consider compliance in evaluating the renewal of the open restaurants applications, but again, details on the criteria which would lead to license revocation are missing. We need a detailed enforcement plan. That's the same thing I've said over, and others have said the same thing. With the removal of the text in the zoning resolution, certain geographic restrictions on sidewalk cafes would be permanently lifted. As you know, there is a prohibition of or limit on sidewalk cafes in certain special districts like Hudson Yards, West Chelsea, East Harlem corridor. And during the temporary program, understandably, these zoning measures were overridden. But with the proposed action, they would be permanently removed. Is that the right thing, the wrong thing? Need to discuss it. Some of these restrictions were meant to ensure that sidewalk widenings that were intended to improve pedestrian flow were not used for sidewalk cafes. I have to say, I have friends in very large wheelchairs, and in some cases, they can't get through because it's not enough space. That can't be a problem. And we know that in West Chelsea Special District, sidewalk cafes are only allowed on wide streets, as more narrow streets were deemed inappropriate for this outdoor dining. As indicated in their presentation at Monday's review session, the required pedestrian clear path would be larger for select CBD districts, central business district corridors. However, there needs to be more attention paid to specific local conditions with an acknowledgement that certain sidewalks that may remain inappropriate for sidewalk seating. All of these restaurants are given a right to use public sidewalk and street space with the proposed program. DOT and the Department of City Planning should continue to explore other uses of that space because there are retail establishments. What's their status? Do they get to participate this in any way? There are community and cultural groups that could make use of repurposed street space. That's why I always call for a public realm czar. I know that's not the purpose of this hearing, but that would help us. The impact of sidewalk and roadway dining on dry goods retail should be evaluated. The use of this space for seating is good for the restaurant industry, and we want them to succeed because they were so impacted by the pandemic. But we have to worry about the negative effect it could have on adjacent businesses in a permanent program. Of course, we also have to worry about bike lanes or bus lanes. And the other day there was a manhole under somebody's outdoor cafe. I don't know how it ended up in terms of the who was going to go underneath that outdoor cafe. I don't know what happened. These concerns, and of course, the community boards brought up a lot of them. And to their credit, they spent a lot of time trying to be supportive, at least in most cases, and coming up with some positive ideas. That's what we need is, if the proposed DOT program were available for review alongside the proposed zoning text amendment, that would be helpful. Because we need some general guidelines regarding future plan for the program. They have been shared in public presentations, but it's hard to make comments on specifics because we don't have enough detail. So I strongly support, unlike maybe some of my colleagues, a permanent outdoor dining program for all the reasons that I said at the beginning. But because of some of these challenges, I can't support this application in its current form. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Borough President Brewer. And I'll take questions from the commission. Vice Chair Knuckles.
Thank you. I had to unmute. Borough President, good afternoon. And thank you for your testimony. I'm sure you are aware of the concerns most recently expressed by Deborah Glick, Assemblywoman Glick, but certainly in Northern Manhattan, there's been real concern about the infestation problem. And I'm just wondering, from your vantage point, obviously sanitation, the department has to address this, but is there an additional burden to be met by the business owners, or should there be a more specialized response a focused response on the part of government? I'm just interested in what might be your take on that.
I would say that there's a rat everywhere in this city right now. So the rats are the ones that end up being the victors if we don't solve this problem. You're absolutely right. I think it's enforcement. I mean, the sanitation department can't do it all. So every restaurant owner has to be made to clear his or her path around that outdoor cafe. They're supposed to do it anyway for the 18 inches. There's just a whole lot of not enough enforcement. So if this plan can't make sure that enforcement takes place, that's a big problem. I will say that we also need, however, more pickups from the sanitation department in general. I know that's not part of this zoning proposal, but the Parks Department only picks up 7 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. and they should be picking up at 7 p.m. That's why we got rats, because they can eat from 2:30 until 7 a.m. the next morning. And then the rats also come into the streets. So to answer your question is, it would be good to have a complete process so the two agencies talk to each other. This would be DOT, sanitation. I don't know how consumer affairs is involved. That's why I want my public realms are. But you're right, you can't do this program if you don't have a sanitation program that goes with it. I already see garbage around some of the structures. And the other thing with the structures, which answers your question, in the long term, when we used to have remember the old enclosed outdoor cafes. Okay, the restaurant goes away. What happens to the enclosed outdoor cafe? We had to take one down, literally brick by brick, because, it was just sitting there for like 3 years. So you got to figure out what you're doing if the restaurant goes away, fails. What happens to that structure that's now in the parking lane or even on the street? All of this has not been cleared to me. And I don't like the graffiti. So like you heard me, I've got my paint.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the commission? Well, I thank you very much for your testimony. I think it is clear that when we have post-hearing follow-up, that we will have some more interest in understanding more robustly what enforcement of the program will be. And that will be something that will be made clear to the public also. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So the next, you're welcome. We will now hear from Kathleen Riley, followed by Andrew Ridgey and Robert Bookman. I will note that we're going to follow the procedure of having 5 speakers in opposition, followed by 5 speakers in support, going back and forth until we've exhausted the speakers list. Thank you.
Ms. Riley, you should be able to unmute your microphone. There we go.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, just put me back in as a panelist. Hi, everyone. My name is Kathleen Riley. I'm with the New York State Restaurant Association, and we're here today to support the zoning change proposed, which would eliminate geographical constraints for sidewalk cafes and would be part of the process to create a permanent outdoor dining program to succeed the open restaurants program we have in place now. During the height of the pandemic, outdoor dining was a lifeline for businesses who were otherwise shut down. It allowed them to do more business and employ servers at a point when on-premise dining was otherwise off the table. Within our membership, most open restaurants participants were new to outdoor dining. They had not had sidewalk cafes before due to geographical, space, or logistical and cost constraints. With open restaurants, businesses across the 5 boroughs have been able to participate in public life, provide safe public spaces to gather, and they've brought new life to the storefront scene. I would actually argue, some people have said it could have a negative impact for other businesses on corridors with open restaurants. I have seen the opposite, where there's increased foot traffic along these roads. They're exciting, people want to be walking down them, and that brings feet and businesses, people and eyes to the same businesses who are neighbors to these restaurants. Open restaurants has also been immensely popular, and that's not just with our members and their diners, but also in general. It's the #1 thing we're hearing from outside the industry that people have cited as a pandemic era change for the better. As much as we wish it were, the pandemic is also not over yet, and its damages will be even longer lasting. With the Delta variant and the current vaccine mandates in place, some New Yorkers just feel safer eating outside and others are only allowed to eat outside. Restaurants are still hurting from the pandemic. In a recent survey done by our partners at the National Restaurant Association, restaurants from New York reported the following. 71% of operators have lower sales in August 2021 compared to August 2019. 62% of operators report worse business conditions now than even 3 months ago. And most operators predict a very long road ahead in the return to normal business conditions. We had 20% said it would take 7 to 12 months, 49% predict more than a year, and 18% say it will never happen. With that kind of hurt and damage still so widely felt by restaurant operators, it's critical to support our restaurants' recovery so we can support our city's recovery. Expanded opportunities for outdoor dining will be an important component of the restaurant industry's recovery and an opportunity to embrace one of the few good things from our COVID-19 experience. We strongly support the zoning change that would allow this to happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Riley. Are there any questions from the commission? Seeing none, I say thank you again. And our next speaker will be Andrew Ridgie. Is Mr. Ridgie here?
Mr. Ridgie, you should be able to turn on your microphone.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Ridgie. I am the Executive Director of the New York City Hospitality Alliance, an association that represents restaurants and nightlife establishments throughout the 5 boroughs. We thank you for the opportunity and for consideration of our comments in support of the open restaurant text amendment. So nearly 12,000 restaurants have participated in the emergency open restaurants program that was created in response to the pandemic. Outdoor dining has helped save thousands and thousands of small businesses. It's credited with saving 100,000 jobs, and it kept people safe while providing us the opportunity to socialize over a great meal al fresco during the crisis. Now, because of its popularity, the city council and mayor enacted legislation directing the city to create a permanent open restaurants program. To be clear, this does not mean the temporary emergency program we see now on the sidewalks and streets and all the aspects which have been referenced here today will be made permanent. Rather, it sets the stage for the legislative rulemaking and public engagement process to develop the permanent outdoor dining program, which will be subject to public review and comment. It's also important to be clear what this proposed text amendment is and what it's not. As the commissioners know, they are being asked to vote on a text amendment that removes sidewalk cafes from the zoning resolution only, which is restricted where sidewalk cafes can be located on the sidewalk, and it governs certain aspects of how they are situated throughout the 5 boroughs. The proposed text amendment is solely about sidewalk cafes. The commission is not being asked to approve all aspects of the yet to be developed permanent outdoor dining program, such as roadway seating or any of the other aspects and requirements that will eventually govern the permanent program. The temporary emergency open restaurants program showed us that sidewalk cafes can be successful, inclusive, and distributed more equitably when they're not restricted by zoning. For instance, you see more sidewalk cafes in low-income neighborhoods, under the train L, and in other locations where the pandemic showed us that sidewalk cafes can be successful. And it should be noted, we do not need zoning to restrict where sidewalk cafes can and cannot be. And sidewalk cafes, frankly, were not even always in the zoning resolution. And it's important to note that issues like accessibility, clearance, pedestrian safety, congestion can and are addressed in outdoor dining rules and regulations, all which happen outside of zoning. So we urge the Planning Commission to vote in favor of this text amendment, and it will allow our elected leaders and agencies to have a clean slate to develop the future of our city's outdoor dining system and culture. The Open Restaurants program has shown us that our city can take on big transformative projects, and the text amendment is the next technical step in developing the permanent outdoor dining. Passing this, can I just finish? I have one more sentence. Passing this proposal will help define the future of New York City's streetscape for decades to come. Outdoor dining is and will continue to be a critical part of our restaurant industry's recovery, sustainability, and New York City will not recover unless our restaurants are the core of the recovery from rebuilding, resiliency.
Thank you. That was a long last sentence. Are there questions for Mr. Ridgey from the commission? If not, Commissioner Ortiz, please.
Hi, thank you. Sorry not to be on video at this moment, but question for you, Andrew. You know, one of the issues that has come up has been related to enforcement and really how do you manage bad actors? You know, this is your industry. You know, what would you recommend to the city in terms of enforcement that would be fair for all parties?
Yeah, I mean, it's somewhat of a long-winded response, but quickly, there needs to be enforcement. I think pre-pandemic, there was significant, and we would even say over-enforcement of sidewalk cafes. We can get into many of the ridiculous violations that have been issued and fines issued. I think the pandemic changed everything. Places were trying to survive. The city and the state, I won't get into too much of it, the rules were changing, who had enforcement authority kept changing. So I wouldn't say what has happened with enforcement or other aspects of the program during this pandemic crisis are necessarily reflective of what will happen under a permanent program. I suspect, and I would hope a permanent program would have more enforcement. And at the end of the day, we want enforcement and we want compliance because we don't want bad actors ruining it for all the great restaurants out there that are trying to do the right thing. So enforcement has to be there. And I suspect as we come out of the pandemic, we're already seeing it, there will continue to be more enforcement. And the guidelines need to be clear so businesses know what they can do, what they can't do, and how to do it, and what the expectations are. And throughout the pandemic, with the federal, state, and city regulations, there was not always that clarity, or it was changing frequently.
Thank you. And can I appreciate that. Can I ask another follow-up with respect to fees? There's been, you know, it's a balance of trying to make sure that the city, that this is a revenue neutral impact, but that it is something that restaurants can afford. Do you have any thoughts about what kind of fee structure is appropriate?
I mean, it's something that needs to be discussed. It definitely needs to be less expensive than the pre-pandemic sidewalk cafe program. Those consent fees were really expensive. So it ended up being cost prohibitive for many small businesses, particularly outside of Manhattan, but in Manhattan as well, to have sidewalk cafes. So I think we could have a permitting licensing fee, and there should be some modest fee. We also have to take into account the number of jobs it creates and tax revenue that it creates and additional economic activity that's generated for the city of New York. So I think it should be less expensive than the pre-pandemic sidewalk cafe system was. So it's more inclusive. And I think it should have some general costs that we'd expect, as do other permits and licenses that are required for other uses in the city.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? Then I thank you very much, Mr. Ridgey, for your testimony.
Thank you, Chair.
Next, you're welcome. Robert Bookman, followed by Pamela Zambrano and Jeffrey Bank.
Thank you. My name is Rob Bookman. I'm counsel to the New York City Hospitality Alliance, but I'm also a partner in a law firm that deals with restaurants and small businesses. I've been involved with sidewalk cafes for 40 years now. It's hard to believe. Since 1981, when I was counsel at the Department of Consumer Affairs, and in private practice since then. So I'm very familiar, with it. And when I was at Consumer Affairs, as most people don't recall, we had a sidewalk cafe law which allowed any lawful restaurant to apply for a sidewalk cafe. Zoning was added on as an additional layer back in 1980. All we're talking about now is removing that additional layer so as to allow a more robust possibility, not as of right, as Assemblywoman Glick said, but for individual lawful restaurants to be able to apply for a sidewalk cafe. There were only 1,500 licensed sidewalk cafes before the pandemic, and over 11,000 restaurants participated in the emergency program. The 1,500 were almost all in Manhattan. The 11,000 were throughout the 5 boroughs. What that shows is that the old law was too restrictive, both in its cost and frankly, in the zoning overlay, which prohibited many places from being able to apply for sidewalk cafes. Also, zoning is not an ideal way to regulate what is, in fact, a license category because it's designed not to be nimble and quick. It took us years under the Bloomberg administration to get the change to allow for small cafes on areas that were previously restricted under zoning, and turned out to be no problem at all once we allowed for small cafes. So the proper forum for the concerns raised, by my friend, the borough president, and some of the community boards I work with is not the zoning law, but it's the city council, where the community boards know how to have input, where they will have input, where all their council members listen to them, because a law needs to be passed to end the old sidewalk cafe law and create a new one. And that law hasn't been drafted yet. We're negotiating it. All parties, all stakeholders are being listened to, and the regulations come after that. They want to put the cart before the horse. They want regulations first. It doesn't work that way. First, we have to pass a law. We have to figure out which agency is going to be responsible, and there will be clearances and safety concerns in that law. There will be congestion standards, all of the issues that they want. There will be design concerns that will take care of the issues that was properly brought up about rats, most of which is design issues. There may not even be structures in the roadway, permanent structures any longer under the new law. It may simply be tables and chairs and umbrellas. We don't know yet. The point is, zoning and the old zoning overlay is not the way to handle it. The city council is more than capable of dealing with these issues, and whether it's consumer affairs or DOT, all the stakeholders will work with them in coming out with fair regulations that work for everyone. Now, I just made it. Thank you.
Thank you. You did make it.
Happy to answer
any questions. Any questions for Mr. Bookman? If not, I thank you very much for your testimony.
And I thank all of you.
Zambrano.
Hello. Ms. Zambrano. Oh, there you go.
Hello.
Hi, how are you? All right. Hi, so I'm speaking as a restaurant manager and a member of the community. The Department of City Planning and Department of Transportation, they're working to create a zoning text amendment to basically remove geographic restrictions where sidewalk cafes are able to be located. Therefore, I think that they should be taking into consideration all types of restrictions, such as city bikes, tree pits, outdoor emergency exit gates, basement gates. All these kind of things haven't been brought up. There are multiple public obstructions that need to be taken into consideration to be able to offer a fair fight for all restaurants. As stated, in order for restaurants to be able to participate in the open restaurant program, they need to meet a criteria, such as a clear path, which means that the tables and chairs must be away from hydrants and businesses next door and allow at least 6 feet of space for travelers to pass by. If restaurants are able to create a clear path and provide respectable space from neighboring businesses and follow proper emergency measurements, I think a thing like the amenity zone should be taken into consideration when making zoning laws. As explained, offering to cut red tapes for restaurant owners means that they need to listen to the restaurant owners and work with certain situations case by case. Outdoor structures have been improved by the community board and that have been accepted by the open restaurant program should be considered to file some sort of exception to be taken into consideration. The right for a restaurant to gain 20 extra seats versus for one restaurant to only gain 3 extra seats due to obstructions that have been in our area way before that these rules were made. The right, I do believe that we are supposed to let go of these very specific rules that are made. I do think that our staff that we have brought in, thanks to having these open restaurant, has been able to improve our restaurant in an immense way. This has really increased our livelihood, and we have been able to
employ at least 15 extra people in our restaurant thanks to the outdoor dining. So I do think that this is something that should be kept permanent, because telling employees that they're not able to have their job permanently is something that's not well for any kind of business. I do think that after restaurants fought so hard to stay open during COVID, that they should be able to stay here much after, because we should be able to file for exceptions for outdoor dining, because we've already complied to all the rules that have been given to us. And we're all learning at the same time, the DOT, along with the community, along with restaurant owners. I do think a more communication should be given. And I do also believe that they should be taking the voices of the restaurant owners and the employees and the people that work, because we are the ones that are here day to day. We're the ones that are living off of this, and we are the ones that see what happens. So I do think that a more broad conversation should be taken with just restaurant owners and management, because we are the people that see these, and it is the lives that are being affected. I don't think that the DOT should be implementing all these rules without taking that into consideration, because like I said, making clear exceptions for a restaurant hasn't really been made clear, and we have certain situations that need to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Morano from the commission? See none, I say thank you. And we will next hear from Jeffrey Bank, to be followed by Frederica Siegel and Elizabeth Sable.
Jeffrey Bank is not in the room.
Okay, then Frederica Siegel and Elizabeth Sable and Janine Kiley.
Hi, my name's Frederica Siegel. I'm chair of the CB2 Manhattan Land Use Committee, and I am here to say that CB2 was initially in favor of the temporary open restaurants, but we have paid quite a price for that support. CB2 is home to the highest density of liquor licenses, sidewalk cafes, and destination eating and drinking establishments in New York City. The density of liquor licenses has created and continues to create quality of life impacts on our residents. Each community district is different, and CB2 is largely composed of mixed use and residential neighborhoods. Our 100 to 200-year-old buildings were not built to mitigate the negative impacts of bars and restaurants. The generic EAS that accompanied this text amendment doesn't take into account variations in the length of a block face from district to district, nor do any of the 6 prototypes outlined in the EAS properly address the unique neighborhood character of CB2. We would seem to fall into prototype number 1 with narrow streets and sidewalks, but prototype number 1 is marked by only medium restaurant concentration, and CB2 has one of the highest restaurant densities in New York. In terms of density, even prototype 6, the restaurant street scenario that envisions as many as 2 sidewalk cafes and 4 roadway cafes per block face, does not properly reflect the number of sidewalk and roadway cafes already on the streets of our district during the temporary restaurant program. And there's probably more than a dozen streets that fit that category. Nor does the text amendment propose any limits on sidewalk and roadway density per block face. There are no limits on the number of outdoor seats as a percentage of indoor seating in either sidewalk or roadway cafes. For example, currently many restaurants and bars have outdoor seating capacity in excess of their indoor seating. I don't think that was initially the plan. We have a large number of residential buildings with restaurants and bars on the ground floor. We cannot approve removing zoning resolution language that requires operable windows to be closed during the service of food and beverage. And keeping operable windows closed is the first line of defense for protecting quality of life for residents. Likewise, we support continuing the rules that outdoor diners be seated. We have 9 historic districts. Given the care that Landmarks Preservation Commission takes to regulate such small items as blade signs, it's hard to imagine how LPC would be able to regulate the design of roadway structures with their current staffing. Using fast track to do that would not be acceptable either. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Siegel. Are there any questions for Ms. Siegel? If not, I thank you for your time. And now we'll hear from Elizabeth Sabo, followed by Janine Kiley.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Sabo. I'm a resident of Greenwich Village and a member of the West Village Residents Association, as well as the West 10th Street Residents Association. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. And thank you, Representative Glick and Frederica Siegel and CB2 for all your commentary and help and leadership on this. I'll get right to it. I am adamantly opposed to making the open restaurants program permanent, because I have observed over this time that it's actually extremely dangerous. And it seems to me that it essentially throws the actual residents of at least Greenwich Village under the bus. And make no mistake, that's not going to just be metaphorical, because pedestrians are being constantly pushed into the streets and the bike lanes every single day, because most sidewalks here in the village can't accommodate a program like this. The idea that zoning laws should not be involved is a shocking and disingenuous idea. Zoning laws have always protected residents, and they should continue to do so. I'm not going to speak to all of the devastating quality of life issues here, but I do want to emphasize this one aspect. This is a dangerous plan which makes residents and visitors alike very plainly unsafe. I can illustrate this with just one very disturbing experience. I happen to advocate for seniors, but that does not usually mean having to dash into the street to rescue them like some sort of Superman. But early on in the program, I witnessed a woman in her 90s with her walker, with 2 bags of groceries tied very carefully on either side of it, stranded in the bike lane, literally trapped in the bike lane, with bikes whizzing by, with cars whizzing by, all because she could not get through on a sidewalk that was essentially converted into an open air restaurant. It was terrifying. And that doesn't just happen to the most vulnerable. This program is dangerous, rather disastrously so, at least for everyone outside of the restaurant industry. And the outlook of the industry that there'll be sufficient enforcement, I think, is again disingenuous. So please slow this down, stop rushing this, do more studies. Yes, give the restaurants another year of temporary, capital T, temporary support, but please stop rushing this to make it permanent. There's no need to make it permanent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sabo. Are there any questions? If not, thank you. And the next speaker will be Janine Kiley, followed by Mickey McGee and Catherine O'Sullivan.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Janine Kiley. I'm the chair of Manhattan Community Board 2. We join more than half of the city's community boards to oppose the citywide open restaurant text amendment. We understand that the temporary program has provided a lifeline to local restaurants, but it's a permanent solution to a temporary problem for one industry, which will create permanent quality of life problems in our dense residential neighborhoods. Meanwhile, the city says, trust us. Bottom line, one size does not fit all. The city's proposal makes permanent changes to our streets based entirely on an emergency plan designed to temporarily help one industry, albeit a powerful one, during an unprecedented global pandemic, all in the waning days of the de Blasio administration. Meanwhile, the city did not consider alternative uses of these public spaces for green space, pedestrians, education, many other uses, nor adequately address public safety concerns. The text amendment also removes all geographic prohibitions on eating and drinking establishments in residential areas and special districts that were previously excluded. It allows open windows and facades for non-conforming residential areas. That creates noise and significant quality of life problems. And it eliminates the zoning framework for the Sidewalk Cafe program, which has produced a successful balance between CB2's commercial and heavily residential uses. And it creates it removes critical protections for residents. Despite the hearing on Monday, CB2 has not forgotten how the Sidewalk Cafe program worked, and we hear that CB's community boards will still review the sidewalk cafes. However, we're opposed to excluding community board review from roadway dining. At Monday's hearing, it's clear that DCP and DOT read CB2's resolution, but the message of trust us and that we'll have better enforcement. Meanwhile, enforcement has been virtually non-existent, and we're asked to review a text amendment prior to all DOT rules for siting and design guidelines of sidewalk and roadway cafes. In a city with nearly 9 million people and diverse neighborhoods, a one-size-fits-all approach does not work. Pre-COVID, there were 863 sidewalk cafes in Manhattan, 217 in CB2. As you can see from the chart behind me, there are now more than 1,000 open restaurants in Community Board 2, the most in New York City, a 5 times increase in our small district. No wonder local residents have grave concerns about noise, trash, rats, safety, and accessibility, as well as the density of open restaurants in our mixed-use residential neighborhoods. One size does not fit all. You can figure out a way to improve the current program, but please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Kiley? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. The next speaker will be Mickey McGee.
You can begin your testimony, Mickey.
Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mickey McGee, and I live in the South Village, a pocket neighborhood wedged between Soho and Hudson Square. Our area is primarily residential with some non-conforming uses, R6 and C1 and 2 overlays. About 35% of the apartments are rent regulated. Many long-term residents had planned to age in place, and I have counted myself among them until this year. In June 2020, my neighborhood, like the rest of the city, was waking up from the first long, dark winter of COVID. Beloved restaurants such as Aqua Grill and Floyd Cardoza's Bombay Bread Company were shuttered, as it turns out, permanently. The move to outdoor dining to save the industry seemed like an excellent idea, and we were all in. We were seriously all in. But sometime between June and September, the Hospitality Alliance and the City Council speaker came up with the cockamamie idea of making this program permanent. At the one City Council hearing held on this project, DOT Commissioner Polly Trottenberg spoke about the emergency program her team had heroically cobbled together. While she was proud of her team, she cautioned about the privatization of public space, the unfair advantage to restaurants provided with free public space when other businesses were not, and the myriad maintenance and infrastructure issues. A number of council members shared her concern and expressed others about traffic, sidewalk crowding, and emergency access. Ms. Trottenberg and these council members were right. Making an emergency pandemic program permanent is quite literally a disastrous way to run a city. I will not recount the havoc that this program has wreaked upon my neighborhood. No doubt you will hear that from others today. The DOT and DCP promise that their permanent program will be better, that there will be design standards and enforcement, that the noise that keeps me and my family awake at night and the impassable sidewalks and roadways will be things of the past. Forgive me if what I say is patently obvious to you and everyone else listening. This is not true. This program is ungovernable. The rules are unenforceable. DCP tells us that there were 1,224 sidewalk cafes prior to the pandemic, and now proudly announces that there are 11,500 outdoor setups one week and 12,700 the next. Think about it. 10 times the number of outdoor restaurants, 10 times the noise, 10 times the garbage, 10 times the sidewalk and roadway congestion. DCP said the other night that this number is a high water mark, that the number of restaurants will drop when they start charging minimal fees for revocable consents. But why should we believe that when storefronts in my neighborhood are being snapped up by entrepreneurial restaurateurs prospecting for the gold of free public space now and discounted?
Thank you. If you have anything written you'd like to submit, we would happily take it. Are there any questions from the commission for Ms. McGee? Seeing none, we will move on to Catherine O'Sullivan, and then we will commence with favorable testimony again from Susanna Coteen and Massimo Felici.
Catherine is not in the room.
Okay, then Susanna Coteen.
Susanna is not in the room.
Massimo Felici, followed by Marlon Maida.
Oh, Massimo is not in the room, but Malin Maida is promoting now.
Okay, thank you.
Malin, you should be able to oh, there you go.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Malin Mehta, and I am New York Director at Regional Plan Association. RPA is a nearly 100-year-old civic organization working towards better transit, safer streets, and more opportunity for the New York City metropolitan region. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today on the proposed open restaurants zoning text amendment. The proposed amendment is the first step to making sure a permanent open restaurants program is equitable and accessible to all who want to participate, and we're happy to be here in support of it. The open restaurants program has been a lifeline for the industry, and nearly 12,000 restaurants have participated in some way. Were it not for the emergency order suspending Chapter 4 of the zoning resolution, thousands of restaurants would not have been able to participate, which would have meant more jobs and small businesses lost, less vibrancy on our streets, and limited options for New Yorkers to safely connect with one another during the height of the pandemic. And as the Delta variant and breakthrough cases continue to pose a risk, this winter will be another trying time for the hospitality industry. We already have lost thousands of restaurants around the city, and the number of restaurant employees has dropped by nearly 40% since December 2019. Ongoing staff and supply shortages have prevented restaurants from fully operating, even as indoor dining returned. The end of eviction moratorium could also create a hardship for an industry that's barely hanging on. Not only has the open restaurants program helped to save businesses, it's provided a new opportunity to repurpose our streets to prioritize people over cars. This is especially critical at a time when volume on MTA bridge and tunnel crossings is up 115% compared to pre-pandemic levels, and we've tragically seen a 30% jump in traffic fatalities. Less than 1% of street parking has been replaced to show support for new vibrancy on our city streets. Many businesses do go above and beyond simply serving their customers. They provide seating and shelter for their neighbors, community events to connect local artists and residents, and help to serve as leaders in their community, creating a new network to share knowledge and lift up other struggling entrepreneurs. Of course, challenges continue to persist with issues around ad hoc design, street management, sanitation, and program enforcement, giving rise to some of the animosity we've heard towards the program and a desire to end it after the pandemic subsides. We think the challenges can be overcome, and termination of the program would be a tragic step backwards for the recovery of the city's service economy and designing our streets for equity. Instead, we need to work hard to ensure the permanent program is developed with a values-based approach to ensure equity and sustainability. We need to examine how the program is structured through multiple lenses, whether that's ensuring freight delivery, addressing quality of life concerns raised by the communities, and reevaluating the trade-off in street uses, or ensuring accessibility for all. For RPA, we're excited to work with the Design Trust for Public Space and Tri-State Transportation Campaign through the Al Fresco NYC Coalition And this fall, we'll launch a series of roundtables to investigate the issues and bring together stakeholders to identify best practices. In closing, we just look forward to working with the city to ensure that the ideas that come about through this process are, go towards creating a successful permanent program. Thanks for your time.
Very much for your testimony. Thank you. Okay. I understand that Massimo Felici is in the room. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Levin has a question for you.
Yes, I just wanted to ask Mr. Maida about something that we've heard from the borough president and several of the other speakers, that notwithstanding their overall support for developing a permanent program, that it's premature to give up or abandon the current zoning scheme until the program has been designed. And your testimony acknowledged that there's much to be figured out on the way to getting the permanent program up and running. What do you say to the argument that we should keep, why is it necessary to act on this text amendment now, give up the protections that we currently have for the permanent program on the expectation that the permanent program will be developed? Why can't those two go side by side? Why does the zoning have to be abandoned first?
Well, our understanding is the zoning is already suspended under the emergency order that goes through next year. So if the timeline that the city has proposed, which is to develop the process and transition the program to DOT and do all the things necessary to create a permanent program by the end of next year, this is a regulatory hurdle that, this is part of the process. We see that we're looking at this as the entire timeline, and our interest is really working with the city in developing the rules and regulations that will govern the process and make sure that businesses, large and small alike, are able to participate in the program.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. I thank you. And we will call on Massimo Felici, who I understand is in the room.
Hey, good afternoon. How are you? I'm sorry, I have a little bit of a problem with the connection today. I'm on the road.
We can hear you, Mr. Felici. Whoop, did we lose him? Nope, Mr. Felici, you can unmute your microphone.
There you go.
There you go. You can start. Looks like we may have lost him from Zoom entirely. All right, we'll try and we'll keep an eye out.
Let's move on to the next speaker. We'll come back.
Sure.
Okay. Predrag Grujicic, followed by Dan Abrams and Catherine Quinn.
Yeah, you cut out there a moment. I believe it's Predrag.
Hello. Oh. Okay, sorry about that. Yes, hello.
Čuje se, sve pričaju. Unmute si, samo pričaj. Hello?
Mr. Grujicic?
I am actually within the same program, and I probably will be next in speaking, so I will speak on behalf my business partner and chef within my restaurant, Predrag, since we are obviously both foreign, and he does have certain language barriers, but obviously we have discussions about what we would say. So if you wouldn't mind, I would obviously, if I can get to everything, I would continue when my time comes, if that would be okay with everybody. But first of all, to say thank you to everyone for letting us on this opportunity to speak. As business owners and people that have been foreign, out of, difficult countries like Bosnia, Sarajevo, where there's been war and a lot of stuff going on. Obviously not the time for that, but this restaurant program, open restaurant program, has started within within the emergency survival mode. So we have lifted our structures within looking at our neighbor restaurants doing the same thing, and there wasn't really any rules. It was mostly out of a survival mode that brings us to eventually DOT coming into that into that picture and giving us a bunch of rules that are not really and completely clear, because this is, again, something that is not one size fits all. This is a really difficult thing to debate right now, because as Manhattan and other boroughs of New York City, every street is different, every building is different, every sidewalk is different, every situation is different, sizes of the restaurants are different. Structural situation is a very important aspect in this, and in our particular situation, we don't have authority by DOT to have any of the seats. So why does this affect us? This affects us in a situation, if this does get approved, which, I can sit here and talk for hours on how beneficial this is for us. And we are very grateful for the time that we had within this, and anything longer that you can give us, even temporary, will definitely help more than it's going to hurt. So within the situation of this, we are in a particular place and a location where, we have a blockage of city bike. We have certain tree pits. The building is very old on its own, and it has very old structural entrances that don't allow us to build within our business frontage, what, DOT states. And this drawing that they provided is, just not one size fits all. It puts us in a very, it's almost a discrimination of a location. So it doesn't really allow us to participate within this program. And what that does to us, if everybody else gets, if this gets approved at some point or goes any further out, we will be in a very discriminatory location where, our customers and our community will be concerned, how come we can't have this anymore and someone across the street can have it? So I think within these rules, there should be some more clarity, and there should be some more concern. And we are here to talk to you guys. We're here to talk to everybody. We're here to work with sanitation. We're here to work with DOT, everybody. We just also need to be heard. And I'm sorry for my time. I can continue when I come into the time frame, but
Thank you. Yes, please. Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you. So the next speaker will be Daniel Abrams, followed by Kathy Quinn and Leith Arntzen.
Mr. Abrams, you should be able to unmute your microphone.
Unmute. Is that better? Did that work?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Danny Abrams. I own and operate 7 restaurants in Manhattan. I opened my first bar in 1991. So I have been around for a long time and have seen the Byzantine rules and regulations that govern the restaurant business. I don't want to speak too much about how the Open Streets program helped during the pandemic, because it's obvious that all the restaurants were suffering. This was a lifeline. It was certainly helpful. We definitely need it for another year as the Delta strain reveals itself. But I think that the zoning, in my experience, has always been very arbitrary and capricious over the years. And I think that the zoning rules, as they're designed now, picks winners and losers of restaurants before they even open. So over the years, when I look at a restaurant, the first call I make is to the zoning attorney to say, can I have a cafe? Because the economics of restaurants in New York City are not such that without cafes, many will not survive. So it's frustrating as a restaurant owner to have a restaurant that is denied a cafe permit, but my neighbor, because they're grandfathered or for some other reason, has a thriving cafe. So I think that those, the zoning laws need to be revisited. I'm a big proponent of open streets, open restaurants. And that's it. Okay, thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abrams. Are there any questions for Mr. Abrams? Seeing none? Thank you. And we'll move on to Catherine Quinn.
Hello.
Lee Arnson and Lynn Ellsworth.
Hello. Hear me, hopefully? Catherine Quinn here.
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay. I would like to discuss the fact that I live in the West Village and we find this text amendment to be extremely hostile to residential neighborhoods. The first assault on our residential neighborhoods would be to remove the protections for purely residential district properties in the zoning text. But the salt has been put on the wound when there is more than simply removing that from the text amendment. The text amendment also would, because they have amended sections 32-411 and 5234, would allow all restaurants, even in purely residential neighborhoods, to have fully opened facades and to serve patrons through those facades who could be standing. They don't have to be seated. On top of which, DCP DOT have already said that if on a particularly narrow sidewalk, they would give waivers to the clear path down to 6 feet. I would like you to picture in your mind the block of Bedford Street where Edna St. Vincent Millay's little teeny house is. That means that on that block, the restaurants that are there could fully open their facades, could serve gangs of drinkers outside the windows until midnight on weeknights and 1 a.m. on weekends. I believe Mr. Ridgey and Mr. Bookman misspoke when they said that all this text amendment does is remove the citing criteria from the text amendment. It also has a huge impact on how with open windows in all residential and commercial overlay on residential neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we will go on now to Leif Arnson. Unless there are questions from the commission for Ms. Clark. Hearing none. Mr. Arnson?
Mr. Arnson, you should be able to, there you go.
Okay, thank you. I'm a musician and a member of the Central Village Block Association. Our area of coverage is acutely affected by the open restaurants program. For example, in one 5-block radius, there are more than 60 outdoor operations. The problems are many, they are complicated, and they are serious. Since summer 2020, the sheds made street cleaning impossible in the Central Village. Cornelia Street, where I've lived and raised my family since 1989, has not been properly cleaned in 18 months and counting. Rat habitat and infestations directly outside residential doorways and windowsills has exploded. Putrid gutter, filth, and stench is trapped under and between the sheds. It is appalling. There's been a massive increase in alcohol-related outdoor noise and nuisance behavior and incidents. It has loaded narrow sidewalks with transient foot traffic. It is mentally exhausting to many. It is a massive sea change to this neighborhood. This is not about bad actors. It's about a policy that cannot address permanent fundamental problems caused by restaurants and bars simply taking advantage of the new freedom to operate outside on the sidewalks and roadbeds. What is particularly upsetting is the divisive neighborhood infighting that has pitted residents against residents in their beloved restaurants and their longtime workers. It's unfair and disheartening that the mayor and city council members will exit in January with no follow-up responsibility for a program they're attempting to make permanent. Vulnerable mixed-use neighborhoods are being left to literally hold the bag for generations to come. The DOT and DCP presentations has missed what's clear to anyone who lives next to or above these outdoor operations. The operations they're causing cannot be cured as long as the streets and sidewalks are blocked with the outdoor structures and operations they enable. It's an impossible situation for vulnerable neighborhoods and streets. My questions are, why should vulnerable neighborhoods like mine accept that restaurants and bars can permanently profit from what were supposed to be temporary COVID emergency measures? Secondly, what have restaurants and bar owners done or doing to earn such an exclusive commercial use of public roadways and sidewalks? And three, as a longtime resident of an historic residential mixed-use neighborhood, I don't understand what we've done to deserve this long-term hurt. I ask the commission to help us to build a more harmonious future for our children, not a more dissonant one. I ask the commission to vote no to the zoning text amendment. For the remainder of my time, I will share a 21-second clip of recorded sound and video my neighborhood is struggling to endure night after night.
That's what you were talking about, right? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arntzen. Are there any questions from the commission? Thank you, Mr. Arntzen.
Thank you.
Next speaker will be Lynn Ellsworth, followed by Joshua Spodek and Kathy Arntzen.
Lynn Ellsworth is not in the room.
Josh Spodek.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. When I walk around, first of all, I'm Joshua Spodek. I've lived in Manhattan since the 80s and down here in the village since the 90s. When I walk around here at dinner time, it looks really great. You see all these people hanging out, having a great time. And I think this is markets at work. This is people enjoying themselves. It's market, it's demand and meeting, supply meeting demand. A couple hours later, after everyone's gone, we still have to live here. It's nice to have a party, but people have to clean up after it. And the restaurants don't clean up. They'll clean up within their shed, but they often push the stuff to the side and leave big trash cans there. And it's cups, it's just plastic, disposable stuff. I picked up litter every day since 2017, and the amount of litter has exploded since the Open Restaurants program. And it's not us, the residents, that are leaving this garbage there. It's outsiders coming in. And do they disrespect this space? I don't think so. It's the design of the sheds, because people in restaurants don't drop their trash on the ground. But when it's an outdoor shed, they just walk a little bit down, leave it in a little corner, and walk away. And that's the litter that we have to deal with all the time. Someday, there will be a fire. Have people thought about what all these wooden things, what's going to happen with them? And I think to myself, if we want to give these restaurants a hand, why not give them all the empty storefronts that are available? Because then people could use it indoors. But we don't do that because that would be stealing from private property. And we don't just steal from people to give to other people. Why would we steal from the public? By the way, this is not a sanitation issue. There's no sanitation issue in the system in the world that could keep up with the increased amount of garbage that we're creating this way. But I want to get to my main point. Do not compare this program of open restaurants to parking spaces. Compare it to what it could be, which we risk if we give this away. That could be community gardens, parks, playgrounds, farmers markets, bike spaces, and pedestrian-only spaces. We have down here LaGuardia, by LaGuardia Place, There's a great community garden there. Not far from here, this Cooper Union, where they've just put in some spaces. These spaces are beautiful and people keep it clean. And there's years of a wait list to get to use them. Same for Jefferson Market, another garden or park. There's incredibly high demand for neighbors here to use space to make green space. And that demand is already there when there's no hope. People didn't know that the space could be made available. Give us hope to build gardens and community spaces and playgrounds, and this will flourish. Why has Times Square increased its public pedestrian space more than our home? Many streets down here could be publicly pedestrian-only spaces with playgrounds, farmers markets, gardens, not broken glass and rotting waste. I give as an example, as a comparison, Harlem Grown up in Harlem, where one guy with a bunch of...
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Are there any questions for Mr. Spodek? If not, thanks again. And we will turn to Kathy Arnson, to be followed by Darwin Kyung and Nick Romick.
Miss Arnson, you should be able to unmute your microphone. We may be having technical difficulties.
And let's move on, considering the number of speakers we have. We'll come back to her if she's available. Darwin Kyung, followed by Nick Roman.
Good afternoon. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Darwin Kung, and I'm the Climate and Health Policy Manager at Tri-State Transportation Campaign. Since 1993, Tri-State has made its mission to advance sustainable and equitable transit and promote safer and complete streets for our region. I'm here today to comment in support of the proposed open restaurant zoning text amendment and thank the Commission for the opportunity to do so. This amendment is the first of many opportunities to ensure that a permanent open restaurants program will be accessible, equitable, and practical for all who wish to participate in shaping a more vibrant and engaging city. The Open Restaurants program has been a lifeline throughout the pandemic. Nearly 12,000 restaurants engaged in the program, allowing them the opportunity to sustain their businesses through the worst of the pandemic. Over 60% of restaurant job opportunities are filled by immigrants, compared to 45% across other occupations citywide. Restaurant closures therefore have a disproportionate effect on immigrant workers. However, more restaurants were able to stay in business thanks to outdoor dining. The number of participating restaurants was bolstered further by the emergency order, which lowered barriers to entry, such as the suspension of sidewalk cafe regulations. This act of amending the zoning regulation seeks to do the same today. The open restaurants program is popular with New Yorkers, both consumers and restaurants alike, but as with any program, it does have its issues and challenges. Ad hoc design, resources, and street management vary with the capacity of establishments and locations. Consistent enforcement and dialogue between city and establishments remain a challenge. The forum for the local community's input and concerns must exist as part of the process of creating a permanent program and continue to exist as part of the program itself. That is why the Tri-State Transportation Campaign, alongside our partners at the Design Trust for Public Space and the Regional Plan Association, will continue to work to engage neighborhoods and restaurants alike in community roundtables in order to create safer, inclusive, and equitable streets for outdoor dining in our city. Our ability to rethink the organization of our streets throughout the pandemic has given us opportunities to stay safe, healthy, and connected, while also helping us reimagine the future of our city. At a time when stores and shops are struggling to survive, outdoor dining gave us a respite from sheltering in place, while also supporting our favorite restaurants and the workers they employ. And open streets gave residents the opportunity to socialize, stay healthy, and be connected with their neighbors. Formalizing the open restaurants program into a permanent and equitable fixture of our city is an opportunity to reconfigure our streetscapes to reflect the values and hard-earned lessons from the worst of pandemic. That walkable, livable, and engaging streets are vital to our communities and our city. We look forward to working with the city to ensure that these ideas are shared and for the successful implementation of a fair and permanent open restaurants and open street program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. King. Are there questions for Mr. King? If not, thank you. And our next speaker will be Nick Romick, followed by Barbara Sibley and Akimi Sato.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello.
Hi, how are you? Sorry again. So now that my time is here, I just wanted to reintroduce myself. My name is Nick Romick. I'm the owner and one of the establishments, restaurants on Upper East Side. Again, I just wanted to bring out to the subject certain locations that are not, they're prohibited by, DOT's rules of, having certain structures, which is, obviously still within rules, it's still with, the rules are still being made. But my question here is, I attended multiple community board meetings. I was in a DOT Zoom call as well. And it's very hard for us, I'm not downgrading us restaurant owners, but a lot of us are uneducated to the level where we can, approach you guys and, be within your level, especially with the language barriers, busyness of us cooking, serving. We are hospitality people. So what we do, we're just creating a certain atmosphere where everybody is happy. That's our job. That's our daily job, to work on that. And that, that concludes everything that you've been saying. And I'm not disagreeing with, most of these concerns. It's just that I'm kind of looking for an answer, because it's very difficult for us to know, let's say, if we receive a 24-hour notice. I personally haven't received the disease, but those notices make no sense, because we are in a particular situations when we can be on the street. And in some certain locations, the street is more dangerous than the sidewalk. I have personally constructed my building in the amenity zone in between tree pits, which is not blocking any more foot traffic than it already was, because people do not walk zigzag. They just walk the straight line. That straight line is clean. A lot of, handicapped people have passed by. I've had zero complaints with the community board. I am, within this community, we communicate every day. Not every restaurant owner is just, an actor. A lot of us work hard for this, worked for over decades. We come from different countries to serve, these communities, and we are a part of these communities for a reason, because people like us. I wouldn't be here for 15 years if my community was unhappy with me. So if there is certain restaurants that have a lot of complaints, that have a lot of issues, sure, you can address those issues, but there's a lot of us that work hard, that want to also get recognized and included in making your decisions. You're making the decisions for us, and we don't have any words in it. It's very frustrating to not know what to do next. We need to have some time to prepare ourselves, to say to our employees, guys, these structures are going to be removed in 5, 6, 8 months. That's okay. But we need to know that, because everything within the restaurant is about preparation and being on time and being able to get some answers. Because right now it's very frustrating to sleep at night. It's very frustrating to look at employees in their eyes with not knowing what exactly to do. So I'm looking for some sort of an answer, because I really didn't get it much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Romick. Are there any questions for Mr. Romick? Seeing none, we'll call on Jeffrey Bank, who we called previously. Is Mr. Bank ready?
Yes, there we go.
Yes, thank you. Sorry about that. Needed a quick correction. Thank you. My name is Jeffrey Bank. I own Carmine's and Virgil's restaurants. I have restaurants in the Upper West Side and Times Square. First and foremost, thank you. Without this program, we wouldn't have been able to save about 250 jobs without the outdoor structures. Obviously, with all the issues that went on during the pandemic, occupancies inside, outside, it was a godsend. It kept my employees working, and without that, we'd have problems. Because of it, our customers have been loving it. The biggest comments I get all day long on the Upper West Side and Times Square is thank you. The streets and sidewalks are much, much safer. We have people outside in the restaurant. We're not a bar that's, drinking and drinking all night. These are people sitting down eating nice meals and if their families. And when other people are walking around the neighborhoods in Times Square and in the Upper West Side, they feel so much safer because there's presence on the street. Just like if you're walking down the block and you walk past a doorman building versus one without a doorman, you might feel a little more comfortable. It's been a godsend for safety. My kids live in the neighborhood and I've seen it in Times Square. It's helped 44th Street be much, much safer than it had been during the pandemic. I think this program is important to do because a lot of times our restaurants, we are educated through regulation, through fines. The only way we find out about things is when we get fined. And my company may be a big restaurant group, so we have a little bit easier navigating the red tape, but it's very hard for a lot of my friends who are independent restaurants to figure out how to navigate off-premise outdoor dining and cafes and rules and regs. Having an answer in one place would just be fantastic. And then obviously this is a short-term thing, hopefully, but because we have this indoor vaccine mandate, without having outdoor dining, we have no option for when someone forgets their vaccine card or someone doesn't have something. At least it offers a true option for people to still dine that may or not would go out with 8 people and one person doesn't have their card with them. It's a mandatory option. Hopefully, that will change over time. But it's been so much safer on the blocks for everyone. The customers talk about that all day long. It saves a lot of jobs. And just thank you and happy to take any questions if anyone has.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Vice Chair Knuckles, I see your hands raised.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Banks. I would note, I did see the skirmish that you had about admitting the admission of folk that didn't have vaccinations. And I will say to you, I think you handled that volatile matter with grace. So I would just say that to you. My question is, I don't know how much of the hearing that you've been privy to this afternoon, but the principal issue that we've heard from those who oppose this initiative is that of quality of life and the cleanliness in terms of the outdoor areas. So you're a substantial business owner in Manhattan. What would you say to those folk that have those concerns?
I mean, restaurants make a living on being a safe, clean, comfortable place to eat. There's really not a good business model having garbage on your outdoor cafe trying to serve people to eat dinner. So it's in none of our best interests of having these places be dirty and a mess. They represent our brands, they represent our restaurants. So are you going to find 1 or 2 people that, maybe don't keep their sidewalk as clean as they should? Of course, but the thousands of restaurants that participate in this, they all understand people eat in a place that they feel comfortable with. We all know the adage, go check out the bathroom. If the bathroom's clean, the kitchen's clean, and we'll go do that. People don't want to keep their cafes messy and this and that. If you give us rules and regulations that we can understand and follow, not just new ones every couple of months, 1 month you can have a side of the cafe closed. 1 month you can't keep 3 sides closed. One day the SLA comes down to tell me this. One day it's another Department of Health. Give us the rules and regs. Restaurants know how to follow them. We're all about safety and hospitality. That's how we have a business. So we're happy to keep it clean. And all my neighbors, they keep theirs clean as well. I don't even see that remotely as a problem. But if you had rules and regs one time, I think we could follow them. In terms of the mandate skirmish, I appreciate your comments. I just worry about the safety of my staff, and thank God that we had an option to offer people outdoor dining as an option. Because indoor is only is mandated right now. So I don't even see how you could remotely take this away at this point. But in terms of safety and cleanliness, of course we all want to keep it clean. But if you think there needs to be rules and regs, tell us what they are. We'll follow them gladly. The problem in our industry is sometimes city changes the rules and regs, doesn't really communicate them too well, and we only find out by getting fined or educated that way. That's how I find out when the grease traps sizing has changed by DEP, not because someone's told me, but because I get a fine, and then I know, oh, it's a new size. Tell us ahead of time. The last person who spoke said, tell me what I need to do and I'll follow it. It's very hard to wake up one day and find out we have 20% 5% occupancy indoors, and the next day it's 75, but you can go outside, but you can't have a heater, but you can have a heater. If you give us rules and regs, they're easy to follow, and our industry does that. We like keeping our customers happy. It's how we get business.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ortiz.
Hi, so thank you. Along the line of inquiry, I was really
I think some of the testimony has been very impactful. You know, the resident who expressed concern about his street having not been properly cleaned for 18 months, or rat infestations immediately outside their door, you know, neighborhood that they've lived in their whole life. So, you know, it's about balancing the positive, you know, and preventing some of these quality of life issues that really are challenging. I think I appreciate that most restaurateurs are trying to do their best, but we all know that the reason why you check the bathroom is because oftentimes the bathroom isn't clean, you know? So I would be interested in your insight into, and I agree also that the rules need to be clear, right? Regulation shouldn't be complicated. But, you know, around the operation, around the sanitation, what would enable us to allow your industry to continue to function outdoors while addressing some of these, what I think are legitimate concerns of residents?
I agree. I live in my neighborhood, and you know, most of my restaurants are in what we call mixed use, properties. The residents are above us and below us. I think if you explain the rules and regs to everybody of what standards are needed to be had one time calmly, people can follow them. For example, garbage. In New York City, the way the restaurants are told to deal with their garbage is to bag it up and put it on the sidewalk. It's just that simple. You have to put your bags of garbage on the sidewalk, wait for a truck to pick it up in the middle of the night. So sometimes they leave one bag behind, or sometimes somebody come by and rip a garbage bag or this and that, and then you have to clean it up. It's the same issue. I'm sure the majority of restaurants like us put their garbage out at night, and every morning they come in and it's clean. Sometimes we have to scrub our sidewalk a little to keep it clean, you know, that day after garbage pickup. And if we don't, we can get a ticket from DOT for leaving garbage outside. So I know how to handle putting out garbage every single night, which is way worse than any of this stuff that we're talking about. If you put out rules and regs and said, hey, here's your outdoor cafe, and if you're not keeping it clean, if you're not doing X, Y, and Z, you're going to get a warning. After the warning, you may lose your permit. I don't know. There are ways to handle it. I think the reason that sometimes people think our industry struggles with things is because the rules and regs are not told to us in a calm fashion ahead of time. Everyone can handle rules and regulations when they know what they are and they know what the ramifications. They can't handle when they change every night, or we're not even told about what they are until we get fined. As long as there's a cure period, because people do make mistakes, and if I'm doing a good job 99% of the time, you'd be very proud of me, but I'm still making a mistake then possibly once. Give me a chance to correct. If I'm a habitual offender, then absolutely I shouldn't have my right to keep a cafe. I'm abusive and I don't deserve that, but I don't think that's gonna be a problem. This same thing happened when you guys came out with the policy for paid sick leave. Everybody was very concerned that the restaurant industry wouldn't know how to handle it.
Thank you. I think you've answered my question. I appreciate it.
Sorry.
Thank you. Are there any additions for Mr. If not, we will move on to
Thank you.
Barbara Sibley, followed by Akimi Sato and Dan Kluber.
Hi, I'm restaurant business where you have a maintenance call in the middle of your thing. So I'm Barbara Sibley. I've been in the restaurant business since 1984. I was hired by Abe Liebowall of the 2nd Avenue Deli to open a new restaurant for him called Telephone Bar and Grill. I've owned La Palapa, Cocina Mexicana. I'm originally from Mexico City since 2000 on St. Mark's Place. When the Twin Towers came down, I served food to the first responders. During the COVID lockdown, I served over 70,000 meals from those same tables that I used for 9/11. I live in the building above my restaurant, and I own and run 5 restaurants and a bar in the city. So to me, I just think that I really commend the city council and the city planning commission in looking into opening the open restaurants, because my experience from being a resident in the East Village and how much safer it is when there are people on the streets, when there are restaurants, when there are sidewalk cafes. Once again, I'm an East Village resident from the dark days of the 80s. And believe me, I know the difference that having restaurants and having people on the streets really has made the neighborhood much, much safer I feel better knowing that my kids are going to walk past a restaurant and they're going to be recognized and that they're going to look out for them. I often tell anyone who has a kid in the city for college, if you ever need someplace to go to Lapa Lapa. You know, during Sandy, because we were able to have the front open, we were able to serve. I served the neighborhood in the dark for a week. And, you know, we really are the living rooms and community spaces of the city. And I commend also my fellow restaurateurs and their tremendous creativity in finding ways to still do that. And I think that as we go forward, we have recognized as a city how flexibility and openness is something that has really benefited us all. And being able to provide New Yorkers with a sense of community and a sense of normalcy during these times. So many guests would come by and they'd be like, "You're still here. Oh my gosh," you know, they would just feel like they had hope. And so I really think that taking the creativity of the crisis and really going forward, streamlining, making it simpler, making it more open, I think that it's really a great benefit to my entire community. And I thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Sibley. Any questions for Ms. Sibley? Seeing none, I thank you again. And the next speaker is Akemi Seto.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Akemi Sato. I'm Senior Urban Planner and Designer at the Design Trust for Public Space. The Design Trust for Public Space is a 25-year-old nonprofit dedicated to enlivening New York City shared civic spaces to create a vibrant, inclusive, and sustainable city. This year, the Design Trust has been working with the Regional Plan Association and Tri-State Transportation Campaign through the Alfresco NYC Coalition. Specifically, we have been working to ensure that the open restaurants and open streets programs are accessible to all New Yorkers, beneficial for the local communities, and sustainable in the long term. The Design Trust and the Alfresco NYC support the text amendment for sidewalk and fare regulations as a necessary first step for removing barriers towards more inclusive public spaces. We believe that this proposed amendment will enable all restaurants to be co-activators of New York City streetscape, something we have already seen happening during this pandemic. We recognize that after this first step, we will need to continue working to remove barriers to access while supporting under-resourced neighborhoods. As a member of Alfresco NYC, the Design Trust is committed to collaborating with the city on creating an equitable permanent outdoor dining program in all 5 boroughs. Since March of this year, we have been interviewing program participants from various geographies and backgrounds to learn more about the challenges for participating and operating within the current outdoor dining regulations. With all ups and downs, the various participants that we have spoken with are grateful for outdoor dining. Sidewalk seating is a relatively low investment that has enabled ground floor restaurants from different revenue levels to sustain their businesses and employees while enlivening New York's streets and celebrating local identity. We appreciate that sidewalk dining acknowledges the minimum 8-foot clearance for pedestrians with all levels of mobility. We also celebrate that outdoor dining has made more visible the needs of people using wheelchairs or walkers. It has also allowed them to eat at restaurants with barriers to their indoor space. That visibility and accessibility are some of the many powers of public space. With Alfresco NYC, we will continue working with the city as well as accessibility and mobility advocates to ensure that outdoor dining has a holistic approach to street design and integrates the needs of all New Yorkers, including people with limited mobility and people with other disabilities such as hearing and visual impairments. With this multi-stakeholder input, Alfresco NYC will develop design guidelines that look at the current and potential functions of New York streets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sato. Any questions from the commission? If not, thank you again. And we will now turn to Dan Kluger, to be followed by Peter Davies and John Niva.
Dan doesn't appear to be in the room.
Okay. Then Peter Davies.
Mr. Davies is here. We'll get him. Go. There we go. Mr. Davies, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Peter Davies. I'm a resident of CB2, Council District 1 and Assembly District 66. I'm a member of Broadway Residents Coalition, the Citywide People's Land Use Alliance, and a residential representative on our local bid. But today I speak only on behalf of myself and in support of my neighbors in opposition to the zoning text amendment. In June 2020, when discussions about open restaurants began, we asked that clearance be maintained in proximity to residential building entranceways, and the lobbyists and operators nodded in agreement, saying it was a good idea. But within weeks, that reasonable request was ignored, and safe clearance does not exist to residential entrances. I point you to the area nearby around Petrosino Square, surrounded on all sides by non-compliant outdoor dining and where enforcement is nothing but a mirage. I urge you to follow the lead of CB2 and my neighbors at QUP, and like BP Brewer and Assemblymember Glick, I cannot support this text change and urge you and the City Council to reject this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davies. Any questions from the commission? If not, we will now turn to John Nivem, followed by Marilyn Bai and Stuart Waldman.
John Nivem and Marilyn Bai are not here.
Okay. Then we will move on to Stuart Waldman, to be followed by Susan Stetzer and Madeleine Britt.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Stuart Waldman. I've lived on Bedford Street for 33 years, since 1988. I want to focus on one particular issue. I don't even call it quality of life, which is really to me a bland, meaningless term, and that's noise. I focus on noise because that's what I hear every night. And it's hard to really communicate what that noise does to you. I went outside, I actually got a decibel meter to convince myself I'm not crazy with this. And on an average weeknight, the decibels are 70 to 75, which according to the city's own noise code is vacuum cleaner level. On weekends, last weekend it was 85, which is a power lawnmower, the kind you hear in the suburbs, a big John Deere in front of my house every night, beneath my window. The reason I'm focusing on this is noise this is not music noise. This is people partying, having a great time, which is their American right, but not on the street in front of my house in an R6 neighborhood. That strikes me as insane. It's hard for me to comprehend this, how anybody could suggest an R6 neighborhood can have zoning that allows this kind of noise every night. And this noise can't be changed. As I said, it's people talking and drinking and laughing. Mr. Banks, who owns a bunch of restaurants, can keep his bathroom clean, but he can't shut up his diners, and nor should he. They will talk and drink, and the more they drink, the more they talk, the more they talk, the more they shout all over each other. And this cannot change. And that's why I focused on it. There are other things that can't change, which makes my street is 24 feet wide, which means there's like 10 feet of clearance, which means the fire engines that go down my street have a hard time getting through. And God help me if a rental truck tries to get through and traffic is backed up and the horns start honking. I can never widen my street, is my point. Also, there's no alternate side parking for sheds. They stay in one place. So the streets are filthy. And finally, tens of thousands of electric heaters are used all winter in these things. I'm a climate activist. That is sinful. It's the reason Paris has banned them. And Paris had electric heaters for the last decade, and they're banning them because they know what it's doing to the climate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Waldman. Any questions? Thank you. The next speaker will be Susan Stetzer, followed by Madeline Britt and Michael Fuqua.
Ms. Stetzer is here. She can unmute her mic.
Okay, you can hear me now?
Mhm.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you. My name is Susan Stetzer. I'm the district manager for Community Board 3, East Village, Lower East Side, and Chinatown. And first of all, I want to say that we're talking about a program here that will start in 2023. So it is not about what exists now, and we're not asking to eliminate anything for the currently. One program does not fit all neighborhoods. In Community Board 3, we now have lines for restaurants, reservations are needed. There is a new trend for existing restaurants to expand into their empty neighboring spaces. And we're receiving over 25 liquor license applications each month. One of the major issues in this text amendment is to allow city planning to throw away years of residential zoning protections. We are not against sidewalk cafes. We are only against them under our bedroom windows. The purpose of zoning is to break up land into different zones that allow for uses such as residential and commercial. What should go together and what should be separated. We have overlays for local retail uses. Good planning does not plan for outdoor dining under bedroom windows. We currently get complaints from residents whose young children can't sleep. They can't get up for school. People are passionate because they're sleep deprived. Enforcement is not the main issue because this legalizes noises under bedroom windows, which a previous person just talked about. Zoning should be a balance between public good and private property rights, but this proposed amendment does not balance or consider residents and their needs. It is pitting our families and local restaurants against each other. Our district currently has 674 restaurants with outdoor seating, 191 which would have been prohibited under current zoning. We also have 535 non-conforming lots, potentially hundreds of outdoor dining that can go under our bedroom windows. We have an 87% post-COVID increase in commercial noise complaints. That's all we do at the community board now. We can't do our work because we're just dealing with complaints. It is impossible for the city to hire enough workers and inspectors for the most basic inspections. Another flaw with the amendment is that it'll make restaurants more valuable commercial tenants because the additional footage on sidewalk and street will make use for dining more valuable. This will exacerbate the unfortunate trend we have of loss of retail diversity. The amendment would potentially allow hundreds more non-conforming outdoor dining under our bedroom windows. We need residential protections to be able to live here. This would, Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Stetzer, thank you.
Thank you. Madeline Britt.
Ms. Britt, you're muted. There
Sorry,
you
can
go.
you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Madeleine Britt, and I'm a policy analyst at Citizens Housing and Planning Council. CHPC fully supports the proposed text amendment and thanks DCP and the Commission for advancing this important work. The Permanent Open Restaurants Program will support thousands of small businesses and frontline workers in the wake of a crisis that devastated the hospitality sector. Restaurants are one of the top 4 industries in New York City that were hit hardest by layoffs due to the pandemic. At least 1,000 restaurants have closed since March 2020, and the true number is likely much higher. Restaurants have managed to stay open and are still operating at only 70% of pre-pandemic levels. Closures, layoffs, reduced work hours, and wages are detrimental to a workforce of nearly 318,000 New Yorkers, who are disproportionately immigrants, people of color, and residents of low-income neighborhoods. Already, the Open Restaurants Program has protected an estimated 100,000 jobs. Making the program permanent will ensure a faster and more equitable recovery for the city as a whole. CHPC is also eager to see the innovative and interagency approach being taken by DCP, DOT, and its partner agencies. The pandemic, for many of us, has made it clear that zoning is not the best tool to decide how and where outdoor dining should occur, and highlighted unnecessary barriers in the previous system. Nearly 1 in 4 businesses that have utilized the Open Restaurants Program would have been ineligible for a sidewalk cafe under current zoning. Meanwhile, only 70% of sidewalk cafes that existed pre-pandemic are located in Manhattan. 6,000 of the 11,000 businesses that have participated in open restaurants are now in one of other 4 boroughs. Removing barriers to eligibility and from the permitting process will create a more equitable system for outdoor dining that benefits more businesses in a broader range of neighborhoods. Getting zoning out of the way, we believe, is a necessary first step towards achieving that goal. CHPC urges commissioners to vote yes on the proposed actions. Looking ahead, CHPC encourages DCP and its partner agencies to continue working together so that the program is streamlined as possible. Clear program rules, an efficient permitting process, and proactive, equitable systems for enforcement are key to minimizing burdens on small businesses. Strong interagency coordination is also needed to create clear, consistent standards for safety and design that will let everyone on the roadway know what to expect and ensure that businesses are not blamed for reckless driving. CHPC is more than happy to support this work and hopes to be a resource to the process as it moves forward. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Britt. Are there any questions for Ms. Britt? Seeing none, thanks again. And we will turn to Michael Fuqua to be followed by Andre Saluri and Haley Fox.
Andre is not in the room.
Okay, then Haley Fox and Natalie Fryan.
I'm sorry, Andre is in the room.
Michael, who was not, right?
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Saluri.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi. So good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Andre Saluri. I'm a licensed architect who runs a small 15-year-old award-winning practice here in New York City. Last summer, I co-founded the Design Corps along with the AIA New York, NYC EDC, and NYC by Design, as well as the Design Advocates, to provide free design services to restaurants struggling to comply with the Open Restaurant Program and to build out their setups. To date, we've had over 70 volunteer architects having helped over 90 restaurants across New York City. And we've also held webinars on how to comply with the program. But today I'm speaking solely on my own behalf. So during the last 18 months, I believe the Open Restaurant Program has been one of the most successful programs that the city has implemented in response to the pandemic. It kept small businesses open and workers employed, especially in the city's most disadvantaged neighborhoods. In addition, it made our streets come alive and our communities more vibrant. So after isolating for so long last spring and summer, outdoor dining helped bring our city back to life. I support changing these zoning regulations to allow for a permanent program because they will allow our city to come alive every spring, summer, and fall in this new, more equitable way for all New Yorkers. While I believe the program has been wildly successful and should be permanent, I think the guidelines caused confusion and the ongoing changes caused even more confusion for the restaurant owners, and especially the smallest restaurants. Last summer, the DOT guidelines were roughly 1 page in length, but I believe most of the structures did not fully comply with them. And today, they are much longer and more complicated. This is why I helped co-found the Design Corps along with the other organizations, because we realized that these small restaurants desperately needed professional and technical advice on how to comply with the guidelines, especially if they were located in atypical conditions. Based on this experience, I believe that for the permanent program to be successful, it's critical that the rules and guidelines are coordinated between all agencies and advised by design and planning professionals, especially those who worked in the trenches and on the ground over the last 18 months. We can help avoid some of the confusion and the challenges of implementation that occurred and have been raised during today's hearing. Good design and interagency coordination can solve many of the problems raised today. Regular inspections and enforcement is also critical to the program's success. And the rules and guidelines need to be simple and consistent, and also clear and flexible enough to accommodate the wide range of conditions in our city. And finally, we need to be more mindful of how to avoid an undue burden for the smallest restaurants with limited resources during any transition to a permanent program. And if all of this can be accomplished, I believe the permanent program will allow our city streets to come alive in this new, more equitable way that will not only increase the quality of life and vibrancy, but will also have a significant positive economic impact while making our small businesses more flexible and resilient. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Soluri. Any questions? Thank you. Then next we'll hear from Haley Fox, to be followed by Natalie Freon and Jean Standish.
Haley and Natalie are not here.
Okay. I'm sorry, you cut out. Did you say Haley and Natalie are not here?
That's right.
Correct.
Okay, so then Jean Standish, to be followed by Kayla B. and Dale Goodson.
Standish, you're able to unmute your microphone, turn on your camera.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I am Vice President of the Bowery Alliance of Neighbors. The conditions of the open restaurants program are definitely not reasonable. It is outrageous that there is no environmental impact statement for this program, because these sheds will totally change the environment of the city as we know it. New York City's emergency outdoor dining program was meant to help restaurants survive the pandemic. It was never meant to be permanent. In my community, which is the East Village, there is an oversaturation of bars and restaurants. As a result, day and night, open restaurants has delivered numerous sheds, constant noise, mounds of trash, rats, fire hazards, blocked sidewalks, and impassable streets. Fire trucks, ambulances, and other emergency services can't access homes on our narrow neighborhood streets. These problems have been there from the beginning for all to see, yet the mayor and the city council chose not to look or listen. And agencies like the Department of Transportation testified that there was no increase in noise or any other quality of life or safety issues related to open dining sheds. This is demonstratively false. The residents in New York City neighborhoods deserve a decent quality of life. Consequently, the outdoor dining program should only be a temporary initiative to survive the pandemic and not be a permanent fixture in our communities. Dining sheds should not be made permanent. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Standish. Are there any questions? Seeing no hands raised, we'll move on to Kayla B., Dale Goodson, and Laura Sewell.
Kayla B. is not here.
Okay, then Mr. Goodson.
Okay, you got me?
Yep.
Okay.
My name is Dale Goodson, and I am the president of the North Avenue A Neighborhood Association in the East Village. And I've lived on Avenue A at 12th Street since 1991. And we do not support the zoning text amendment. Our narrow sidewalks and Avenue A itself were crowded with bar and restaurant patrons before open restaurants, and now they are much worse with bottlenecks at the outdoor seating spaces, which makes passage difficult to impossible for the average resident, let alone seniors and those in wheelchairs. My apartment faces Avenue A, and there are 5 bars and 4 restaurants between 12th and 14th Streets. And the huge increase in noise from open restaurants has already made life miserable. The shouting and yelling from bar patrons and constant din from diners rolls up and down Avenue A. And trying to pinpoint the noise is like playing whack-a-mole. Bars are the worst, and putting bar crowds on the street should be governed differently than restaurants. Singing, yelling, and chants of chug, chug, chug don't come from restaurants, they come from the bar crowds. Calls to 311 have proven ineffective, and there is no way for the police or DOT will be able to control it without putting someone on every block. And enlisting residents to make 311 calls and complaints is a partnership and added burden we do not want. DOT needs to come up with a proactive real-time measure or measures within the department to deal with noise and crowding that don't involve residents doing the policing and reporting. We've already done that for over a year with 0 results. Residents have had almost no input in this program and feel that our quality of life has been hijacked and sacrificed. Open restaurants is a good temporary idea, but making it permanent will be disastrous for those of us living above or facing these bars and restaurants. Giving away sidewalk and street space to private interests is already proving to be extremely detrimental to quality of life, and we do not support the zoning text amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Next, we will hear from Laura Sewell, unless there are questions from the commission. I'm sorry, Mr. Goodson. Any questions? Seeing none. We'll hear from Laura Sewell, followed by Emma Coe.
Hello, I'm Laura Sewell, the director of the East Village Community Coalition. EVCC is known for our work to support independent small businesses and the well-being of residents, work which we've redoubled during the COVID-19 crisis. Much of the commercial space on our residential side streets is grandfathered non-conforming. It can remain commercial as long as it's consistently leased as such, but it cannot expand. The proposed citywide text amendment would change that by allowing sidewalk seating on these narrow residential blocks. We do not believe a one-size-fits-all neighborhoods policy is right for neighborhoods like ours, where the residential side street zoning was designed for the people who live, work, and do business here. An expanded outdoor dining program will no doubt live on in some form on commercially zoned streets and commercial overlays. Starting with a seasonal program only where the current zoning already permits sidewalk cafes would allow for roadwork and snow removal, long overdue, and give the supervising agency time to develop the many aspects of the permanent plan that have yet to be detailed. As they stand, we believe the proposed ZTAs would drive out other business types in favor of food and beverage establishments, accelerating a documented loss of retail diversity in our neighborhood. The expanded seating capacity offered by outdoor dining continues to be a lifeline for restaurants, but retail shops and personal services providers simply can't take advantage of sidewalk vending in the way that the restaurants can. It just doesn't make economic sense to hire additional staff to mind merchandise displayed outside, or we'd see more of it. Restaurants and bars are already taking notice of this traditionally more affordable side street real estate, with the promise of expanded outdoor seating making it even more attractive. Landlords would be foolish not to charge higher rents for storefronts that have these seating opportunities. Any temporary relief that the emergency outdoor dining program now offers struggling independent restaurants will soon evaporate with increased rents. Despite the many positive aspects of the emergency outdoor dining program, not all restaurants were in a right location to take advantage of it, as we've heard today. and many residents are negatively impacted by prolonged noise, clogged sidewalks and streets, and piles of garbage spilling into driving lanes. These issues have only worsened with increased traffic of all kinds as the city reopens. The shortcomings in the emergency outdoor dining program must be addressed in any program, and we need to hear about those plans now. We urge you to vote against the zoning text amendment as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Thank you. We'll move on to Emma Colbert, to be followed by Melissa Morales and Charlotta Jansen.
Emma and Melissa are not in the room.
Okay, then we will hear from Charlotta Jansen, to be followed by Ankur Dalal and Jan de Roosevelt.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Charlotta Jansen of Shea Oscar. I urge you to support the text amendment. And the only way this will truly help recovery of small business is by supporting commercial rent stabilization too. 2020 was Oscar's worst year, but for every door that shuts, a window opens. And with me and my colleagues facing closure, an unexpected window of opportunity opened. March 16, 2020, auxiliary police came to Shea Oscar, ordering us to close. My GM, my chef, my family, and I were devastated. Forced to work with delivery apps, holding a monopoly, our bistro of 21 years was dying. A friend called, "Are you okay?" My response, a tirade of expletives. He again, "You need to get to work on that citywide outdoor dining program to include you and others like you." For years, I, along with other restaurants in the neighborhood, had been trying to get our sidewalks rezoned for outdoor dining. Alone, it would have cost each of us $100,000 and take 2 years. I had sent local officials a dotted map of us restaurants without commercial overlay, vying for their support. Of all of us, no response. Losing commercial overlay in 2006, I was not alone. Diminishing commercial corridors help big developers claim blight, get lower interest loans and tax breaks to build big boxes. Landmarking was a way to fight those developers, but it killed any of our hopes of sidewalk cafes. This all coincided with the sudden quintupling of sidewalk cafe fees. It made dining outdoors an exclusive club. So I circulated that dotted map again, this time broader, and mid-May, BP Adams wrote an open letter supporting outdoor dining for all, regardless of zoning issues. The window was open. I pounded the pavement. About 30 of us outcast restaurants came together, fighting to be included. City Council approved. Applications were easy. A miracle. We set up, and soon we had to fortify structures. Then came tents, corrugated clear, then heat, every day a roller coaster, new rules, fight the elements, fix violations, a long, hard winter. May of 2021, Angelique and I concocted an affordable, modern take on Art Nouveau for our outdoor dining. Our sidewalk is so much more communal now. The structure and is now covered with morning glory and wisteria, has already survived 3 tropical storms. I am heartened about the proposed text amendment. Outdoor dining is crucial to our recovery and to hiring 10% of New Yorkers, and it slows traffic. 2,500 of all the restaurants participating in this emergency program, like mine, are just like mine. If this amendment doesn't pass, our outdoor dining dreams are dead. And we need better tools to fight the main complaint. It's ugly. Blame the rules. Don't be surprised when we close because the violations are vile and give us only 24 hours to cure. We, the industry, were not included in these rules. Same story with
very much, Ms. Stamp.
Don't shut us out, hear us out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions? Then the next speaker will be Ankur Dalal, followed by Jan de Rochford and Christina Tennant.
You can unmute your mic, Ankur.
Maybe having technical difficulties in his end or on ours.
Let's go on to Jan de Roquefort and come back to Encore if he's having difficulties.
Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Jan de Rochefort. I operate Boqueria restaurants. We have 4 locations in the city in very different neighborhoods. First of all, I want to commend the City Planning Commission on getting input from both industry and residents. It's clear to, I think, all involved that expanded outdoor dining was absolutely critical to doing 2 things through the pandemic. One was allowing many restaurants to survive, and allowing our staff to continue earning income, paying their bills, staying in their homes, and feeding their families. The second thing that outdoor dining did during the pandemic is it brought life to the city. I was in the city every day through the pandemic. Going to grab coffee was quickly followed by getting kicked outside because you couldn't have coffee inside, you couldn't eat inside. The life of the city was radically transformed, and what gave it a semblance of life was outdoor dining. So it wasn't just about the restaurant industry, wasn't just about owners, it was about the life of the city, the life of residents. I agree, I understand the concerns of some neighborhood residents, and I understand and support the fact that we need to work together to reconcile the different needs that we have of city streets and of city life, whether it is managing noise, managing trash, managing access. I completely understand those sentiments. But the answer, I do not believe, is to simply reject or accept outdoor dining as it exists today. It needs to be improved for everyone concerned. As industry participants, as restaurant owners, we need clear guidelines that are consistently enforced. I cannot tell you the number of times through COVID that we felt like we were getting unclear guidelines, conflicting guidelines from one day to the next that were enforced capriciously and unevenly by different government agencies. So I urge you to help us collectively get clear guidelines that will allow us to continue to bring life to the streets of the city in a way that is compatible with the needs of most of our residents. We do not support bad actors. We understand that there needs to be enforcement, but that enforcement needs to be consistent and the rules need to be clear and transparent. Thank you very much for listening to all of us.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Okay, we're going to call on Emma Colbert, who is back in the room.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Emma Colbert, and I am president of the Space Block Association, which is a rather large block association on the Lower East Side of Manhattan. I have been a resident down here on Canal and Orchard Street and Division Street since 2006. And we've worked extremely hard in these last 15 years to work with incoming restaurants and bars, welcoming them on a regular basis while also thwarting what we perceived were going to be bad actors. Unlike many other block associations, we really have come to many agreements. I'm actually managed to jump on this call. I'm going to go meet somebody who's applying for a liquor license in the next 15 minutes. I can't even begin to express how much the open restaurants program has now at this point created a negative effect on our quality of life. The amount of smoke and noise, both marijuana and cigarette smoke that comes into my apartment is incredible. The noise, I can no longer sit in my apartment. So I'm not just somebody who's as, you know, president of a block association that's sitting somewhere, you know, off to the side. I'm living basically on the streets dealing with this every single night. And it's not just Thursday, Friday, Saturday night. It is every single night of the week. It is not ADA compliant. Maybe in theory, this program is ADA compliant, but I can promise you, and I can send you video showing that there is no way that 3 feet of walking of space is being maintained on sidewalks, as well as the fact that, I'm sorry, I don't have my notes in front of me because I didn't know I was going to speak at this moment, but that this is in direct opposition to the Smoke-Free Air Act. I'm not sure if I said that correctly or not, but you know, which talks about not creating, you know, that public spaces are not allowed to be filled with smoke. And this program has made our homes public space. It's really a very big problem. And it really feels like an absolute slap in the face to the people who are living here and paying taxes and on the streets. And one more thing, I see I have just a little bit of time left, and that is that I was at the CB3 meeting when the DOT came and gave their initial presentation. I was horrified, absolutely horrified. There was not one mention of quality of life or the residents in that presentation, not one. So there's been zero consideration. And I've also dealt with the intercity bus problem in our neighborhood, and DOT has been a disaster in terms of managing this. They are not the people to manage this situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, the next speaker will be Esther Blount, followed by Philip Rivlin and Isaac Raz.
Esther was in the room. Let's see.
She's been unmuted.
Okay. There you go. Esther, you should be able to speak now.
Oh, boy.
There you go.
Okay, you can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. As many before me have stated, that the details of this zoning text to permanently keep open streets open has not been, we don't have enough information about it. The question I have is, who does open street benefit and who does it hurt? The Open Street program helped many restaurant workers and restaurants itself. But if allowed to be permanent, it will only help the owners of these businesses. They have already started to charge additional rent. And what makes you think that the businesses won't close down because of that? The neighborhoods where open streets are located are suffering with noise, rats, and people using the streets as toilets. We also have sidewalks that you can't walk down, which hurts other small businesses who do not sell food. Most importantly, we must ask ourselves, why is open streets under DOT? Department of Transportation mission is to move pedestrians, goods, and traffic on the streets, highways, bridges, and waterways. One could argue that open streets do the opposite. Department of Transportation, which is a city agency, has been put in charge, in my opinion, of open streets because they have been co-opted by a private, wealthy organization whose mission is to dictate to all of us how public streets should be used. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Bloom? Seeing none, thank you. We'll move on to Philip Rivlin, to be followed by Isaac Raz and Sardi Klein.
Philip and Isaac are not here.
Then we will go to Sardi Klein, to be followed by Michelle Birnbaum.
Sardi Klein is here. Let's see if we can get
Mute.
muted.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. Are we up now or?
Yes, begin. Test run. Let me see where they went. Okay. You should be able to unmute and turn on your micro on your phone, your camera. There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. We are co-hosts. This is Sardi Klein. I'm Kathy Morano. We're co-hosts, co-presidents of the Dwayne Thomas West Broadway Block Association. And we live in the middle of 5 restaurants on West Broadway between Dwayne and Thomas. And unfortunately, when, you know, we all support the restaurants, we love the restaurants, everybody says the same thing, but no thought went into how, you know, everybody talks about DOT, but DEP, the rainwater. We have old sewer pipes here, these street structures block all the rainwater. All the debris, all the food, everything from around goes under these structures. No thought to how we clean it. No thought to how the water gets to those catch basins on the corner. We have now created new problems. The rats on West Broadway are out of control. And then sanitation, we get one truck sweep, can't get to those corners where all the food and everything's gathered. Then snow removal. We're required as residents, as we're a small co-op, we're a self-managed building. I now have a full-time job trying to keep the water out of our vault when it's pooling during a downpour. We had 6 inches of water with Ida. Then snow removal. There's no sidewalk. You're supposed to just clean your sidewalk to the curb. There's no curb space. Everybody's eating, drinking, and partying in curb spaces. The thought process on how this is going to function in a city with all these people, and if you got 4 feet of space to walk, and then when everybody's waiting for tables, they're all milling about. You can't walk. You can't keep your sidewalk clean. You get ticketed. We care about the restaurants. We support the restaurants. They got plenty of money from the federal and city. Small building owners with a mixed use residential neighborhood have sacrificed. We're the ones sacrificed. Small businesses on the corner, we have the balloon saloon. She's got trucks pulling up. Why is it that the residents have to sacrifice their quality of life, their ability to get to their building, and then food delivery? Everybody's on the sidewalk with an electric bike. So now on West Broadway, the city put in bike lanes, and the bike lanes. Okay. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we will turn next to Assembly Member Harvey Epstein.
Here we go. Assembly member, you're there you go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Good afternoon and thank you. I want to thank you for letting me join you today and participate in your public meeting. And so, as you probably, I'll also be submitting my written testimony later on today. There's about over 10,000 sheds in New York City. 50% of those are in Lower Manhattan. About over 1,000 exist in my district alone. And while during the pandemic, it was critical to help people eat outside, and I eat outside in these sidewalk sheds, there's got to be a balance of what happens for community residents and what happens with restaurants. And unfortunately, I think this draft bill, legislation, plan doesn't really meet that balance. We have lots of problems every day. I hear problems in my district. I hear from people regularly about what you've heard earlier about, the sidewalk sheds not being kept well, people who are living in those sheds, the vermin problem, the problem of sheds expanding beyond their property line, the problem with closed restaurants and still sheds appear, even though no one's using it, and they become, really eyesores in our community. And as we stand today, there really isn't sufficient government oversight, and there isn't sufficient support of community residents. People complain around problems in their sheds and they never hear back. And so to make something permanent without dealing with the problems of the temporary program really leave a lot to be desired. Two policy issues I think we should be thinking about is the role of our community and our community boards in making decisions. It's critical that our community and community boards have a power to help the people who live in the district. That's why we appoint people to the boards. I was a community board member for 14 years. And you know how important those boards are and how dedicated those people are. They should have a say in whether we're doing additional sidewalk restaurants or sidewalk sheds, and the impact of having places closed by 10 p.m. at night, and what impact that has to families that are living above it. I happen to live on a second floor on Avenue A, and I've raised my kids on Avenue A for, my daughter's could be turning 23 in a little while, and I understand the impact that it has on families of living above restaurants and living above bars and living above sidewalk eateries. The second thing is really our side street issue, and to really protect our side street. In a survey we saw recently, there's potentially additional 500 potential locations on side streets in my district alone that could be additional outdoor restaurants, and these are all on residential blocks. I think we just really need to go back to the drawing board. We need to listen to people in our community, and we need to respect our local leadership, and we don't need a one-size-fits-all plan. And thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you, Assembly Member, for taking the time to come today. Are there any questions for Assembly? Seeing none. Thank you.
Have a great day. Thank
We'll
you.
move on. The next speaker is to be Michelle, followed by Michael Chen and Elizabeth Murray.
Ms. Birnbaum, you should be able to unmute your microphone and turn on your camera.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Michelle Birnbaum. I'm a member of Community Board 8 in Manhattan. However, I am speaking for myself today. Prior to the rules being loosened because of the pandemic and in an effort to help restaurants survive, the laws governing the use of sidewalk space and sidewalk cafes were clearly enumerated. Those rules remain necessary to prevent street overcrowding, impeding the pedestrian way, maintaining sanitary conditions and rodent control, parking availability, and respecting current sidewalk cafe license holders. Prior to the pandemic, a prospective restaurateur did his due diligence as to demographics and possible locations of his new restaurant. He prepared a business plan, consulted professionals, and after his research and preparation, he made a decision to sign a lease and open. Under normal circumstances, those businesses thrived. There is no reason to think that they would not thrive again. To make this temporary program permanent would be to throw out all the tenets of entrepreneurship and infantilize a community of business people who are more than capable of playing under the rules which guided them at the start. Continuing the open restaurants program would line the city with unattractive, uninspected structures, which would have to be approved and monitored by the DOB for safety and compliance, thus adding another layer to bureaucracy and expansion process. It would diminish the property rental market as restaurant owners would rent less square footage than they need, thinking that they have free additional street space. To be useful all year round, space heaters and propane tanks would be used, putting everyone at increased risk. Those who already paid for their cafe licenses will have paid for something others will get at little or no cost. Parking will be significantly reduced, which will inconvenience customers and other small businesses that depend on available parking spaces for their customers. A new article this week spoke of the abandoned structures being used by the homeless on a regular basis or after hours. Keeping programs in place long after their benefit or usefulness is bad policy. Continuing unemployment insurance or rent subsidies or any of the financial programs put in place to help us through the pandemic, while being a good idea then, would be a bad idea now. The economy is getting back on pace with the idea of returning to business practice and the rule of laws we recovered. Let's not create a new normal, less palatable and more complicated than what we had before. I can understand extending the restaurant program for 3 months at a time this coming year in tandem to the economy's recovery, to be determined when we recover. But to extend it permanently is not necessary for the economy and is a very bad idea. The visual blight, the negative impact on quality of life, and the lack of need should be paramount in your consideration. I have not heard a sound social or economic argument for permanence. The long-term and immediate negative impact should be more seriously considered. I firmly oppose this text amendment change and hope that rational heads prevail. And also let me say that it's the zoning resolutions that prevent this city from.
Thank you, Ms. Burbell. Your time is up. Sorry. Any questions for Ms. Birnbaum? If not, the next speaker will be Michael Chen, to be followed by Elizabeth Murray and Jeffrey Garcia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Michael Chen. I'm an architect and a resident of Chinatown in Lower Manhattan. I'm also a co-founder and the board president of Design Advocates, a not-for-profit network of over 250 independent architecture and design firms who work collaboratively to provide pro bono design services and expertise to communities in need. Design Advocates teams have provided services to close to 40 restaurants since the advent of the Open Restaurants program. And in partnership with the EDC and the AIA and NYC by Design, we helped to create and manage the Design Core program, which you've heard has already provided aid to an additional 90 New York City restaurants, many of whom otherwise had no access to design professionals, to help them to connect the dots between regulation and implementable action and to open safely outdoors. The Open Restaurants program has been a lifeline to small businesses and communities and workers across the city during the pandemic. It has not only aided in the survival of a vital sector of our local economy, but it has and continues to enable New Yorkers to gather and to be together safely outdoors. Open Restaurants also points to a future where the public space of the street is a resource not only for automobiles and parking, but as a space of increasingly diverse civic life and vitality. And that is a goal that is worthy of a great city like New York. The pandemic has also highlighted the structural inequities and vulnerabilities that many communities and small businesses in New York City face. Programs like Open Restaurants are more than mechanisms to preserve and maintain civic and commercial activity. They are essential components to a more nimble and more resilient city of the future, and a necessary bulwark against the future crises and disruptions that we all know are likely. And for those reasons, Design Advocates supports this resolution, making Open Restaurants a permanent feature of New York City streets. Looking ahead, a critical component of the program's success will be the extensive and ongoing participation of the professional design community. The professionalism, energy, ideas of the design community and organizations like ours is a tremendous potential asset that has not been fully actualized to make the program more successful. DOT should take advantage of this resource. and in the development of design guidelines for the permanent program, and to collaborate with the design community to develop intelligent strategies to augment and improve the program over time. The work of design professionals is essential to converting public health and policy guidance into understandable and implementable action for businesses and organizations, and ensuring that the program and its installations are safe, that they conform to the guidelines, and that they are well considered in the communities and neighborhoods where they're situated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chen. Any questions for Mr. Chen? If not, we'll hear from Elizabeth Murray.
Elizabeth Murray is not in the room.
And Jeff Garcia?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, good afternoon. It's been a long day here waiting to testify, but this is very, very important. My name is Jeffrey Garcia. I am a business owner in the Bronx. I own Mon Amour Coffee and Wine. I'm also president of the New York State Latino Restaurant, Bar, and Lounge Association. I personally have not been able to take advantage of this in my place because I have a bus stop in front of my restaurant and very little sidewalk space. However, I have seen the positive impact this has had in a lot of my minority-owned businesses. A lot of my members in the Bronx, Queens, Upper Manhattan, the Bronx, Brooklyn have been really taking advantage of this, and this has been a lifeline to their survival throughout this pandemic and going forward. Many of these have been turned into plazas. I look at my area around Dyckman Street, how wonderful, how amazing it looks, how vibrant the area is kept, how clean it's kept. A lot of the owners at night have hired a team that come out and actually wash the street and make sure that those areas are clean. Are we still going to have rats in New York City? Absolutely. Owners in Queens at Mojitos Cafe in Northern Boulevard. He does an amazing job of keeping his area clean. He wants to keep it clean. He knows it attracts folks there. I think a lot of folks are really misinformed here in terms of finances and funds. Yes, there was money given by the federal government. There was money given by the state. There was some funds given by the city as well. Some of those were in form of grants, but some of them were in form of grants to keep employees working, which is what we need to look at here. These open streets, these restaurants, keep employees employed, keep more people coming to work. Why? Because they need more people. There's a lot of work to be done here. Yes, we can tweak it. We can make this better. We can make this program work. It has worked. And as many elected officials always like to say, we cannot make the perfect the enemy of the good. This is a good program. It needs to stay, and I fully support it. And I'm sure that with the work of the community and the city, we can make this program better, bolder, and the best in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garcia. Any questions? If not, we will turn to James Malios, Marisa Freeman, and Annie Sheik.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
My name is James Malios. I own a Mali restaurant on 60th Street and Bar Marseille and the Rockaways. And I'm also a member of our local bid. Look, I've been listening to the calls, and a lot of them are predictable on some level, right? Predictable with small business owners, will say, predictable that, people on the Lower East Side are upset about noise and traffic. Noise and stuff generated from outdoor dining. I think that reasonable people could agree that there need to be regulations on outdoor dining. And I think that reasonable people would understand that they are vital to the city's restaurant economy. I gotta say, I'm driving right now. I actually pulled over
because the last 2 restaurants we opened were not in New York City. And I'm a lifelong New Yorker. They are in Nassau and Suffolk because the city has been very challenging most of the time to do business in. And that's where we've opened our last 2. And I don't want to do that. I don't like driving to Nassau and Suffolk. I like being in New York City. But the one thing I want to leave you with is to dispel the notion that the recovery is on its way and here for restaurants. I personally am sitting on $1 million worth of debt to the federal government as part of the EIDL program. So for my business to actually survive, what I need to do is not only keep everyone employed, but do so long enough to pay back the $1 million that I signed for with the Fed to keep our businesses alive. So please, if whatever you decide and whoever you listen to, I urge you not to make this one mistake, to assume for 1 second that just because the pandemic has ended or is ending or is close to being ending, that the economic situation for restaurants has mystically poofed and gotten better. Because most people sit where I do. I hope you find a good solution. I'm sure you'll work hard on it. I understand that neighborhoods are different, right? We have Rockaways in Midtown. Nothing is more different than that. I get it. Downtown is a little bit different than Midtown. But man, if you throw this out, like, God, I honestly don't know what the fuck I would do. I think right now it's something like 30% of our revenue comes from that outside that I've some like other people I follow the DOT about many times. So please, like, don't kick us when we're just getting up again. That's all I'd say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Malios. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Malios? If not, we'll go to Marissa Freeman.
Ms. Freeman, you should be able to unmute your microphone and turn on your camera. There we go.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me. And also thank you so much for spending all this time with all of us. I've been listening all day, and you're doing us all a great service, so we appreciate that greatly. I am an executive at Union Square Hospitality Group, and I'm a 30+ year New York City resident. I speak to you today wearing both of those hats. First of all, I want to address that we understand the plight and what our neighbors in Greenwich Village and the East Village have been talking about. But I want to stress that this text amendment is simply the first step in creating a fair, enforceable program that addresses everyone's needs and concerns, both the restaurant owners and operators and employees, as well as the city. And I want to talk about, I agree with the last speaker who said that the pandemic is not over, especially for restaurant owners, but it's also not over for New Yorkers. Our neighborhoods are so different. One size does not fit all in New York City. The neighborhoods in Greenwich Village and places that are highly residential are not the same as some of the neighborhoods that resemble what Union Square looked like in the early 80s when I first moved here, the late 80s, and resemble what Madison Square Park was like in the 90s. We have firsthand experience in my company with what can happen when you bring a restaurant to a dark, dangerous, potentially sometimes unsafe neighborhood in the dark of night before Ubers existed and you could drive, right up to the front door and be taken home safely as a young woman in New York City. So we built a restaurant in Union Square called Union Square Cafe in the 80s. And we were a pioneer at the time in that neighborhood. There was really not what you see here in Union Square today. And I can see your faces. Many of you have lived here as long as I have, if not longer, you remember. And then Espace moved in Metropolis with their outdoor cafe, and the coffee shop across the street with their outdoor cafe. and it became a vital and vibrant and prosperous neighborhood for all New Yorkers. Stores moved in, other retail outlets, many way before the ones you see here that I'm looking outside my window at. Local businesses, bookstores, retail stores, every kind of business you can imagine began to move here. People moved here, and it became a vital and vibrant and safe New York City neighborhood. And that's because of the 1 or 2 outdoor cafes that started it following our restaurant. 10 years later, we moved into Madison Square Park. It was 11 Madison Park and Tableau were our restaurants. And the neighborhood wasn't safe. Again, it wasn't, I went there as a single woman, and it was not, I went anyway, but I was a
Thank you. Thank you. If you have any additional testimony, Ms. Freeman, which we appreciate your testimony, that you'd like to submit in writing, we very much.
Yes, I would. I just want to say that, you know.
Are there any? Sorry. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened.
Okay, we're very sorry about that.
But we can make sure that she knows. If she
Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Freeman? Yes. Well, I will ask one question, which is just, if you wanted to just complete what you were in mid-sentence saying, I would appreciate.
Thank you, Chairman Lermont. I just wanted to say that in closing, that final neighborhood was Madison Square Park. When we worked with the community and the government to revitalize that park, we built an art installation and the very first hot dog stand that became Shake Shack. And that is what the power of an outdoor cafe like a Shake Shack can bring to a neighborhood and bring to the economy of New York City. So thank you very much for your time and consideration today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, thank you again. And we will turn to Annie Shee, to be followed by Elizabeth, Rosanna, and Pauline Augustine. And I will just say that we really do have to be very firm on the 3-minute time, because we still have 226 speakers signed up to speak on this item. So be mindful of the 3 minutes. We will cut you off. Ms. Shee.
Annie Shee is not in the room.
Okay, then Elizabeth Rosanna.
Elizabeth is also not in the room.
Then we will turn to Pauline Augustine, followed by Andrea Meyer and Robert Anderson.
Unmute. Can you hear me now?
Can.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
My name is Pauline Augustine, and for the last 16 years, I've lived in a 5th floor apartment on a 25-foot wide roadbed street in Soho. There are 11 eating establishments, 8 sheds, 2 bars, 9 alcohol licenses on this tiny block. By the way, 1 Shake Shack in a large park is not my street. Now I live in a bar restaurant. Whether I'm outside or inside, I have no choice. I'm in an unhealthy environment filled with noise and stress. I cannot keep my windows open for fresh air. I cannot read a book in quiet or play my TV or radio at a decent volume. I now have a large and affordable Con Ed bill for fans and AC to keep the noise out, which also adds to environmental pollution and stress on the grid. This street has had many gas problems over many years. There were 2 calls this month alone to the fire department because of gas smells. Additional danger has been created by a shed built directly on top of an existing, not fixed by DOT, sinking street with a sinkhole in the dip, and the shed covers a manhole, which is the access to the gas pipes right next to my house. DOT knows this shed problem exists. Its response to this particular complaint was non-compliance, fix it with 24 hours. Oh, okay. Then they canceled the complaint on the spot with a no need for follow-up attached. There is also another shed just a block away that covers the manhole. A Con Ed supervisor pointed it out to me. What happens in an emergency, I asked. Keep your fingers crossed, he replied. DOT no longer works for the citizens of New York City concerning serious safety laws already in existence. By the way, who do they work for? Why should I or my neighbors believe DOT will do better with 10 times more work? They can't even do their regular street maintenance jobs. The noise is unbearable here. I recorded noise inside my apartment in over 80 decibels when 49 is the number needed to make a complaint. That's 6 to 1 a.m., 7 days a week. Small streets with no room either on sidewalks and in the very narrow roadways do not have room for outdoor dining. They are echo chambers. The present sidewalk laws are for keeping the quality of life for everyone within reason. They can't be discarded. What is proposed is more people and noise and open windows with music added to it. Where do you live? I haven't had a good night's sleep since the sheds and outdoor dining began. I have my doctors trying to control additional health problems directly related to sleep and stress. Psychologists have testified to a lot of your meetings to whom may have patients with the same health problems directly related to this complete disruption in everyday life. Now you want to make it a free-for-all. As Stuart Wallman noted, this is noise and just people dining outside. Noise cannot be regulated, period. The zoning changes will make it many times worse. With only one industry being favored added to it all, then rent costs.
Ms. Augustine, thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Augustine? Once again, if you have any written testimony, you are welcome to submit it. The next speaker will be Andrea Meyer, followed by Robert Anderson and Susan Cox.
Maya, you can begin.
May I speak?
Yes, please.
Okay. My name is Andrea Meyer. I live on Carmine Street where there are over 14 restaurants. A one-fits-all outdoor dining ruling for New York City does not work. Why has there never been a study done on our crowded neighborhoods, the areas most affected? The studies have not been done when dining is taking place from 7 to past closing time, to just past closing time. I am surrounded by 3 restaurants just from the start of Carmine Street to Bedford Street. It is infuriating that the 3 restaurants that surround my building already had legally permitted pre-COVID outdoor dining in the back of the restaurants on 7th Avenue. Now they also have outdoor dining in the form of sheds in the front of the building on Carmine Street. Why do they have to have both? The restaurant sheds are built so close to each other that there is constant standing water. The other restaurant just a few feet away also has constant standing water in the street. All 3 of the restaurant sheds are so close together that there's no room to get into an Uber or taxi or get deliveries. All 3 restaurants have a major rat problem. When I come home after the outdoor dining closes, be it at midnight or 2 a.m., I have seen anywhere from 11 to 15 rats. I have lived here for 27 years and had never seen a rat in the street. Now there are some more garbage pails in the street next to one of the restaurants, taking up even more of the street space. But there are still garbage bags and a mess in the street. Rats, garbage have taken over. There are constant patrons in front of my apartment building door awaiting tables. Maintenance trucks had to double park, and God forbid there was a fire or ambulance needed, they would have no room to get to the apartment building in a timely manner. The wooden sheds are continuous on our street, continuous. This is not a problem that, as Gail Brewer said, could be solved if the rules were followed. You cannot have a street follow all the rules and function with any kind of public access when there are almost 15 restaurants on the street. When it gets cold, all of the sheds will have propane heaters going. A triangle fire situation is bound to come. Again, I implore you to have some kind of study done on streets such as ours when the restaurants are operating.
Thank you, Ms. Ray.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, you're muted.
I'm sorry. Are there any questions for Ms. Augustine? If not, we thank you for your testimony. The next speaker will be Andrea Meyer.
Oh, no, that was Andrea Meyer.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Ms. Meyer. That was not showing here. The next speaker will be Robert Anderson, to be followed by Susan Cox and Darren Rubel.
Robert is no longer in the room.
Okay. Susan Cox, and then Darren Rubel.
Hi there. Thank you for your time. I just want to say I oppose the outdoor dining becoming permanent and left in the hands of the DOT. As a longtime resident of the Lower East Side, I can tell you these spaces are making our lives miserable. There's constant noise, which was hard enough pre-pandemic, made harder now that most people are working from home offices and have to listen to restaurant speakers all day long. And also, everybody's out on the street, so this is encouraging people in cars with booming speakers. Some of these speakers are at club level decibels. I can hear them in the back of my apartment. I'm on my living room's on Ludlow Street. My bedroom's in the back, but with all windows closed, air conditioning's going, and everything else, my bedroom sounds like I'm in the middle of a club. The trash and vermin are incredible. The establishments, they pile their garbage alongside the shacks, so the rats have plenty of food to go back and forth underneath the shacks and eat them. And as everybody else has been saying, there's no street cleaning happening because there's structures there. And it's also kind of irritating to have to walk through a restaurant when you're walking through a street. There's restaurants that have their dining on both sides of the sidewalk, in the street and on the side of their building. So I can't tell you the amount of times I've walked into a waiter. I mean, I understand restaurants are struggling. I've been struggling. I freelance, but you know what? You shouldn't be taking it out on the public. This really needs to be thought about and not just passed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cox. Are there any questions for Ms. Cox? If not, we will turn to Darren Rubel, to be followed by Scott Hobbs and Valerie De La Rosa.
Darren is not in the room, and neither is Scott Hobbs.
Okay, and then Valerie De La Rosa, to be followed by Victor Santos and Zella Jones. Are these individuals in the room?
Yes, I believe so.
Hi.
There we go.
Hi.
Valerie, can you just trying to connect back? There we go. Can you guys see me? All right.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Oops, just a second. All right, thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Valerie De La Rosa, and I am chair of Manhattan Community Board 2's Reopening Working Group. Without a doubt, the Temporary Open Restaurants Program has been a lifeline for the restaurant industry. Can you guys still see me? Okay. Sorry, it was switching. If you don't mind, can you just confirm that you guys can hear me and see me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
and see
great.
you.
Okay, apologies. Thank you. I hope I get my minutes. As I said, my name is Valerie De La Rosa. I'm the chair of Manhattan Community Board 2's Reopening Working Group. Without a doubt, the Permanent Open Restaurants program has been a lifeline for the restaurant industry over the last 16 months. And today I'm going to talk to you about retail diversity and the anti-competitive nature of the proposed text amendment. Activate, not privatize. That's what Ben Huff from the Department of City Planning said to you at Monday's review session. And Ben, I couldn't agree with you more. But let's not forget what was said exactly 1 year and 5 days ago by then DOT Commissioner Polly Trottenberg, who testified to the City Council Committee on Consumer Affairs and Business Licensing and said, if this is her exact quote, the temporary open restaurants program becomes a permanent feature attached to a particular private property, then the balance sort of tips and becomes somewhat of value more captured by the property owner. And I'm going to say that one more time. It is a value captured by the property owner, plain and simple. The advantage to one single industry discourages competition and unfairly increases rents. Who wins? Not the restaurant operators who will get priced out, not the deli who will get replaced by a bar, and not the shoe cobbler or dry cleaner who will get replaced with a restaurant. Who wins? The property owner. On Monday, the Department of City Planning showed credit card transaction data for the New York City restaurants as their answer to the retail diversity issue. I ask you, what about the spending for other retail industries in our city? Commissioners, today's forecast, it's raining lease buyouts and incentives with a high chance of dislocation and replacement of neighborhood dry retail storefront businesses. This is not a watch, it is a warning. Activate, not privatize. Say it all you want. It is an aspiration list with sophistry. And the reality is the privatization of public space will result in a less equitable business mix and confer a permanent benefit to landlords in the form of increased rents that will long outlast this current pandemic. A recovery for all means all industries and all residents. I strongly urge you, commissioners, to reject the permanent open restaurants zoning text amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosa. Are there any questions for Mr. Rosa? Thank you. The next speaker will be Victor Santos, to be followed by Zella Jones and Mary Hoveler.
Victor is not in the room.
How about Zella Jones and Mary Hoveler?
I'm ready.
Thank you.
Okay. I thank you for your patience. This is some afternoon, and I know that you've had many of these lately because I also visit you about Soho and NoHo, but I've got just a few points I would like to elevate here. It's really about the rules, and because it's about the rules and the fact that one size does not fit all, it is entirely premature for a zoning text change regarding outside dining. There are a couple of things that have not been brought up even in the review session on Monday. The sidewalk widths and the amount of obstruction that occurs between a restaurant and its outdoor hutch. If you have servers crossing the sidewalk all the time, the larger the structure, the more people are crossing it constantly. I walk a great deal. I have a dog. I walk my dog like many, many other people do. You cannot pass. You cannot pass. And if someone's coming up in front of you with a walker, you've got to go out to the street if you can find a way to get to the street. DOT hasn't brought this up once. Even 10 feet is not enough in a situation like that. In my neighborhood in NoHo, the conflict between private carters and public trash collections is really an issue. The structures on the street block access to both types of carters. The garbage stays there. People bring it to the corners where there's a public trash can. I have piles of garbage there. I've got 4 very, very nice restaurateurs who are personally paying to have trash dumped or taken care of with their private cars because the residential owners can't get the city to even pick up their garbage in the morning. The next thing is insurance. When you have an event on a street, or you close a street, or you have some event in front of your store, as is allowed by SAPO, you have to put down $1 million insurance policy. There's nothing here about insurance and liability as regards these installations, whether they be sidewalk or in-road installations. I have 2 building owners who are now suing restaurants next to them because they have extended in front of their own door, and their buildings are liable if anything happens to a patron on their sidewalk. It is very important for the community board to review this. I served for 4 years as a sidewalk chair for community board 2. Every single application I personally went out and inspected because
your time is up. Thank you. I appreciate your, if you have something written, we would be happy to take it. Are there any questions for Ms. Jones? If not, thank you very much. We understand that Victor Santos is back in the room, so we will have him speak now.
Hi, my name is Victor Santos, and I am here representing a couple of restaurants in the upper Manhattan section. We believe that this resolution should be passed. Time and time again, this pandemic has been placed on the shoulders of restaurants, whether it has come to shutting down indoor dining, these mask mandates, these vaccine mandates, and now for the open restaurant program to be taken away from us will definitely put that last nail in the coffin. It has been a lifeline for us. We have utilized these spaces that in other circumstances, we couldn't have used them. And it has been a lifeline in order for us to recover from this pandemic. The restaurant industry has been hit very hard, and we need every single help that we can in order to survive. We are open to new rules and to obey them and follow them to the T, but we really need this in order to help us recover. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Santos. Are there any questions? Okay. Thank you. Next, we will hear from Mary Hoveler, Shannon Phipps, and Carter Booth.
There's Mary. Mary, you should be able to unmute your microphone and turn on your camera.
Okay, there we go. Hi, everyone. Thanks for letting me speak. I've been listening since this morning. I don't want to waste a lot of time reiterating many of the concerns that others have already said, so I'm going to just quickly go through my notes. I've been a homeowner in Tribeca for 19 years. And as all of the people who are opposed, as I am, to making this amendment permanent, I'd like to say, obviously, I was fully supportive and continue to be fully supportive of supporting these restaurants during the emergency pandemic conditions. However, I strongly feel that this open restaurant situation should not be continued when the pandemic ends. A few of the negative impacts that I can echo on in my neighborhood is, I mean, one, how unsightly these things are. I live in a landmark block that the shed across the street, which takes up half the block, is a thrown up shanty of plywood, corrugated metal, and some plastic film that makes the windows and some kind of reflecting traffic stickers, trash, indeterminate puddles, all of the issues that people have brought up around sanitation. They sprawl across the blocks. Passage, as people have mentioned, is very, very difficult. The delivery bikes, e-bikes, and scooters have taken to the sidewalks as well now because the street passage is no longer available. And so that becomes treacherous, as well as navigating through the restaurants. As well, placement in the road beds has greatly decreased parking, which is already extremely limited in the neighborhood. It also restricts traffic flow so that trucks that are making deliveries are double parking and blocking traffic, which increases the noise, which is also increased exponentially. As people have already noted, the talking and laughing and ultimately singing of people drinking, while a happy time gets increasingly loud and rowdy with each round. It is compounded by televisions and music that the restaurants play, and amplified by the hard surfaces of our narrow streets, so that it can be very difficult to sleep at night. And obviously just a constant ambient presence that is not welcome. The garbage, the food, the rats. I have to say, on our nighttime walks now, my dog regularly disturbs nests of rats in the neighborhood. I also worry about, because many of these structures are so impromptu and thrown up, that there are a lot of issues, obviously, around fire that people have brought up. But also I was thinking, as the hurricanes were coming in, that these things could become airborne projectiles. So I just want to say that it's not only our quality of life, but our property values that are being affected by this.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, you're still muted. There we go.
Your time is up, and so we appreciate your comments. I would like to know if the commission has any questions for you. Seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you. We next have Shannon Phipps, to be followed by Carter Booth and Kyle Sklarov.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Shannon Phipps. I'm president of Berry Street Alliance, located in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. We are predominantly living in a mixed-use zone. Unsafe conditions created by the open restaurants are compounded by the presence of over a mile of neglected and abandoned open streets program under the jurisdiction of the DOT on Berry Street. We feel this is a foreshadowing for the open restaurants program if pushed through with these text amendments. We have violated our elderly and disabled residents can no longer have access to public streets. How is the DOT going to handle sidewalks and restaurants? We already have one program under their full jurisdiction, and they are not able to regulate it, or they have not had any accountability for it. These text amendments are a political agenda funded by lobbyist groups, Transportation Alternatives, and New York City Hospitality Alliance to advantage one single industry at the expense of residents and literally all other businesses and trades. Their primary goal is to increase profits and occupy as much public space as possible. Assemblymember Glick's demonstration of the noise residents are being forced to live with, which is a violation of the right of habitability and a health hazard, was so loud that Zoom and iPhone condensed the file to lower the sound. So no one was really able to understand how loud and obnoxious that is to live in these conditions. I want to reiterate that restaurants are not the only industry that was affected by the pandemic. Many of us are working from home and also sit on piles of debt from student loans, healthcare, mortgages, and we're all trying to get by in one of the most expensive cities in the world. Are 8 million citizens that invisible to our city agencies that only restaurants need a lifeline? Of course, so many restaurants participated in this program because they were given a deal that no one would refuse: free rent, privatized public space with no oversight or enforcement. And if I hear one more restaurant crying about how they don't have any guidance on guidelines, let me remind you, they're the ones putting out speakers, amplifying music, violating the smoking ban, violating workers' rights by creating dangerous working conditions that are very common sense. And these are all things that will not be enforceable. The garbage, the rats, all the things that you're hearing about in Manhattan exist in Brooklyn. Where there's commercial overlay, there will be a complete, violation of residential life. And we need to say no, hashtag sunset the sheds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the commission? If not, we will turn to Carter Booth.
Hi, my name is Carter Booth. I'm the previous chair of Manhattan Community Board 2, and prior to that, I was the chair of the SLA Licensing Committee for many years. There's no question that the temporary open restaurants program has saved an industry and, more importantly, has allowed many of our neighborhood restaurants to survive. But today, we're talking about removing zoning text that works for CB2 in Lower Manhattan. This is a terrible one-size-fits-all approach for the 5 boroughs, and most specifically for Community Board 2. I'll reiterate, pre-COVID, CB2 had 217 sidewalk cafes. Today, we have 1,014 outdoor dining setups in CB2. It's a 467% increase. Pre-COVID, there were only 863 sidewalk cafes in all of Manhattan. Today, we have 1,014 in CB2 alone. Other than vague proclamations of outdated rules, there have been no real studies or justification of the full impact of this massive increase in allowable areas for outdoor dining in our community on a permanent basis, especially in our residentially only zoned neighborhoods. I want to touch on a couple of specific points. This plan encourages in CB2 currently non-conforming businesses in residential only areas to expand their non-conforming use outside, where they create a tremendous conflict with the underlying residential only districts. Our residential only districts were not designed to accommodate loud bars and restaurants. And in our community, many of those homes and buildings are over 100 years old. The changes before you also remove all requirements for those non-conforming businesses in residential areas to be fully enclosed, encouraging fully open facades and music to spill out into residential only neighborhoods. And on top of that, the plan before you doesn't even take into account the pending legislation before City Council to allow dancing as of right in all these non-conforming businesses in residentially zoned neighborhoods. It's not hard to understand this problem, and it's unconscionable to encourage this expansion in residential neighborhoods where we have worked for decades to strike a balance between restaurants and bars, and in one full swoop, ignore that fragile balance and essentially make these residential only areas commercial districts. Another point I want to address is the conversion of dry use group 6 non-conforming uses to use group 6 eating and drinking. You heard testimony on Monday from DCP that this was unlikely because of the huge cost of adding gas and that a fully built out restaurant requires a lot of upfront capital, making this unlikely. This has not been our experience in CB2. Dry uses have converted at a steady clip, and more outdoor seating will only result in more conversions. In reality, spaces that convert to eating and drinking uses have electric kitchens or food prep areas requiring no venting, and most of those spaces already have one bathroom, which is all that's needed with waivers and a letter of no objection. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Are there any questions? Thank you then. I appreciate your testimony. Next up will be Carl Sklarov, to be followed by Marco Munoz and Linda G.
Hi, thank you, Commissioner and Chairs. My name is Kyle Sklarov. My wife and I lived in the village for 20 years. My wife is the founder and owner of a small business also located in Soho. So we are committed to the future of this city. We're hopeful that the city will deny this one-size-fits-all and inappropriate outdoor dining program, and to prioritize the mental health and quality of life of local residents. I agree with, there have been so many great points raised by other speakers on all the reasons why this is inappropriate. And why this should be denied. So rather than repeat all of those valid issues, I would just like to take this moment to point out one specific issue that may not have even been considered by the commission and the people who have come up with these rules. We live in a ground floor apartment on 122 Perry Street between Greenwich Street and Hudson. What was once a quiet residential side street with numerous ground floor residences in addition to ours is now an all-night dining district with street bed dining sheds literally feet from our bedroom window. We do not live in a townhouse. We have nowhere to retreat to. We now basically live inside of a restaurant. Our apartment is only 400 square feet. All of our living space, including our bedroom windows, now face 30 plus diners who are eating and drinking all day, night, weekday, weekend. The cacophony of noise from people shouting over each other is endless. I strongly believe that as the city has always worked, communities should have a say in their neighborhood, just like there was with the sidewalk programs and licensing programs prior to permanent outdoor dining. Before we bought our apartment, which was just a few months before the pandemic, we in fact met with the managers of the restaurant and asked them if they had sidewalk seating or anything, and they said, no, we don't. And so that gave us peace of mind when we decided to move here and invest our life savings in this apartment. I would say if a neighborhood wants outdoor dining, that's great. But if it impacts and hurts local residents, then those residents should have a voice in their community. And that's why this one size fits all does not work. Again, we can't live in peace, we can't sleep in peace, and we don't want to be forced from our home. And I'm really hopeful that once the pandemic subsides, that these restaurants and the neighbors can coexist in peace as we always have. And business worked then for them and the residents got by, but this current situation does not work. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sclero, for your testimony. Any questions? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to Marco Munoz.
Mr. Munoz, you should be able to unmute your microphone and turn on your camera.
Okay, I'm ready.
There we go.
I got listening there. Okay. My name is Marcos Munoz, representing Mojitos Restaurant, located in one of the busiest boulevards in Queens, New York, which is the Northern Boulevard, by the heart of Jackson Heights, the most diverse neighborhood in the whole New York City, right? Actually, I believe we don't have something in mind. This cannot be a war between residents and businesses. Why? First of all, during the pandemic, we were able to survive thanks to the outdoor dining, right? Right now, and through the pandemic as well, we were able to provide thousands and thousands of jobs between all of the restaurants. So what's going to happen with all of those people that are able to survive and to take their food to their houses, to their families? They're not going to have a job. That would be very, very, very unfair with those that depend on this industry, which is the biggest industry in the city. So let's think about that. Let's think about it, okay? Our customers, remember, we're local restaurants. We are local businesses. That we are supported by our neighbors, right? So we're not giving bad quality of life. We're giving a great quality of life. Especially during the pandemic, we were able to give life to those people that didn't have anything else to do. Right now, people love sitting out there, right? Not even indoors. They rather sit at the outdoor dining, and they enjoy it so much. So the biggest supporter are our neighbors. Our neighbors are very happy with the outdoor dining. So let's keep that in mind. Also, unfortunately, this year, our business had to renew the lease, right? And unfortunately, it went up over 50%. Our rent went over 50%, probably because of the outdoor dining. So what's going to happen if they take the outdoor dining? Probably we will have to close, and over 30 employees or so will have to lose their job. That would be very unfair as well. So let's keep that in mind. It's about fairness. Let's be more human, and let's keep in mind that a lot of people, hundreds of thousands, depend on this industry. Thank you. That's all for now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Munoz. Are there questions? Seeing none, we will turn to the next three speakers, Linda G., Jamie Felber, and Ryan Pukos.
Linda and Jamie are not here. And
okay. Then Ryan Pukos to be followed by Sharon Hershkovich.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So my name is Ryan Pukos. I am a senior project manager with the Grand Central Partnership. The Grand Central Partnership is a business improvement district serving an approximately 70 square block area in Midtown East surrounding Grand Central Terminal. As one of the world's largest bids, serving a district with 73 million square feet of commercial, residential, and retail building space, our goal is to keep our Midtown East neighborhood clean, safe, and thriving. We urge the commission to approve the proposed zoning text changes related to sidewalk cafes, and we encourage the City Council, the Department of Transportation, the Department of Small Business Services, BIDS, and other agencies to work together to make sure that a permanent open restaurants program encourages participation and is a net positive to quality of life in the city. We support making the open restaurants program permanent because of the critical role that it has played in our neighborhood's recovery during the pandemic. In Midtown East, food and beverage businesses have traditionally made up the largest share, nearly 50% of our street level business landscape. Yet the sector has also been the slowest to recover. Over 70% of the street level businesses that remain temporarily closed in our bid are food and beverage businesses. The open restaurants program has been a lifeline for our area's restaurants, bars, and lounges. According to data from DOT, approximately 150 establishments in our district have registered for the program, and many of the same establishments have made substantial investments in creating unique, inviting outdoor spaces that contribute to the vibrancy of our neighborhood. Despite its successes, the open restaurants program has not been without its challenges. Specifically, many businesses have had to shoulder burdensome costs in order to comply with the city's changing rules, such as the requirement to install expensive temporary barriers. And in some cases, outdoor dining structures have suffered from underinvestment and neglect and have become either eyesores or safety hazards. While we are supportive of creating a simplified non-zoning related program, we are concerned that the participation requirements, such as those around sidewalk width and clear path, may be too stringent and prohibit businesses currently participating from being able to participate under a permanent program. Additionally, we're concerned that the necessity to design and build structures that are removable may deter real investment in the structures. Finally, given the expertise of the city's bids in street and sidewalk issues, we encourage the city to include the New York City Bid Association as part of the design task force. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pukos. Any questions? All right, then we will go next. Sharon Hershkovich. Sharon Hershkovich, are you here?
She is not here.
Ms. Hershkovich is not in the Zoom.
Okay. Then we'll move on to Delphine Blue to be followed by Darlene Lutz and Nora Cole.
Ms. Blue, you should be able to unmute your microphone and turn on your camera.
See, okay. Hello. Hi, what a long day, and thank you, everybody. There have been so many amazing comments. I wrote something. I'm going to try to get through it really quickly. I've lived in the East Village in this apartment for 24 years, but I've been living in Manhattan for 2/3 of my life. I'm from Queens originally. I voted for Mayor de Blasio, who secured rent stabilization, but now makes conditions outside my rent stabilized apartment unlivable. My block consists of tenements, a few townhouses, and many storefront ground level restaurants housed in the tenements. There's also a house of worship and a drug rehab facility. There are trees on this very residential block. There has never been sidewalk seating because the sidewalks are narrow pedestrian pathways. During 2020, I remained in my apartment and supported restaurants by getting takeout. I'm a highly social person, and I've lived in Manhattan for a long time. There have now been 14 roadway dining sheds on my block since they were introduced. As a temporary measure, this was great. We were all rooting for each other. As a permanent measure, this imposes immense stress on already pandemic-weary residents. Pandemic means affecting everyone, not just restaurants. When I exit my building, I walk through a claustrophobic enclosed corridor of plywood sheds on one side of the narrow sidewalk, tenements on the other. It looks like a scene from the TV show Hoarders. I can no longer see the trees. There is no place to access the street from the sidewalk. The sheds are tightly adjacent to each other. There is one small opening where the super from my building leaves the trash. If you live here, you know not to squeeze through that narrow opening because of the rats and the standing water. Even one of the restaurant owners, I live on the Indian restaurant block formerly, there's not many left, and he's been here longer than me, and he said he's never seen so many rats. He has a very rudimentary setup. It's just plywood. There are no walls on it. And at night, I climb over the 3.5-foot high plywood structure with my dog to get to the street to walk him, because it's the only access to the street and the only access in a spot where there are less rats. My neighbor was wheeled on a gurney halfway down the block to the only opening where the ambulance could load him in. Put yourself on that gurney for a moment. And the other night, there was a kitchen fire in a restaurant two doors down from my building. I watched firefighters climb over that same plywood structure that I climb over when I walk my dog. My dog doesn't understand that he can't relieve himself where he has for over a decade. He doesn't understand that people are eating in his pee spot. Will the city ban us from having dogs in order to support restaurants? Because I wouldn't be surprised.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Your time's up. Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Blue? Hearing none, we will turn to the next speaker, Darlene Lutz, to be followed by Nora Cole.
Good afternoon. My name is Darlene Lutz, and I've lived and worked in Soho, Manhattan Community Board 2 for over 40 years. I also serve as the Vice President of the First Precinct Community Council. I'd like to thank our Assemblywoman, Deborah Glick, who brought the real human cost and the realities of living in a war zone. Residents make up a neighborhood, not the hospitality lobbyists paid to push an agenda which is killing our quality of life. I support Manhattan Community Board 2's position and am grateful for the enormous amount of time they've dedicated to crafting the strong opposition to the proposed radical text amendment zoning changes. CB2 Manhattan has the highest number by 1,000 miles of liquor licenses and self-certified open dining restaurant premises. One size does not and cannot fill all. We are drowning in the relentless booming music and transient partying drinking crowds outdoors. Unfortunately, the temporary program has revealed just how many bad actors there are in our midst. The goodwill that's been extended to our cherished local and drinking establishments has been abused to the tune of a whopping 93% of them violating the rules of the current program. Restaurant owners belly aching about the rules keep changing and they're too hard to follow might try exercising some common sense. Like, for instance, an all-enclosed shanty is an indoor dining room. Professing they would now be pleased to work out the issues with us is insincere. New York restaurants have received a whopping $8 billion in PPP. Our sympathies are with them. The city's urgency to shove this text amendment through eludes my community. We're faced with another year of the Wild West, no consequences to the bad actor behavior that affects our ability to robustly recover from the pandemic. New York restaurants have received, again, $8 billion in PPP. The temporary program needs to sunset at the end of this year, and the permanent program should be sent back to the DOT and the DCP to be fully fleshed out before making radical and most certainly detrimental zoning changes. Thank you for the opportunity to hear my testimony today, and congrats to the new chair, Ms. Larmont.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so are there any questions from the commission? Okay. Thank you very much. So we will move on to the next three speakers, Nora Cole, Ali Ryan, and Priscilla Orozco.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for allowing me.
We can hear you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'd like to respond to an earlier speaker who complained that he found the zoning rules, the current zoning rules, to be arbitrary and capricious. I personally think that they do offer some valuable guardrails against the intrusion of outdoor eateries into areas that are residential. But assuming, for the sake of argument, that his complaint is reasonable, the question is, replace it with what? The current regimen for permitting outdoor eateries allows indiscriminate intrusion of cafes and restaurants into public spaces, into areas that are functionally residential, even if they are not in an area that was zoned to be residential. It was conceived in haste. It uses crude tools, and it was designed to respond to a crisis. Those conditions no longer apply, and there's absolutely no justification to rush into making permanent what was slapped together as a temporary emergency program. What we need is comprehensive, tailored programs that are designed with community participation, not something that is piecemeal, not something that is ad hoc. I say keep the planning in city planning and reject this proposed amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Vice Chair, the chair has taken a break and asked if you can fill in.
Here I am.
Okay. We should see if there are any questions for the last speaker. Not seeing any. You can call the next speaker is Ali Ryan.
Ali Ryan is not in the room.
Okay. Priscilla Orozco.
Hi, thank you for having me. I represent Travesias Restaurant and Cafe Colonial Restaurant in Bronx, New York. Open restaurants has been something that saved both of our restaurants when the city was closed. One restaurant has 50 employees, the other one has 30. When the restaurants were closed due to the pandemic, we went down more than 60% of our employees. But once we were open, due to the Open Restaurants program, we were able to bring back so many of our employees and are now fully staffed once again, thanks to this program. Because of what we're going through now with the vaccine mandates, open restaurants is the only thing that has kept our restaurants going, because people are going against getting the vaccine. A lot of people do not agree with it and they want to sit outdoor. We have done everything to follow all of the regulations. We have abided by everything that they have told us to do with when it was keeping the social distancing, when it was putting down everyone's name, number, asking for vaccines, asking for tests, making sure our employees were using everything correctly. And this has been a program that has tremendously helped us. These are not little sheds. For the restaurants that are doing it correctly, we should not be banned from continuing to have these outdoor dining and roadway seating, because it is something that has helped us tremendously. I hope that they can come to an agreement of how we can continue to run these programs. And if we have to follow new rules, we will. And the people who don't, then those people need to be are the ones that go against. We have had inspectors coming in to check, but they come, they leave a paper and they leave. They don't speak to us. They don't tell us what we need to fix. When we call, we get the runaround, so it is something that everyone has to work together and to make better. And we will follow the rules just like we've been doing the whole pandemic. And that is all. Thank you for the time. And I hope that we can work all this together for the betterment of New York City. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? If not, thank you very much. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Joanna.
I'm back.
Carpenter. Oh, okay.
I'm back. Go ahead.
Yeah, do we have Joanna Carpenter?
Joanna is not in the room.
All right, then. We have Andrew Tarlow and Megan Joy to be followed by Augustine Hope.
Andrew is not in the room, but Megan is.
Megan Joy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for taking the time. My name is Megan Joy. I'm a small business owner and resident of the Lower East Side. When the open restaurant, when the pandemic first hit, my husband and I spent the first 3 months really panicking and thinking that there was no way out of this. All of our eggs were in one basket. We're both in the same business, partners in the same business. When they introduced the Open Restaurants program, it was the lifeline that we needed. It got us through the pandemic, hands down. PPP money would not have been enough. That said, there is still no making up for the extreme losses that we endured over 2020. Even though business has been good in the last few months, it's still not making up for those losses. We need this program to go forward. I understand that it needs tweaks and changes. I understand that we need to bring residents' opinions in mind and keep the streets clean, keep the amplified noise away, close it early. But I feel like I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. There is a lot of good that could come with this program going forward. I've spent the last 20 years in this neighborhood looking at small businesses die. And I feel like mom and pop bars and restaurants are the next ones to go. Whatever we can do to strengthen that that side of retail, I feel like we should do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Joy? If not, we'll move on. to Augustine Hope, to be followed by John Snow and Robert Ely.
We had a Miss Carpenter came back into the room.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm very sorry. We
That's
want to
okay.
call on Joanna Carpenter. Came back into the room.
Yep, there she is. Go ahead, Miss Carpenter.
Hi, thank you so much. Thank you to the chair and to the commission for hearing us today on this very, very long day. My name is Joanna Carpenter. I'm here representing Save NYC Bars, which is an organization. We're a coalition representing bars across the city and just advocating for nightlife in general. So just to run down a few points, because I also don't want to regurgitate the great points that have already been made. We are very, very much in favor of this text amendment and the potential for the evolution of it. I also agree with Gail Brewer that one size doesn't fit all, and that clear, equitable plans built with DOT along with the relevant agencies are going to be the key to the success of this amendment in its final form, and also the survival of this industry that has personally paid my rent for the last 18 years. I also want to second everything said by Andrew Rigi and the Hospitality Alliance regarding the glaring statistics that make it very clear how deeply necessary to our survival this program is. Save NYC Bars, we think that this program can and should be a collaborative effort between the city, DOT, community boards, and the industry itself. And a couple points just in direct response to some of the comments here. In terms of sanitation issues in a city that is as dense and old as New York do not start and end with restaurants. So I would highly recommend that we don't necessarily find one industry or group of people to scapegoat for that. Additionally, the visual blight on the streets, the quality of the structure is a direct reflection of the margins on which the restaurant is operating. So we need to think about the cycle of finances that happen when a restaurant is just trying to get by. And in general, I think the of the restaurant single entities causing inconveniences to neighbors with our sheds and shanties and the somewhat derogatory words that are being used for these structures, we are actually the epicenter of the supply chain. We're a massive source of revenue for the city. We are job creators. And frankly, as much as the dissenters on this call would like to continue to demonize these spaces, I find it really difficult to believe that those same people have not and do not order takeout, dine inside or outside, or take part in the cultural and community development that orients around and grows from restaurant spaces. We are community spaces. So I would just thank the commission again for the attention and the consideration to this. I would also invite you to consider the biggest picture possible here, because I think there's so much potential to have all of us across the city work together and collaboratively to build this thing in a way that is equitable and safe and clean and fair for everybody, and does not help this industry that has not really come back to life to collapse. Thank you so, so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carpenter, for your testimony. Are there any questions from the commission? Hearing none, I'll say thank you again. And then we will move on to Augustine Hope, to be followed by John Snow and Robert Ely.
Hello, my name is Augustine Hope. I've had the privilege to call our wonderful city home for nearly 40 years now. I have never seen anything quite like this. Who would have thought that the city would advocate putting diners in active roadways? I just want to respond to Ms. Carpenter for a second. I think it's absolute rubbish to say that restaurants are dependent on this permanent program to survive. They were booming before the pandemic, and they will be booming after the pandemic. You can be certain of that. But I wanted to address a question posed by Commissioner Rampershad at Monday's pre-hearing. He asked if there was any data on compliance, and I think it was Ben Huff at DCP who responded that they didn't have any data at hand, but they would get back to him. Well, I can give you some hard data right now. Back in January, at the height of the pandemic, our community group did a survey of 10014 and found that 66% of restaurants were out of compliance. Of these, 50% were simply ignoring the ban on indoor dining. At the height of the pandemic, they were serving indoors or in enclosed spaces. We have the photographs to prove it. Fast forward to the summer, Speaker Johnson's office has done a survey of roughly the same area. This time, 93% of restaurants are out of compliance. That's 93%. You'll find the survey attached to CB2 Manhattan's submission. Then there was Commissioner Ortiz's great question about whether this program would be revenue neutral. Well, I don't know that it will be. As you know, property taxes represent almost 1/3 of the city's budget. In 2019, that was 27 billion out of 91 billion in total revenues. Now, I own some property here. I don't have a restaurant, but I'm bracketed by 4 rat-infested pieces of junk in the middle of the street, 2 of which are bars open till 1 o'clock in the morning or later. It's funny, isn't it, how DCP never mentions bars in any of their presentations. Anyway, my property's value has dropped by 30% since 2019. I'm told to expect another 35% drop. Do you think that this has nothing to do with the threat of opening restaurants becoming permanent? I know loss of value is my problem, but it's going to become your problem when property tax assessment time comes around again in February. Has anyone there asked the hard questions about what the real costs of this program will be? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hope. Are there any questions for Mr. Hope? Commissioner Ortiz.
Hi, thank you for your comment on the revenue neutral question. I share your concerns about revenue, but doesn't it also work the other way in which, increased revenue potentially from restaurants and rent could potentially increase value? Isn't that, the flip side of the coin?
Yes, I think it absolutely does. For people for landlords of restaurants and cafes and bars. I think for owners of residential property, this is a huge threat. I don't think we even know the bottom of it. I don't think anybody's ever has done any real examination of the issue. I mean, it's anecdotal, but I know an awful lot of people that are pulling out of the city as we speak.
Fair enough. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Hope? If not, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from John Snow, Robert Ely, and Susie Schrock.
John Snow is not in the room.
Okay, then Robert Ely.
Hello there, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hi, and thank you very much for pronouncing my name correctly. My name, as I indicated, is Robert Ely, and for the last 8 years of my life, I have been a co-chair of our liquor licensing committee at Community Board number 2 in Manhattan. This community board represents Soho, NoHo, Greenwich Village, West Village, Meatpacking, Nolita, and Chinatown. And over those years, I spent countless hours working with businesses in the hospitality industry and with residents in our communities, seeking to compromise and establish guidelines so that both can coexist and cohabitate together. To me, compromise means that each side may be left unhappy because they may not have gotten everything they wanted. But it does mean that a line has been drawn for both sides to realize what is permitted and what is not. This creates peace of mind for both sides. It isn't perfect, but it worked to the extent that both business and community were given an opportunity to be heard, and a level of fairness was baked into the process. I think that the current rezoning taking place with no measurement, no studies, only rash decision-making being made during a pandemic is not good planning. Residents in our neighborhoods directly impacted by this change were never asked. No one came to our community board and asked folks like me, how do you do this in the right manner? Instead, the only voice that was heard was the lobby for the hospitality industry. That's what we read in the newspapers. And I wonder how this is good planning when it appears clear that the city is simply pandering to the hospitality industry. There is no equity in giving public thoroughfares to just one industry. How is that equitable? How is that going to help other retail to reopen following the pandemic? By giving to one industry, you are simply taking it away from other retail business. How is that good planning? I will leave you with a real-life example of something that occurred in one of our neighborhoods. There is a deli in a small grocery store that has been operating in a storefront for over 30 years. The owners, our neighbors, are a real part of the fabric of our community. Despite being open during the pandemic, servicing the community, the deli was left having a hard time paying its rent. As it turned out, when the open restaurants program was rashly put together, and rightfully so, that program, after the mayor announced that it would become permanent, increased the value of the frontage in front of that deli. So because the deli was not paying its rent, the landlord sought to bring in a new tenant that would then combine the deli with the pizzeria space next door to the deli to create a restaurant and a bar. Why? Because of the valuable roadbed eating and drinking.
Thank you. Sorry, your 3 minutes is up. If you have any written testimony to submit, we'd be happy to take it. Are there any questions for Mr. Ely? Okay, if not, we'll move on to Susie Schrock, to be followed by Gabriel Stallman and Julio Pena.
Hello, Planning Commission. My name is Susie Schropp, and on behalf of 8 St. Mark's Place Tenants Association, and as a member of the Block Association and QUpNewYork.com, we express our strong opposition to the permanent open restaurant proposal. Our building is located on St. Mark's Place between 2nd and 3rd Avenues, one of the busiest residential blocks in New York City. We have 27 liquor licenses on the block. Our reasons for the opposition are: prior to COVID, the block and the neighborhood as a whole has experienced ongoing issues with heavy traffic and congestion. St. Mark's Place is a bus route, and emergency vehicles have had trouble getting through for the past 30 years. I've lived on the block. Our area is an extended NYU and New School campus, and foot traffic can be as heavy or more as in Midtown. People with disabilities have difficulties or it's impossible for them to navigate the sidewalks. Noise and street parties have spiraled out of control and have become a literal nightmare. We've had 3 amplified bands and 1 rave in one night. Navigating the streets is horrendous for pedestrians, cars, public transportation, and it will be impossible in November when borders are reopening for tourists. Remember, right now, we do not have any tourists. The largest issue of this program is the privatization of public space, which favors the restaurant industry. Landlords are already drooling over the free gift of added land to their investment and the already increasing rental revenue that comes with it. This terrible proposal eliminates equal opportunities for all New York small businesses and hurts other non-restaurant businesses. I support helping the restaurant industry, which can be done with a temporary program. The proposal on the table is not thought through and it displays little to no planning. It looks like another gift from the transactional mayor to the landlords charging overinflated rents. Thank you, everybody, for your time, and I really appreciate everybody staying so late. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schropp. Any questions for Ms. Schropp? All right, then we'll next go to Gabriel Stallman, to be followed by Julio Pena and then Stephen Sutenje.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Hi, my name is Gabriel Stolman. Before the pandemic, I used to have 9 restaurants and employed approximately 350 people. Today, I only have 4 remaining restaurants, and we employ approximately 130 people. Without the emergency sidewalk cafes, it is highly likely I would have 0 restaurants left. For the first time in the last 19 months, I'm back at resuming pre-pandemic revenue levels. Not more, not less, but the same as I was in 2019. The ability to do that is entirely because I have the extra seats outdoors. If the cafes go away, then my revenue will likely be cut by 40%. If that happens, I will easily eliminate half of the remaining jobs that I have now. I can safely say with a revenue reduction of that size, I would most likely be operating in the red. Truth is, the majority of New Yorkers are loving dining outdoors. Our old system of how we manage this through the zoning was imbalanced and inequitable. Of my 4 remaining restaurants, 3 are located in conditions where it is currently prohibited or previously prohibited for one outdated reason or another. For instance, one of my restaurants, directly adjacent to it, my neighbor had a sidewalk cafe legally. I was not allowed to have a sidewalk cafe because the sidewalk narrowed by 1/4 of an inch and the sidewalk in front of me was 11 feet, 11 inches and 3/4. It was 1/4 of an inch too shy, and that prohibited me. This change would allow me to at least apply. A lot of these community board meetings that are happening, I think, are not actually representative of the community's feelings. I've been listening to a lot of community board leaders talk about how they're opposed and against. I've attended a lot of these community board meetings. I've listened to some community board members say that the city planning didn't reach out to the community board. Well, you know what? The community board never reached out to me or any other restaurants to ask me how to alleviate the problems. I want to have a dialogue. I believe there are problems. I also believe there's a middle ground. I believe that one size doesn't fit all, but I do believe in creating more equity. I think we need to find a system where everybody gets the chance to apply. That's what this is about. Just give me the chance to apply, and you can still deny me if you find my application not valid. But right now we have problems where I'm not even allowed to. I believe that if we work together, we can find commonality. We've been able to build skyscrapers and fly to the moon. We can solve trash and rodent issues. We talk about problems like this city was Zurich clean before and there was never a rat before and the trash never existed. We are pinning it all on restaurants as if these weren't conditions. It's not true. I am sympathetic and compassionate about the issues. Let's find a middle ground. Let's address this. Let's give everyone the chance to apply. And for everybody who's been hating on this roadbeds, that's not what this meeting is about. I hear you, but this meeting is not about the roadbeds. Let's keep it on topic. I love you. Please pass this amendment. It would be a lifesaver and a quality of life improvement.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Stolman. Questions for Mr. Stolman? Okay, thank you. We will next go to Julio Pena.
Mr. Pena, yeah, he's here. You can unmute your microphone and turn on your camera now. There we go.
All right, we're good there. Good evening, everyone.
Yes.
My apologies. I'm in the car right now. This program and the things that as a restaurant owner and part of a community we've been in business since 1995, and we consider the block where our restaurant is our home, our community, our neighbors, our friends. And maybe a lot of businesses don't have that outlook. It would be beneficial that at this time, since we're going through all of this, and it has helped us to continue in business, because the PPP money that was received was just for payroll. It wasn't just to make it through the night, so to speak. But the community board, as far as I'm concerned, should be for the community, for the residents, as well as for the people that live in the community. I'm sorry, the people that have businesses in the community, that we could talk, that we could mitigate problems, that hopefully we can get clearer directions from the city and enforcement when enforcement is needed. But this has allowed New York to come back. This has allowed businesses to continue on operating. We're a mom and pop business. We're not a restaurant group or anything like that. And with the amount of love that we have for the city, being born and raised here, and my wife immigrating from Italy, we want to continue this. And we know that a lot of other businesses want to continue and they need this. Can we adjust? Can we do things better? Absolutely. But to just cut it off at the ankles, so to speak, it's a disservice to all of us as business owners that are still trying. They're still trying to make it happen. And it's a disservice to the community because it also brings vitality to the community. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Bravo, baby cake.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pena. Any questions for Mr. Pena? If not, thank you very much. We will move on to Stephen Studenchik, to be followed by Paul Italia and Burak Karakam.
Stephen is not in the room.
Okay.
Stephen's not in the room. I don't know if you heard me.
Is Paul Italia in the room?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, can you guys hear me okay? I'm just on the street.
Yes.
My name is Paul Italia. I'm the owner of the Stand Restaurant and Comedy Club in Union Square. We've been in Union Square, Gramercy Park area for 10 years. And I could tell you very much so that if it wasn't for the outdoor open streets program, we would have been out of business last year. We were unfortunate, but fortunate also because we were able to find a new location after developers kicked us out of our original location in 2018. We were only open 7 months before the pandemic. We have a 10,000 square foot space and we employed almost 60 people prior to the pandemic. During the pandemic, I was able to open up for to-go and also the Open Streets program, where we were at least able to keep somewhere close to 10 to 12 people employed during that time. We are now just starting to get back to our pre-pandemic levels of employment. We're almost up to 50 now. And I can tell you right now, without the Open Streets, that would be virtually impossible. I also agree with Mr. Stallman's assessment that if you guys wouldn't allow for us to apply to keep this permanent, and that's the key, right? Apply to keep it permanent. We're not saying it should stay the way it is or it's perfect the way we have it now, but we should be able to apply to keep this permanent, because without it, we would probably lose another third of the restaurants in New York City, especially Manhattan, where I can at least speak to that much of downtown. So for us, this is a vital, vital program. This isn't a question of, should we have this or not? And just like everyone else on this call that I've listened in on for the last couple of hours, I also am a lifetime New Yorker. I was born in Brooklyn. I've lived in Manhattan since 1999. There is no way for us to not be able to find a way to work together. We can do this. We just have to figure it out. I don't love the eyesores. I don't think that the sheds on the street are perfect. I don't think that a lot of people are going by the rules that are already in place, but we can figure out a way to make the rules apply to everybody, and so that everybody is at least satisfied with some of the regulations and things that will be kept in place. So these sheds are not dangerous and they're not uncompliant or unclean or everything else. I would implore anybody to visit our situation that we have on 16th Street, and you could see what I'm talking about. There's always going to be bad apples and bad players that are going to make the whole look much worse than it is. But the restaurants are some of the most cleanest places in New York City. As you know, you walk into a restaurant, you're going to want to eat there. You've got to be able to trust us to know that we could keep an outdoor setup in the same fashion as we would keep our restaurants that we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars and millions of dollars building. So for us, I just want to make it clear, and I know I don't speak for everybody, but we're one of a few comedy club and restaurants in the city, but it would be extremely crucial for us
Mr.
to
Italia,
lose.
thank you. Your time's up. Thank you. We appreciate your comments. Are there any questions for Mr. Italia? Okay, seeing none, we will move on. The next speaker would be Burak Karakam, followed by John Bigolski and Alexis Adler.
Yes, hi, this is Burak Karakam. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I just wanted to say that, it is my understanding after having read the text amendment that this text amendment is not making any permanence of the current temporary situation. All it's attempting to do is removing the blockade that the current zoning regulations place on sidewalk cafes and where they can be had, so that we can have an open discussion. And it's quite surprising to me that some of the residents, the community members who have been complaining about not having had open discussion are the ones who are opposing open discussion in this case. I happen to own a restaurant that's in Midtown Manhattan. Our sidewalk is about 22 feet deep. It happens to be right off of Madison Avenue, so I'm not allowed to have a sidewalk cafe under normal circumstances. If that were the case right now, I would not be in business. Period. And New Yorkers. I'm a New Yorker. We're all New Yorkers, but we're finicky. As when in the beginning of July, New York had its full reopening. We had a lot of customers requesting to be actually seated indoors because I guess they had missed it. It was hot. It was noisy outside, etc. As soon as the Delta variant, started making a comeback early to mid-August, nobody any longer wanted to sit indoors. And had we not had the outdoor option, it would have meant a significant drop in business. Not to mention that now we're facing something similar with guests that are part of a group where not everybody is vaccinated. And without the ability to have outdoor accommodations, it would be putting us at a very, very deep disadvantage. I thank you for your time and consideration. Please be in support of this zoning text amendment.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Karakam? Seeing none, we'll move on to John Bogolsky.
He's
to
not
be followed by Alexis Adler and Donna Rafter. Oh, Mr. Bogolsky's not in the room?
No.
Then on to Alexis Adler.
She is also not in the room.
Then Donna Rafferty to be followed by Vincent Inconiglios.
Donna and Vincent are also not in the room.
Okay, then we're on to Kathleen Treat to be followed by Zachary Chodorow.
Kathleen is not in the room.
How about Zachary?
Zachary is.
Okay.
Mr. Chodorow, you should be able to unmute your microphone.
Hello?
Yep, there we go. Oh. Mr. Chodorow, you can unmute again, turn on your camera.
Okay, here we go. Oh, can everybody see me? Sorry.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Zachary Chodorow. I'm a restaurant owner and operator in New York City, as well as a resident with my family in NoHo, 1 Elizabeth Street, which has been transformed into a really vibrant area, I think, through the open restaurants program. Additionally, it really helped our restaurants including Red Farm on Broadway on the Upper West Side. And without the program, we probably would not be here today. I think that we need to approve this zoning text change so that we can then begin the process of actually having a discussion for what outdoor dining program that will be fair and equitable for all, and that will be an easier application process than the previous pre-pandemic process, which when I went to apply for Red Farm on Broadway, the upfront fees were around $7,000 alone, and the cost of really getting the sidewalk cafe was about $22,000, which is a lot of money for any small business, but especially restaurants after having endured a really difficult time during the pandemic. And sorry, just my notes. I think that the streetscape in the NoHo neighborhood and as many neighborhoods in the city has been transformed to be very vibrant, sort of like a European city. And it's really allowed me and my family, as my daughter is not old enough to be vaccinated, to actually leave our apartment and dine outside. And you know, when we originally applied for our sidewalk cafe on the Upper West Side, it took us 6 months, which is about the average amount of time. You know, in the time that it took to approve a sidewalk cafe that had previously existed with the former tenant, by our calculations, we probably lost out on, the city lost out on maybe, you know, $36,000 of sales tax and another 9 jobs and about $250,000 in wages and tips. And for a lot of restaurants, when they first open, they're not going to be able to have their sidewalk cafe in place. And so that may pose an additional hardship on them during those first difficult months of operation. And that's why I think we should eliminate, you know, do the zoning text change to make the process more fair and equitable and easy for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chodoro. Any questions? If not, we will go to the next set of speakers. Desiderio Collado, Juan Jimenez, and Lisa Sorin.
Desiderio and Juan are not in the room, but Lisa is.
Okay.
Ms. Soren, you should be able to unmute your microphone and turn on your camera. There you go.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for your time. My name is Lisa Soren. I am the president of the Bronx Chamber of Commerce. Outdoor dining has birth in the midst of crisis. Needless to say, businesses needed an innovative way to stay afloat during the pandemic, and it resulted in a phenomenal outdoor initiative to keep customers and businesses safe and happy. As it relates to Bronx businesses, there is a need to keep outdoor dining for several reasons. One, stability. COVID has not been eradicated, and patrons need to be able to feel safe enough to have dining experience no matter the COVID status. Second, community outreach. Having an outdoor dining experience allows for people who had been locked down in their apartments for months to socialize, have great food and drinks, socially distanced way, which impacts community involvement and livelihood. Third, we owe it to business owners. Studies show that New York restaurants hurt more from the crisis in comparison to the industry nationwide. The Bronx in particular has a higher share of minority businesses, and most businesses in the Bronx are micro. More than 2/3 have fewer than 5 employees, and more than 80% have fewer than 10 employees as of 2019. Standardizing outdoor dining will allow businesses to keep their doors open for revenue, and the city will have a better oversight of the program. They say that for every crisis, there is a silver lining of opportunity. Let us take this opportunity to do something that would not have been feasible to do outside of the pandemic and grow from it. The last thing we need is more restaurant closures, because the less revenue for businesses means less revenue for the city and the state overall. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Soren. Any questions from Ms. Soren? Seeing none, we'll go on to Raffaello Van Kooten, to be followed by Sante Miceli and DM Boyd.
Raffaello is not here, but Sante is.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, Commissioner. I was going to say good morning this morning, but we ended up going through the evening. I'm Sante Micheli. I'm a Greenpoint resident in Brooklyn. I'm also a community board member, Community Board 1, chair of the Outreach Committee, also involved with several other community groups that, you know, they advocate for quality of life and especially retail diversity in our neighborhood. I'm not going to repeat things that many other people spoke about very eloquently. But I have to say, one of the major issues, definitely quality of life. And we are in a Greenpoint Historic District, a very small building, 2, 3, 4-story commercial overlay, very, very difficult to control sound. Having one storefront after another with a structure outside, it means you have 20, 30, 50 people sitting down. The people on the sidewalk, you live and or work recently, especially from home, in one of these 1-story, 2-story building. I don't know how this is compatible. So there is a full disregard of quality of life, decades of work the community have found way to find a balance, very difficult to achieve that in New York City, but we did in the past is completely wiped away. Retail landscape, what I can tell you as a community board member, we receive every month 35 applications for liquor license. I know that the industry has been hit very hard, and that's the emergency measure provided with the structure outside, but I can tell you that during COVID, at the heat of COVID, every other business that was not a bar or a restaurant that was didn't have an option to survive has left. It was immediately replaced by bar and a liquor license application. Immediately an opportunity to take, we have lost retail diversity. The 500-foot rule is not applied, but our New York State Liquor Authority, if that would happen, no more than 3 licenses within 500 foot. We could have maintained retail diversity. What about the 10 minutes walk neighborhood? That's what this neighborhood here in Greenpoint, but many other in Manhattan, in Brooklyn, not only historic district, but definitely district environment where there are historic buildings. And that inherent humanity, we are losing it. We are becoming entertainment corridor. And is that the way how we want to envision our future city? I don't think so. I don't think this is sustainable. And I believe this is a predatory proposal. This is a predatory legislation that is favoring industry, and really I leave this up to you, Commissioner, because this is your fundamental role. And I believe tonight, today, this morning, you have received enough testimony. Retail diversity is fundamental. Nobody talk about other industry. Myself,
thank you very much, Mr. Miceli. Thank you. Your time's up. Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you. We will turn now to DM Boyd, followed by Michelle Campo and Leslie Clark.
Is DM in the Zoom? I thought I saw him here.
I believe they've left the Zoom.
Okay, DM has left the Zoom.
Michelle Campo, Leslie Clark.
Ms. Campo is in the Zoom, yes.
Yes, Michelle Campo is in the room. Hi, how are you? Long day. Okay,
My name is Michelle Campo. I am Vice President of Bowery Alliance of Neighbors. I am a member of Bowery Block Association, kind of president, but you know, we're all the same. And a member of Citizens United and a member of QUP. Is that enough? There's some more. Okay, I want to say this again because, you know, it's good to say it again. We here have all been supportive of the restaurants during the pandemic and now. However, there should not be privatization of public space, especially for one industry. Retail has suffered greatly and nobody's talking about that. That was mentioned. I'm mentioning it again. We need equitable city planning, equitable, not one industry over another because of whatever they've done in the past. There should be no text amendment for permanent rezoning. Namely, that means forever. We don't want forever. Not in favor of residents. This would be not in favor of residents. What may seem safer streets in some areas is overwhelming in others. Many residents work from home. They cannot work from home when they have blazing music and screaming people. And I live in Little Italy, and believe me, it's insane. Also, I know Shake Shack was mentioned, and I think they are a prime example of privatization of a public space. They took off over about 1/4 of the lovely Madison Public Park. That is now private space. This was our space. This was public space. And that should not happen all along the way. I am a native New Yorker, and I've never, ever seen a condition in this city on so many fronts as I have now. And with the rats and the garbage and the screaming people who think that's perfectly okay because, you know, they're not invested. They come to visit and they can scream all they want. If you go to their neighborhood, did the same thing, they'd probably shoot you. And this is bad. This is just really bad. And that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campo. Any questions? If not, well, thank you, and we'll move on to Leslie Clark, to be followed by Stuart Zamsky and William Padilla.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I am Leslie Clark. I'm with West Village Residents Association. And I would like to add on to something that Valerie De La Rosa, which with the reopening working group said, and she's CB2 and I'm also in CB2. She reminded us that DOT Commissioner Trottenberg, who started this program, really wondered if this was not in the end going to tip the balance and make somewhat a value more potentially captured by the building owner if you were to have this program become permanent. And she was right. And that was, she said that in September 30th of 2020. And in August of 2021, this comes out in Biz News. What started as, this is the business press talking now. What started as an emergency policy to help struggling businesses has changed the business playbook for restaurants and their landlords. As owners see an expansion of their business, landlords have begun to use prime outdoor space as a bargaining chip in lease negotiations. Since the emergency outdoor dining order was enacted, restaurants have been utilizing city land, including sidewalks and streets, to expand the footprint of their restaurants for free. Meanwhile, property owners have been able to use prime outdoor seating in lease negotiations as an added amenity, despite not having direct ownership of the space outside. So what the business press is now crowing about is that they're selling, they're charging for private space. They're charging the restaurants for their public space. I think we should consider this when we hear the people from DCP saying they're going to activate but not privatize the sidewalk. The landlords have already privatized the sidewalk. This is what happens when you see in the DCP talking about extending eligibility in residential neighborhoods so that when there isn't enough room on the sidewalk, they'll just say, you don't need to have any room on the sidewalk. We'll just make the pedestrian footpath 6 feet instead of 8 feet. This is privatizing and not activating our public sidewalks. And I would also like to bring up something else since we're here at the City Planning Commission, which is I'm looking at the zoning action portal, and it shows me all of the actions that are being taken by DCP, City Planning Commission, City Planning Vote, City Council Review, Mayoral Review, and it ends with approval letter sent to responsible agency. I'd like to know, is this a ticking the box procedure in which it's already predetermined that in the end, it's just going to be approved? Because that's what it says on your portal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. I will ask for questions, but I will just want to respond to you with the last point and assure you that we are seriously taking into consideration everything you say. As you look at the commissioners, you can note that people are paying attention to what has been presented here today and will continue to do so. Any questions? If not, we'll move on. The next speaker would be Stuart Zamsky, to be followed by William Padilla and then Andy McDowell.
Hello, my name is Stuart Zamsky. I've been a resident in the East Village for 40 years. I've operated a retail business since 1995, and I'm an officer of the East Fifth Street Block Association. I would ask you to know that the Department of City Planning is simply an unreliable agency in giving you an assessment of this program. Their environmental assessment cited that there is no added noise as a result of outdoor dining. This is absurd. They cite a service lane on sidewalks that simply doesn't exist. The fact is the agency is doing the handiwork of the mayor that wants to ram this through. They are not an independent agency acting in the city's interest. They are politically driven to see the mayor's agenda through. I operate a small business. It becomes glaringly obvious that a landlord can garner more rent if they can include the street bed. Thus, people like myself who operate retail businesses are put at a disadvantage. This proposal will curtail retail diversity, which the city already suffers. The Hospitality Alliance and the mayor and the DCP want to remove residential zoning. The only problem is that though you can remove the zoning, the thing that still remains is actual residents. People live here. There are bars operating outside people's windows. I wonder how many of those advocating for these changes live with a shed within earshot. I suspect not a one. The DOT has shown its colors in their inability to enforce the rules which have been set. Bad operators blare music, have buskers expand their operations well past their frontage, obscure sidewalks so that pedestrians must walk in dangerous bike lanes. Why is the city rushing to make this permanent as they continue to not enforce the rules? The Hospitality Alliance's message is how this has been a lifeline for the industry and jobs associated with it. And to that I say, and I think we all say, hear, hear. But that is not an argument for permanency. That is an entirely different matter. Those arguing for this measure continue to conflate the nature of an emergency with the notion of permanency. When the flood is over, we take the sandbags away. To the restaurant owner who in addressing the garbage issues says that the rules and regulations need to be clear, I say BS. Anyone with a head on their shoulders knows when they are making a mess of our streets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zamsky. Any questions? Okay, seeing none. The next set of testimony should come from William Padilla, Andy McDowell, and Romeo Regali. Are any
All
of them
three-
in the room?
All three people are not present.
Okay, then Roland Seaman, Ryan Hardy, or Shannon Phipps?
They are also not present.
Okay, then Lee Benke, Livy Mann, and Ernesto Augustus.
Ernesto Augustus is present.
Or Ernest, sorry, Augustus.
Ernest.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello, can hear you.
Can I be heard?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're a little faint.
I'm a little faint. Okay, I'll try and speak as loud as I can.
All right. Yeah, I said, all right, you can.
We're on it. We got it. It's a little technical issue.
Should we move on while you address that, or can you fix it right now? He's on.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go
Hello.
ahead, Augustus.
Yes. You know, I sat here all afternoon and I listened to the testimony, and I was struck by the fact that this is not about the restaurants. It's more about removing the regulation for sidewalk cafes from the Department of Consumer Affairs to DOT. But there was never any explanation as to why you want to move that enforcement from Department of Consumer Affairs to DOT. I would suspect that it's because that DOT is not subject to ULURP. If it's not subject to ULURP, then that eliminates the community board and its ULURP process and assessing the trains in public space. There's something else that's at play that just struck me, and it's something that the last speaker made reference to. What is currently being seen with the open street dictator is part of a wider problem of community disenfranchisement perpetrated by City Hall. It's an approach taken by the city that is also reflected in the recent proposal by Council Speaker Corey Johnson to create a zoning jar that will shorten the ULURP process, where decision-making on land use is getting more and more centralized and involving less affected communities. This is imposing the will of the mayor on communities without having a say. And I'm struck by the fact that I do appreciate the former commissioner, Lego, who took strong issue with Corey Johnson's proposal that got shut down, where he was trying to have decision-making from the top down, going back to the days of Robert Moses. I would oppose this. I would suggest that you look at it carefully. The legislation, I looked at it, Intro 2127. I'd never heard of a bureaucracy proposing legislation as well as regulations. There's something defective about that city council legislation. That's why I would urge everybody to look at it again and to vote this text amendment down. It should go through the normal ULURP process through land use.
Thank you very much, Mr. Augustus. Are there any questions? Okay, We have Dan Boyd back in the room, so we will call on him next.
Mr. Boyd, you should be able to unmute your microphone. And
Actually, I'm a woman, but that's
Oh,
okay.
sorry.
That's okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you for today's hearing and for letting us voice our concerns and misgivings about the zoning text amendment change, which are very real and substantial. My name is Dan Boyd, and I've lived in the Lower East Side for 20 years, and I'm the founder of the neighborhood advocacy group, the Lower East Side Dwellers. We have been trying for years to bring sanity and livability back to the area that was renamed Hell Square by Curb New York in 2005 because of the proliferation of late night liquor license and the chaos and degraded quality of life that comes with this distinction. We have over 100 licenses in a tiny area which led the former commissioner of the State Liquor Authority to remark that our neighborhood is one of the most saturated areas in the city, probably one of the most saturated areas in the world in terms of liquor licenses. Fast forward to now, the outdoor dining of our roadbeds and sidewalks has now created triple the sizes of the bars and clubs and thousands of more people on the street. NYPD is incapable of dealing with it simply because it is a question of physics. You cannot invite 10,000 people to a small place, add alcohol and a circus atmosphere to the street and on the sidewalks without chaos and crime. The cops cannot handle it. We had a meeting with them last night and they said these sheds have made their jobs so much harder. Like many people have mentioned, we supported the emergency intent of the open restaurant program, but this pandering planning to the Hospitality Alliance, which by the way has done everything in its power to fight a living wage, paid sick leave, and workers' rights over the years is simply terrible city planning. We cannot support the zoning text amendment change, which would cede public land to the landlords in one industry at the expense of people's right to quality of life and public health and public safety. This decision to permanently alter our streetscape has real human costs. And I think this is being ignored for private interest. It is going to kill small businesses. It's going to raise commercial rents. This is going to kill home property value. This is going to render people's homes unlivable. Privatization of public assets never works out for the people. We all know this. Please do not vote for this text amendment change. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Boyd? If not, we'll move on. Given that there are a number of people who've left the room, I'm going to call 5 people at a time now. Fabiana Luti Glenn, to be followed by Laila Nijad, then Joy Chanko, Dan Pesci, and Marco Tamayo. Are any of them in the room?
None of them are present at this time.
Okay. So then we'll move to Priscilla Kaznabi, Robert Anderson, Kevin Avanzato, Caitlin Prunka, and Catherine Pongaro.
Priscilla is not present, but Robert is present.
Okay. Mr. Anderson?
Mr. Anderson, you should be able to unmute your microphone. There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I'm a resident on Leroy Street, which happens to be Community Board 2. It's a very narrow street. We're in a residential district. And before I tell you what my real concerns are, I do want to share that the change in the blocks in the last 6 or 9 months has been absolutely horrendous. I have lived in this house for about 6 years now. Thanks to my wife, I own 3 little dogs. I walk those dogs every morning around 6:30. I walk them every night around 10:30. For the first 4.5 years that I've lived in my house, I could tell you I've seen rats maybe once or twice a year. It's become an unusual occurrence when I walk my dogs at night now that I actually don't see a rat on a daily basis. So all of the conversation about the restaurant people are going to clean up after themselves and DSNY or private carters are going to pick up the garbage and it's all going to be cleaned. That is just completely not true. And I doubt that any of the people who are making these statements are actually living on a block that has multiple restaurants next to them within 10, 20 feet of them, right? It is become horrible, right? The dirts that are on the streets in the neighborhood and the rat problem is shocking. And the fact that we're going to think that all of these restaurants are going to be able to stay indefinitely and this problem is just going to go away, well, it hasn't. So that's what my living conditions have been. You know, I am completely against eliminating these requirements from the zoning text, right? The idea that we're going to let the Department of Transportation come up with rules at a post date. You know, it was mentioned earlier that eliminates the ULURP process. That's going to eliminate the community board, right? I don't know how anyone thinks that it is a good idea to turn responsibility over to DOT before they publish any rules. They don't even have any ideas, right? I mean, this is such a unthought out process, in my opinion. On your website, it says that DOT will enforce barriers. DOT has done nothing at all to date. I will not tell you how many complaints in my neighborhood have gone to DOT. You know what their answer is? We can't handle this, right? So it says DOT will enforce barriers. That doesn't happen today. I'm not sure why anybody thinks when they're in charge of the entire program, DOT is the agency that's going to be able to do it. Your site says that NYPD will continue to enforce noise. Anybody call NYPD in the last year and say, I have a noise complaint? They laugh at you. It takes NYPD over an hour to show up my house a month or two ago when my burglar alarm went off. Here's really what I want to know, and I'm out of time. I'm going to ask for 20 extra seconds. You know, this is all about satisfying the hospitality industry. And really what my concern.
Your time is up. Sorry, we just have so many people here that we need to finish. Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, hearing none, we will proceed on. We have Kevin Avanzato, Caitlin Prunka, Catherine Pangaro, Joe Taylor, and Chandra Shekhar Gowda. Are any of those people in the room?
No one of those names are in the room.
Okay, then we have Aslan Perovic, Stefan Jonat, Patrick Schmidt, Carlos Suarez, and Brian Connell. Are any of those individuals in the room?
No, they are not.
Okay, then. We have Brian Connell, Jeremy Marin, Aurelia Tavares, Joe Braganisi, Carmine Mitroni, and Nicole Viscardi. Any of those individuals in the room?
Carmine Mitroni is present.
Okay. Okay.
Carmine Mitroni, you can unmute your microphone and turn on your camera.
So there you go. Okay.
There we go.
Hello.
Yes, you may begin.
Yes. Hi, Howard. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I have a restaurant on the Upper West Side, which I guess is not indicative. It's more of a residential neighborhood. It's not indicative of what's happening downtown, where there's a little bit more abuse as far as the obeying the barriers and the rite of passage. But I will say for the city, it's been a big boon because without tourism and without Broadway, without athletics, and with restrictive indoor seating, it's been a way to almost make a gentrified city almost European-like in that it allows people to congregate and mingle, and it's the lifeline of the city where people interact romantically, personally, friends, business-wise, and very important. If it wasn't for that, my business and many others would no longer exist. And I employ about 18 people, and I probably would not have been able to survive through the winter without it, despite the indoor seating restrictions. That being said, if you're making a uniform law and you're having one agency oversee it, there needs to be more studies done, because there's certain quality of life issues that need to be addressed. On top of that, we're on the bike lane path. So in addition to the sidewalk cafes and the roadway dining, there should be some kind of restriction about motorized bikes, with the noise coming in both directions, and motorized bikes that are putting both pedestrians and restaurant workers and bar workers at risk. So I would say that it's a great boon to the city as far as income goes and quality of life, but there needs to be a lot of issues that need to be addressed in order to do it safely, and in order for it to be something that's viable for all communities within the city, since it's not one uniform thing. I'm sorry, I'm driving, so I pulled over to make these comments.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Okay, if not, we will move on. Priscilla Ghaznavi, Nicole Biscardi, Ram Reddy, Dan McPherson, or Ali Mardasi?
Nicole Biscardi is present.
Thank you. Okay.
Hi, good evening. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, Commissioner. Thank you for having us. I'm the restaurant and hospitality industry specialist working with the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce. I've been in the restaurant industry and worked as a consultant for the past 20 years here in New York City, and have worked specifically with the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce and the 5 Chamber Alliance, as well as with the Partnership for New York City and EDC on something called the New York City Small Business Resource Network, which is a COVID recovery program for all small businesses throughout the 5 boroughs. And my focus has been on dealing with the restaurants and bars that have been suffering through the pandemic. A lot of the recovery work I've done, I've touched personally close to 1,000 businesses with owners, which I've had one-on-one conversations, which was most reflective of a therapy session at the peak of the pandemic. And I've heard individual stories from countless individuals who also employ on average 10 to 15 individuals inside of their small businesses. And I think the side of the story that's not being told here with regards to the pandemic and the impact on restaurants and their recovery really focuses around the fact that there are individual people and families that are impacted by every aspect of this. The availability of this program in an ongoing fashion, I think, is critical to the restaurant's recovery. And I think it's giving us an opportunity to address these issues with equity and access. The statistics show that these programs were rarely used in outer boroughs, whether it's due to accessibility issues. Sorry, it's dinner time over here. Due to accessibility issues, economic issues, the cost to entry was too high, the zoning regulations and application processes were too complex. I hear the quality of life issues. I know that the businesses I've worked with are keen on coming up with a future of this program that works for everyone. But I think it's critical that we don't hand back what we've been given, because I think it would be a real reach to ever try and achieve this type of opportunity for these businesses in the future. And I think the financial impact, we are 50% greater openings than we were in 2020, but we're still half of what they were in 2019. 2/3 of applicants for restaurant revitalization funds were not funded. So for those who have been characterizing the aid as a take for the restaurant owners, I think that's a rash mischaracterization, and that the businesses are still extremely in need of opportunities to increase revenue and the economic stability of their
Thank you
business.
very much. Thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions from the commission? Thank you. I understand that Priscilla Ghaznavi has returned to the room, so we will hear from her next.
Ms. Ghaznavi, there we go.
Okay, it was muted. I apologize. Thank you. Sorry about that. I represent the Southside Homeowners Association here in Williamsburg. We're 5 blocks from South 5th Street to South 1st, from Rodney to Union Avenue. We have several homeowners that have complained about restaurants in regards to taking advantage of this program, but taking advantage to their benefit while violating property and the footprint of the storefront, going beyond the footprint of their storefront and into part of our homeowners association property. We've tried working with our councilman, Reynoso. We've tried working with the police department. We now have hired an attorney to try to identify and help regulate this. But we've been trying to get in touch with these people since April. And while we are all in support of small businesses having the opportunity to survive within the 5 boroughs, we want to be able to identify what the repercussions are for bad actors that are not acting in good faith and taking advantage and going beyond what has already been provided to them as an opportunity. The restaurants now have the ability to have open seating. They have that and then some. And we're just having a difficult time. And we're not in support of bad actors that want to take advantage beyond what was proposed. So we want enforcement. We want to see enforcement, and we'd love to be able to hear the Department of Transportation to be able to speak to that, because we have about, I would say, 15 to 20 complaints about one specific location, and it just keeps getting closed, and haven't gone anywhere. And this has been going on since March.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions from Ms. Gonzalez? Okay, if not, I'll just go back to reading some names, and hopefully we'll have some people here. I may have read these, but just bear with me. Leroy Anderson, Nicole Biscardi, Ram Reddy, Dan McPherson, or Ali Madrasi, or Natalka Burian. Or any
I think Ms. Biscardi just spoke.
in the room.
Ms. Biscardi just spoke, but the others are.
Okay, then. Okay.
Yeah, we don't.
Alicia
They're not in the room.
Guevara. Okay. Nicole Perez, Brandon Wargelis, James Chase, or Gary Weingarten. Are any of those in the room?
None of them are in the room.
None of them are.
Okay. Then Jeffrey Lapadula, Adele Chapuis, Melanie Shurka, Jin An, or Bon Yagi.
Bon Yagi is here. I will promote.
Oh. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Hi. So I work for Bonyagi. Today I'm speaking behalf of him. So he's the owner of the TAC Group and the several Japanese restaurant in Manhattan. Also, he represents New York Japanese Restaurant Association. We have over 150 members who serve Japanese food to all the borough. First, I would like to give my gratitude to Chairman and the City Planning Commissioner to give me this opportunity. So we'll start. Prior to March 2020, we employed hundreds of staff members and were able to create unique and authentic Japanese tastes and traditions. On March 15, 2020, however, all of this would change. Municipal lockdown order was imposed. Temporary, nearly all of our staff was laid off. All of our restaurants were closed and we were just forced to sit and wait. Slowly but surely, we were able to reintroduce takeout and pickup orders, as well as rehire some staff and make meals for essential workers. While the world was still in a state of disarray, outdoor dining was introduced and TIC Group was able to return to its core value, enjoy Japan without airfare. Our outdoor structures were not only creating an atmospheric homage to Japan, but also was able to build on an expansion of a far more exclusive New York community, one where patrons could eat soba noodles and drink sake under Japanese lanterns, all while feeling like they were visiting Japan. But in reality, we're in the comfort of the East Village. This was especially prevalent during the Olympics when the borders to Japan were closed. People felt a sense of familial bond to visit us. Outdoor dining not only encouraged patrons to visit us, but because we were able to physically create more space, sales were able to grow back by approximately 30% overall, although it is much lower than pre-pandemic. While we were able to rehire more staff and combine outdoor and indoor dining, many patrons are alienated as there is still a strong sense of fear in regard to dining. While we were still able to luckily offer them outdoor dining, many are not comfortable to dine inside. As a hospitality business,
Thank you. The time is up. Thank you very much for your testimony. If you have any written testimony, we'd be more than happy to accept it. Are there any questions? If not, I will go on and I will call next five. Christoph Thomas, Valerie Cavartscalia, Sam Tusi, Miguel Carreto Pena, Patricia Agaheim, and Tariq Dabira.
None of them are in the room.
Okay. None of them. Okay. Paola Pedrignani, Francois Latapi, Jody Williams, Max Stampa Brown, or Rick White?
Paola is present.
Okay, Paola. Welcome.
Paola, you should be able to unmute your microphone and turn on your camera.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I've been driving around waiting for this moment. We have only three minutes, so I'll be brief. But I'm in the Upper East Side. I've been there 22 years, and as all the other restaurateurs told you, we wouldn't able to be alive today without this help. I'm not a takeout place, so people want to eat in the place. I would never have been able if I didn't have the space outside. Now, nobody is talking about the emergency that we are still facing. I think it's a little bit too premature thinking that COVID is over. I noticed that most of the people, even if all my customers, they're mostly vaccinated, and we check them, and we by now we know we know them by name, checking and rechecking. They still want to be outside, and they keep on telling me, I hope the city is doing this for good, right? Because but again, we are in a place where the sidewalk is large, people can still pass, and I guess we don't have a very noisy crowd. I noticed that all the people that are complaining are about in the village or downtown. I'm very sorry to hear that, because I think one of the attractions of New York City is the restaurant business. I'm sorry that we say that, but this is one of the attraction that is going to bring people, that is going to shop also in other places. Let's not forget, New York City was absolutely dead. There was not one sound besides the sirens going to the hospital. We don't want the city like that. We want the city coming back and vibrant. And most of the people that wants to come to New York City comes because of their cuisines, going to restaurants, and the restaurants then becomes going to the theater, going to a bar, going to, listen to music in the Chamber of Music. It's all connected, but people needs to eat. And I received so many compliments for the fact that we were open during all the pandemic with one of my restaurants in a very Upper East Side, 91st and Madison. We were open to the whole community for the whole pandemic. So it has to be said also that we don't only create the problems. The rat and the dirty street were there before the pandemic. Let's not forget. And I do understand that people want to sleep. I do understand that people want their quiet time. We should try really to find a balance, because I think what has happened to New York City because of the restaurant being outside, it's a revitalization of the city that, let's face it, it almost sounded like that. I was there during the pandemic. There were only moving trucks moving out of the city.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Pedrignani? Okay. If not, I'll just go on calling Jane Fisher, Francois Latapi, Jody Williams, Max Stampa Brown, Rick White. Are any of them in the room?
Rick White is present.
Okay. Okay. Mr. White.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Rick White, and I'm a 30-year resident of Astoria with deep generational roots in our community. My wife and I have raised our family here. My wife's family has owned and operated a business here since the 1930s. And we are the proud owners of Astoria Beer and Cheese and the Beer and Cheese Collective on Ditmars Boulevard. I'm also a 40-year veteran of the New York City hospitality industry. I'm here today to urge approval of the text amendment and to advocate for a permanent, streamlined open restaurants program from New York City. We all know that the current open restaurants program was created quickly to respond to an unprecedented emergency to help a vital industry in our city. However, the new permanent program needs more affordable, standardized, and sustainable, and needed to be sustainable using lessons learned from the last year and a half. When indoor dining was shut down last year, it was a huge blow. Allowing restaurants an easier way to pivot to outdoor dining without the usual red tape and outrageous expense has been critical in saving countless restaurants and jobs. While many businesses, including my own, received pandemic relief funds, it was the open restaurants program that really saved our business. Prior to the pandemic, we didn't need to worry about expensive supplies such as masks, hand sanitizer, counter and table barriers. In fact, some of our costs during the pandemic have skyrocketed 200 to 300%, and outdoor seating has softened that blow. Like many communities throughout the city, indoor dining has been very slow to return to my business. Our guests would prefer to sit outside whenever possible, which is why it's so important to develop a permanent, streamlined open restaurants program, and streamlined in a way that the thousands of businesses currently operating can continue to operate without shutting down their current operation. Over the last 18 months, guidelines have changed and communication within the various agencies charged with enforcement was poor, which made it very difficult to keep up with compliance. During that time, hundreds of dangerous structures were built, which has understandably led to an erosion of public support for the program. The fact is that the vast majority of businesses are in compliance with current guidelines. While I agree that the community boards have a mandate to advocate for neighborhoods and citizens, they must acknowledge that restaurants and small businesses are the economic engines of our neighborhoods. CBs cannot operate in a vacuum and must work with the small business community as an equal partner. Are there challenges to overcome? Yes. Does there need to be more vigorous enforcement of bad actors? Absolutely. There are challenges that need to be worked through, but this program has saved jobs and livelihoods. I urge you to approve the text amendment as it's an important first step in creating a better outdoor program that's affordable, fair, and inclusive. Thank you so much for your time. It's been a long day.
Thank you very much, Mr. White. Are there any questions? Okay, if not, we will move on. I will call the next 5 names. Gina Barrows, John DePiper, Julian Breezy, Tyler Hollinger, and Kobe Levy. Are any of them in the room?
No.
Okay.
Those are in the room.
Okay, then we'll move on to Francisco Mena, Aaron Hung, Susanna Coteen, Megan Rickerson, and Brian McKenzie. Are any of them in the room?
Susanna Coteen and I believe Megan Rickerson are also in the room. So Susanna.
Okay. Okay.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. My name is Susanna Coteen and I own 2 restaurants in Harlem where I also live. I'm very much in favor of outdoor dining. I'm also the co-president of the Frederick Douglass Boulevard Alliance in Harlem. I know that I not only speak for myself, but many restaurant owners along with our teams and the city that we love. The outdoor dining, which many of us spend a lot of money on. People sometimes think that it's sort of you put a restaurant together and it's a party. The structure, the furniture, the lighting, the electricity, climate control, it costs a lot of money. And we spent that during a time where we weren't sure that we were going to survive. The outdoor dining not only allows guests extra space during a pandemic that we were still in the midst of. The extra seats also allow us to keep New Yorkers employed. I take my responsibility to my employees very seriously. People that work in offices did not lose jobs at nearly the rate that people in the hospitality industry did. Hospitality workers rely on coming into their work to make a living for them and their families. The outdoor dining allows us to keep both more people front and back of house employed. If you think about the 10 people whose jobs were saved at my 2 restaurants, and you expand that over this, the entire city, we're talking about thousands of jobs. Outdoor dining also provides more tax revenue to the city. I know that the city had lost a lot of money during the pandemic, as we all did, and I am very sympathetic to noise and sanitation complaints. I live in the same neighborhood where I run my business. Guess who pays when the city has more tax revenue? It allows them to pay for more sanitation. Of course, there are issues. Of course, there are rules that need to be followed. Perhaps things need to be closed a little earlier for those that are having trouble sleeping in their neighborhoods. But it's so important for this city that relies on individually owned small businesses to have the character of the city that we all love. I would hate to see only big box, businesses being able to afford to operate in the city. It was already hard before the pandemic. It has made it that much harder. Lastly, I would just mention that in my neighborhood, the response has been very positive. People love the light and the life that the outdoor dining brings to the streets. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coteen. Are there any questions? If not, we'll move on to Megan Rickerson.
Hello. Thank you everyone for letting me speak. I am the owner of Someday Bar in Warren Hill, Brooklyn. I'm also one of the co-founders of Save NYC Bars that Joanna Carpenter spoke about previously. My business was only open 7 months pre-pandemic. So we somehow managed to muscle through, just like a lot of other people, greatly because of outdoor, which I think everyone agrees it was very helpful. I am very disheartened to hear some of the comments made by neighbors, because I know that the biggest focus that we've had is making sure we communicate with our neighbors about problems and issues that have happened. And we have managed to work with our neighbors in our bid to make it largely successful. And to the people that are mocking us and saying, you know, how do we not understand these regulations? And I think that you need to try to have some empathy, just like you expect us to have for you, and we do, for the noise and the chaos that bad actors, which we're saying one size doesn't fit all for outdoor dining, one size doesn't fit all for bar and restaurant owners either. Many people are trying to really do the right thing and survive, which is what I've done. It's disheartening to hear the unsympathetic comments and mocking us when a lot of people have tried to do the right thing. And I'm going to continue to do the right thing going forward for my staff, for myself. We're not large restaurant groups. I have one. It's the only thing I have. And if I lose this, I lose everything. And my staff loses everything. We don't know what's going to happen with the variants going forward. So the opportunity just to be brought to the table to have these discussions, I don't want the Wild West. I am close to a very busy street that they were having parties, and that hurt me, hurt my business. I don't want that. I want regulation. I want communication. I didn't feel like I had communication from the DOT. A lot of these residents don't feel like they had communication with the DOT. Obviously, there's a lack of communication, but that's something that's very fixable, especially if we decide to all come together to the same table instead of pointing fingers and getting aggressive and angry. We're in the business of making people happy, which includes our neighbors, not just our customers. You know, in the last statement, I'll make some of the comments about, you know, how all this extra money that we're getting because of this free space. I don't think people understand the margins in which we run on. I didn't pay myself for a very long time to ensure the survival of my bar and my staff. This is my family. It's very personal. It's not just a business. So I hope that everyone can try to be more empathetic toward each other on both sides. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rickerson. Any questions? If not, we'll move on. I'll call the next five names: Brian McKenzie, Pedro Batista, Anna Selver Cassell, Brian Delaney, or Diane Urena. Are any of them in the room?
None of them appear in the room.
Oh. Okay. Then we'll go on to Robert Camacho, Tainer Yigater, Boris Ortiz, Pedro Luna, and William Rubin. And I beg your apologies if I mispronounce your name. Any of them in the room?
Yes, Robert is present.
Okay. Thank you. Floor is yours.
Mr. Camacho, you should be able to unmute your phone. Or your Zoom.
Hello, you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, thank you. How are you? How's everyone? My name is Robert Camacho. I am the chair of CB4 in Brooklyn. I just want to let you know that we submitted a letter to the borough boards, to the borough of Brooklyn, We didn't have a quorum, but everyone is writing a letter, and we wrote a letter in regards to not approving of this. We're sick and tired of this Christopher Columbus syndrome, where they're coming in here and throwing away the natives and pushing us away and taking away our land. I lived in Bushwick all my life, 60 years. In 1977, there was a blackout. And Bushwick and Broadway had been devastated, crippled. COVID killed us. AIDS killed us. Heroin, now it's called an epidemic, killed us. When I was a young kid walking down the street, I received a $60 ticket for open container. Since I didn't pay my ticket, I received a bench warrant. Now we're allowing, the city is allowing these groups or land takers to have open space when it was temporary. We knew it was COVID. We catered to them. We gave them whatever they wanted to have. And we really need you commissioners to represent the community at large. We really do. And we need your help for this because Bushwick is suffering. We can't afford to live here anymore. Our children are in shelters. Our schools are unenrolled, and the city's giving away the land to private developers and private people. Please, Bushwick hasn't come back. We're losing the $3,000 and $4,000 rent. Our kids are in shelters in the city paying $200 or $300. Please do not approve this. Our land, they're taking it away from us. All for money. When do we say enough is enough? When are we going to say, commissioners, let the community decide, the people that have been suffering in this community? All we ask for is a decent place to live. We're still fighting for the same thing we've been fighting in the 60s. Living conditions, open a business, own a home. We really need to find out what is it that you guys doing and why is it that you're doing it to communities like us that are suffering in Bushwick. Our seniors can't walk down the streets. So you really need to tell yourself, what are we doing? Are we representing the community at large, or you're representing the status quo, the people that have money? Because if you can afford $25,000 rent for those places, then you can go anywhere else because our community is suffering. Thank you. And I love what you guys doing because I do it for my community.
Thank you very much, Mr. Camacho. Are there any questions? Okay, if not, we'll move on. Let's see, I think Gina Barros, Tanner Yigater, Boris Ortiz, Pedro Luna, or William Rubin.
Yes, Gina is present.
Any in the room? Okay. Gina.
I'm here. Oh, good afternoon. My name is Gina Barrows. I live in the South Side section of Williamsburg, Brooklyn. I am opposed to the proposed permanent open restaurant program and the zoning text amendment that will start the process of making the program permanent. I support these restaurants, and I support the temporary emergency outdoor dining, and I will support it for a year, for 2 years. What I oppose is that it's made permanent. And I also am opposed that the zoning text amendment, which sounds, the zoning text amendment would wipe out all the current zoning regulations governing the sidewalk cafes throughout the entire city of New York. And while wiping out the zoning regulations that has been written with the experience of decades, this zoning amendment adds one additional terrible feature that allows restaurants to keep their windows open. And therefore, one of the problems would be this loud amplified music that here in my community, we are continuously facing and having a problem with. Therefore, again, I support the restaurant business. I support this temporary open restaurants. However, I'm opposed to it as a permanent decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barrows. Any questions?
Got it. Right.
All right, then. So we had Tanner Yeager, Boris Ortiz, Pedro Luna, William Rubin. Were any of them in the room?
No, none of those people are present.
Okay, then we're on to Aurelius Liriano Hewlett, Serhat Setankaya, Scott Davis, Lionel Guy Bremond, or James Siachi.
None of them are present either.
Okay. Then we go to Zach Neal, Arun Mirchandani, Jennifer Lee, Gabriela Bancescu, or Elise Jacobson.
Elise Jacobson is present.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Elise Jacobson. I work for Essa Bagel. I'm actually right on the GW Bridge right now, so I'm sorry if I'm a little stilted. What the open seating allowed for was restaurants that didn't do delivery or didn't do pickups to continue to employ people during the pandemic. And I agree with all those who spoke before me that the pandemic is not over. Because we don't have the staffing to allow vaccination cards to be checked, we are left with not allowing dining inside, and therefore allowing outside seating is allowing our restaurant to continue to operate, to continue to employ people. We are, like all restaurants, still feeling the pinch. Yes, there was a lot of money given out to restaurants, but as many have said, the margins for restaurant operations, especially of those of us who do not sell alcohol, are extremely, extremely small. And therefore, allowing this to go forward in the future is a very important thing, because we don't know how long this is going to last with all the variants. We also think that the restaurants outside shows the world that New York City is open for business. It's what's bringing people back to the city. We've had more people coming back to the stores, and we're glad of it. But we would like this to continue. And this amendment is allowing restaurants to have this open seating, to have access to this without jumping through all of the hoops that we've had previously. It's not saying this lasts forever. And those who asked about rules, generally the way it works is rules our statutes are passed, regulations are passed, and then the rules are made. So we're hoping that the rules are made and enforced to prevent bad actors from affecting neighborhoods, from affecting people not being able to sleep or not being able to work. We are not in favor of that. We're in favor of working within the system and improving the system so all of us can enjoy this. Lastly, I'd like to say that according to my boss, these outdoor cafes have allowed us for having a more of a European experience. I think someone else mentioned that previously. We want to make sure that our restaurants are open and something that our customers as well as tourists can rely on. They can come to New York and they can eat and they can enjoy, and they know that that's going to continue into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobson. Questions? If not, the next 5 speakers would be Edith D'Angelo, Christian Nunez, William Meehan, Juan Correa, or Eric Krubat. Are any of those people in the room?
Yes, Edith is present.
Okay, Edith.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Well, I am 38 years in business. Since 1983, I vote in favor of outdoor dining. All this year, I've paid taxes and giving jobs to a lot of people. And it will eliminate the outdoor dining. A lot of people will lose their jobs. Now, another point that they were talking about the PP loans. The PP loans were for employees, not for us. In all this year, I never have loans. Now I have a loan that I have to repay, which is the SBA loan that no longer have, and we have to pay interest on it. They're talking about like we make a lot of money. Our business pay high rents and high taxes. If we didn't have this enclosure, we wouldn't survive. A lot of business went out of business. I guess like 30, 40%. We are the one that have the balls to stay. And we didn't do it only for us. We did it for all of our employees because us, we are only two people. We did it for our employees. They needed us and we are here. I was ready to retire and I can't now because I have this loan that I have to pay. Now, they're talking about rats. In my country, I only saw mouses. Here, I meet the rats. New York is famous for the rats. Rats are all over. They're talking about garbage. We all pay privately for garbage. And here in Jackson Heights, I don't know the other part of the city, the landlords pay since 4 years ago, like $4,000 a year for somebody to come and sweep every day. Behind and we clean, we all clean. I think maybe the pee, but that's not our fault. And the city decided to make legal to pee outside, which I don't agree with that. Now about the marijuana. Now you smell marijuana because it's legal now. The noise, like the train made more noise. I have a train here, and the train made more noise than the music. The police always go back and forth, making sure that nobody have loud music. Our business were so important, not only in the pandemic, or all of us, because we give happiness to people. There's a stress. This city is very stressful. They need us. People need us. And another thing, I have point here.
Thank you very much, Ms. D'Angelo.
Hello.
Your time is expired. Thank you. All right. I understand that Christian Nunez, William Meehan, Juan Correa, and Eric Cruvant are not in the room. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, then we'll start with Michael Fadum, David Switzer, Gavin Compton, Charlotta Jansen, and Dwayne Winter. Are any of those individuals in the room?
No, none of them are present.
Okay, then we will move on to Luca DiPietro, Cassidy Corin, Angel Tejada, Franklin Santana, and Victor Castro. Are any of them in the room?
No, they are not.
Okay, then we'll move on to Madeline Almanzar, Carlos St. Hilaire, Milton Jara, Sandra Cruz, or Juan Torres. Are any of those individuals here?
They are also not present.
Okay. We move on to Ismael Garcia, Josh Cohen, June Ramirez, Ricardo Monegro, William Segura. Are any of those individuals here?
None of them are also present.
All right. So then we're on to Hector Soriano, Kelvin Blanco, Ricardo Velez, Francisco Guerrero, and Dennis Kagan. Are any of them here?
No, they are not.
Okay. Okay. Then we're on to Raj Veja, Sandra Jaquez, Magdalena Dominguez, Alexia Gomez, or Alexis Rodriguez. Are any of those individuals here?
They are not in the Zoom.
Okay. Juan Merchan, Stephen Almonte, Rosario Calderon, Christian Gayon. Let's see, I've lost my place here. What number are we? I'm Janzi Infante or Rote Rodriguez. Are any of those individuals here?
Roite Rodriguez is present.
Okay.
Mr. Rodriguez, you should be able to unmute your microphone. Having some technical difficulty apparently.
Okay.
We can
Should
call.
I
Yeah, let's continue.
just-
We'll
I can just
let
go
you know.
on. Okay.
Yeah.
Emily Brea, Ted Nugent, Margarita Hernandez, Flor Batista, or Diogenes Pata.
None of them are present.
Okay. Are we still having trouble with Mr. Rodriguez?
Okay. We've asked him to unmute. And
So
he's
then I
not.
have. Oh, he's there?
He's still here, but we can't get, he's not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we have Rafael Batista, Emmanuel Carrera, and Rose Rodriguez.
None of them
Are any of them here? Okay. Well, we're getting to the end of the public hearing on this matter. If there's anyone here who would not register to speak, but has decided during the course of the hearing that they wish to do so, now is the time to register. Again, you can find the instructions on how to register, whether online or via telephone, at www.nyc.gov/nycengage. And I'm presuming that we still don't have Mr. Rodriguez. All right. So the next set would be Rose Rodriguez, Luis Ruiz, Eric Rodriguez, Wander Vasquez, and Jose Cruz. Are any of those individuals here?
Luis Ruiz is here.
Okay, Mr. Ruiz.
Mr. Ruiz, you should be able to unmute your microphone. Okay. Similar issue to Mr. Rodriguez. May have
Then I'll
stepped
call the
away.
next 5 names anyway.
Sure.
Okay. Eric Rodriguez, Wander Vasquez, Jose Cruz, Dari Grulon, Paola Alvarez, and Daniel Minch. Are any of those individuals here?
No, none of them appear to be present.
Okay. Okay. Then Brian Malo, Sheena Kang, William Meehan, Junior Lantigua, Babel.
No, none of them are present.
Okay. Okay, then Gerald Forsberg, Fifi Bell, Pedro Joico, or Denny Salas.
Gerald Forsberg is present and being promoted.
Okay.
Mr. Forsberg, you should be able to unmute your microphone and turn on your camera. There we go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Lamont and honorable commissioners. My name is Gerald Forsberg. I am a board member of Manhattan Community Board 1 with a 25-year career in architecture and planning. However, I speak only on behalf of myself today. I've spoken to many restaurant owners in my community, many of whom are unable to have roadway dining spaces. I've also read the text amendment. This amendment is about accommodating roadway dining, eliminates years of community input and planning on regulating sidewalk cafes, and seems to be designated to transfer the design, planning, and enforcement from the existing city entities to the DOT. I find this curious at best. At the beginning of this pandemic, I witnessed resilient restaurant owners construct wooden 2x4 structures in the roadways to stay in business. Soon after, the city implemented an 18-inch width regulation to these structures without any guidelines as to what materials were acceptable. Today, these 18 inches must be filled with soil or sand. Presumably, this 18 inches came from the size of the fillable orange and white Jersey barriers, which that when filled with water achieve a TL2 federal safety rating, a rating based on ramming 1,800 to 4,400 pound vehicles into them at 43 miles per hour. The barriers serve merely to save the driver of the vehicles, not protect what or who is on the other side of the barriers. The barriers are obliterated and moved about 10 feet with impact. The average city bus weighs between 25,000 and 40,000 pounds. I strongly support keeping the existing text for sidewalk cafes and amending it as required, refining, amending, and enforcing the sidewalk shed regulations, expanding the zoning text to incorporate roadside dining in a manner that utilizes standard planning design practices designed to mitigate vehicular traffic, and finally, keeping planning of our city in the hands of the Planning Commission rather than transferring it to DOT. I am therefore opposed to the zoning text amendment as presented without the decency of providing an assurance to the community of what the regulations will be and how new regulations will be implemented, enforced, and managed. The fact that we don't know yet, as Robert Bookman and others in various departments has testified, is exactly the reason that striking this existing zoning without giving the public a plan is premature at best and must be shelved until new language based on contemporary planning practices can be presented, discussed, negotiated, and agreed upon by the community at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Forsberg. Any questions? Okay, then I will call on the next group: Fifi Bell, Pedro Joico, Denny Salas, Stephen Costello, and Stephanie Lempert. Are any of those individuals in the room?
They do not appear present.
Okay. All right. Then I will call on Mike Riley and Marva Babel. Are either of those individuals here?
No, they are not.
Okay. Well, that's all the list I have. Do we have any individuals who we previously called that have returned to the room? Just call on them then, Mr.
Sure.
Secretary.
Hold on, where did Kathy go?
We have Catherine Sullivan.
Yes, Catherine O'Sullivan.
Okay, so please speak.
Ms. O'Sullivan, you should be able to unmute.
Yes, yes, I'm here. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
I'm very glad to be able to speak in person, even if it is virtual. I actually am in Ireland at the moment. But I want to say that I'm very much opposed to this zoning text amendment. I don't agree with giving one industry our city streets. I think nobody argues with the fact that the restaurants needed help during the pandemic, but to actually give our streets to them with no real oversight or planning or input is a huge mistake. So I hope you will vote against this zoning amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Sullivan. Is there anyone else that returned to the room that we previously called on?
We have Charlotta Jansen.
Okay, Ms. Jansen.
Okay. You should be able to turn on your mic and camera, Ms. Jansen.
Yes, I actually already spoke, but I know Fifi Bell wants to speak. I know that Marva Babel wants to speak, and I know that Lionel Bremont wants to speak, that we prepared statements, and they're really, really dying to speak. I don't know why you were not able to get them on. They need to speak.
They are not in the Zoom, but please, you can encourage them. We do have a few more folks, and then also please have them send something into submit written testimony, please.
What Ryan? What happened to Luis Ruiz? He's still there, but he's
yeah,
not...
he is still there and is not responding to our
okay
requests. We have Ali Ryan.
Hello.
Hi.
So glad to be here. It's 7 p.m. I've been here since 10, like all of you. I'm gonna read my statement. I'm actually want to share I'm at my favorite pizzeria. Okay, hold on. Okay, I like to start now. My name is Ali Ryan, and I'm running for City Council District 2. Today, I am testifying as a resident. My family and I live on a side street in City Council District 2 and Community Board 3. I oppose the proposed open restaurant zoning text amendment. Visually, the restaurant sheds and extended sidewalk dining has decreased the quality of life for my block and my neighborhood. Put residents first and vote no on this zoning text amendment and send a message to City Council and to the mayor to focus on quality of life issues. Return the approval of sidewalk dining to the community boards. You need to figure out how to hold restaurants and the city accountable to address and deal with the quality of life issues such as trash, litter, rats, noise, as well as initiate a real, genuine public discourse about public space. My family lives across the street from 2 restaurant sheds that take up the length of 5 parking spots. Our living, dining room, and bedroom windows face the restaurants. Even with our windows closed, we can still hear dinner conversation taking place across the street, to the point I feel like I should be ordering a glass of wine rather than going to sleep. Trash and litter have noticeably increased on our neighborhood sidewalks and streets. As I bicycle over approximately 4 dead rats during each bike ride, which is not a pleasant experience. I do think the city is complicit in dealing with the problem of trash and litter. I have observed that cleaning the streets have decreased to 1 day a week, and alternate side parking is not enforced for 3 days a week in my neighborhood. We have, on a neighbor level, we have had to combat almost 20 rat burrows in our front garden area and potted plants since June. Normally, we have 1 rat burrow a year. After attending the Community Board 3 public hearing on this amendment in July, I realized that the increase of rat burrows were due to the restaurant sheds. I have 2 young children, and my next door neighbors have 4 children. We have tried to deter the rats from making their home here, but it seems like a losing battle. In my neighborhood, the storefronts are.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, we're going to go back to Lionel Guy Vermond, who is now in the room.
Should be able to unmute, Mr.
Good, yes.
There we go.
Yes, hi, here I am. Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for taking the time, and it's been a long day for everyone, so thank you for your patience. I know we only have 3 minutes, but I'm going to be brief. So my experience is I'm from France, I'm from Paris. I own 2 restaurants in Brooklyn and 2 in Paris. And so I'm just going to tell you real quick how it works over there because it's very, very different. The sidewalk cafe permit exists since the 1700s. And for the past 150 years, every restaurant in Paris has sidewalk cafe permit, and it's part of our culture. And there's no more rights than New York. I think this is a kind of a shocking to me to hear this from everyone. But anyway, this is part of our life, to be outside, to entertain, to provide service, to share everyone, our restaurant culture. And I don't understand how it cannot be applied in New York City, which is the best city in the world with the best restaurants. Everywhere you go in Europe, you can eat outside and it's never been a problem. So maybe we need to come up with some rules with noise, with smell, with structures and size and things like that. Of course, we have to have rules. I get it. On my end, and I recognize a lot of people today that I already know that respect the rules. And some of us do, some of us don't. So please come up with some rules and we respect them. And the ones that don't, get a ticket, lose their license. But the good ones should be able to work. And, I'm in Paris, I have 2 restaurants. The sidewalk cafe permit takes 1 second to get. You call the city hall, somebody comes with a tape measure, they measure the sidewalk. You have 6 feet or more, and then you get a sidewalk permit and it's free. I'm happy to pay here because, we're using the public space, but it's something that should be easy. And I don't understand why it's so complicated. Because everybody in New York, so far I see everyone that comes out to dinner every day loves going out and they feel safe with COVID still around. And it brings so much joy to everybody. After the Great Recession at the end of the 19th century, when we built all these cafes in Paris, that's when people needed some joy in their lives. And that's what we need right now. We need happiness and we need hope and we need to rebuild this economy, and the restaurant is a big part of it. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. There are several other individuals who've returned to the room. So next we'll hear from William Padilla, followed by Aurelia Tavares.
Hi, my name is William Padilla. I own Mama Juana Cafe in the Bronx. I've been in the hospitality business for 16 years. I'm a retired New York City firefighter in the rank of lieutenant. I just would like to say that, I employ 30 employees. Now, when I say 30 employees, I say 30 families, because multiply the 30 by the amount of family members that are in that employment. And that's the effect that we have on the economy, on providing jobs for people, which I call the least of these, and stimulating the economy, paying taxes. The street program for the cafes is vital to the survival of our business. We continue to take onslaughts of policies that are keeping us from doing business. Many of us have survived only because of the programs in place that has helped us, including the outdoor cafe. That has been a big factor in our survival. And it will continue to be a big factor in our survival. And if it's taken away, it's going to be detrimental. It's going to be hard to survive. The new vaccine mandates for us, we have dropped 30, 40, 50% in business since that was implemented. I don't know how many more hits the restaurant industry can take and continue to lose business and try and survive. I beg this panel and this community board to really consider on reinstating this moving forward. As far as the rats is concerned, that's been a problem in the city for many years. I believe that there should be a universal system as the aesthetics are concerned, so that all the outdoor cafes look the same. Not that everybody comes up with their own designs. In Westchester County, as it applies to the impacts of vehicles and accidents, the Westchester County provides the restaurants with concrete stanchions, the big bollards, concrete stanchions, so that protects those who are dining in those outdoor areas in the street. Maybe the city would be great if the city can consider providing those concrete stanchions for the restaurants in order to protect the patrons, which I understand is a concern, and it's a viable concern. Again, I thank you for your time, and I would hope that this commission would consider keeping this program in place. It is vital to our existence, and to those families who depend on our businesses to keep them fed, employed, and paying rent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Padilla. Aurelia Taveras, unless you have questions for Mr. Padilla in the commission. Ms. Taveras?
Yes, can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, good evening, everyone, and thank you for staying so long to hear our pleas. My name is Aurelia Taveras. I'm here as the Executive Director of the New York State Latino Restaurant Bar and Lounge Association. I think you've heard from Jeffrey Garcia, our president, and William Padilla is one of our members and a board member as well, in addition to a restaurant owner in the industry. We're here to make an impassioned plea to save our industry and to keep the open restaurants program and open streets program, because it is our lifeline right now amidst this COVID pandemic. We are hurting. We're not going to make it. We're losing a restaurant practically a week as a result of all the struggle of the industry, in addition to the pandemic's restrictions and guidelines and mandates, which we don't even know why it's a victimization of this industry in terms of, these, the guidelines are really restrictive. We have to wear masks, or first it was masks, then it was social distancing. Now it's vaccinations. Tomorrow it's going to be, you have to live in a bubble. We don't know what's coming next, and it's really hurting our industry. And we want to follow the law, but we also want to survive. It's not our fault that there's a pandemic in the world. And, we want to help keep our community safe, but also feed our families and feed the families that survive on the hospitality industry. And we can't do so if we don't have an alternative way for people to dine, and people want to live, and people want to be social. New York used to survive on hospitality. Hospitality is a huge source of income and revenue for the city and state of New York. We want to bring it back, and we can only bring it back if there's a way for people to eat in the winter and the summer. The open streets is also a winter way for people to eat outside, whether they're cold. As you saw last year, people sat outside in the winter because they wanted to be together. We're hurting them when we take this away. As far as the waste and the debris and the rats, and the noise, some things are part of the New York existence. Living in the city, I read an article in the New York Times, part of the infrastructure of New York is noise. If you live in the city, there's an expectation of noise. Unfortunately, you're going to hear noise in your windows. If you don't want noise, perhaps New York City might not be the place for somebody who doesn't want noise, because this is what it is. Rats, I don't even take some trains sometimes because I know they're full of rats. It is what it is, but we as restaurant owners try to do our best to make, they force, we have to, we have standards to maintain for the city, and good restaurants maintain them. We have good guys that give good food, give good service, and want to give good hotel and restaurant experiences, inside and out of their establishments, by permitting the restaurant programs to do this.
Thank you, Ms. Taveras. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Are there any questions for Ms. Taveras? If not, we'll go on to Denny Gagan, who has also returned to the room.
Mr. Gagan, you should be able to unmute your phone. It's star
6.
Star 6. Oh, Mr. Gagan, if you can, you may not, I hope he's hasn't stepped away. Well, he's here, so if he, he raises his hand, we'll know. You want to call?
You'll let me know. Okay, so okay. Ishmael Garcia, who also returned to the room, and then we'll get to Valerie Mason.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Ismael Garcia representing Made in Mexico Playroom Tobacco y Ron in the Uptown area of New York City. I feel like us as an industry, we've been hurt too much already. I wish like the members walk through our restaurants in the area right now. Walk through the area right now and see with the new vaccination mandate has been affecting us. Our restaurants are empty. Like it's not a way that we can survive this winter with the new mandates. Like it's like Aurelia said, it started with a lot of mandates, the masks, the 6 feet. Now we cannot have the outdoor dining going for the winter. Like it's hurting families. You see a lot of families being affected right now because there's no room for us to try to work around the policies imposed by the city. I hear a lot of complaints about rats. Like rats been going on forever in New York City. When the pandemic was on and people was complaining that the rats were invading their homes because the restaurants were not open or were not fully working. Now they're complaining because they're outside. So what is it? The rats problem, the vermin problem has been an ongoing situation forever in New York City. It's not on restaurants control the cities. I mean, the rats out in the city. It's supposed to be the city taking care of that. With us on our end, doing whatever we're supposed to do to keep it at bay. So it's been an ongoing situation that we really hope we can get this approved and we can keep entertaining and providing support for families that work through their employees with us. So we really hope this can go on and we can get approved. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? If not, we'll go on to Valerie Mason to be followed by Kathy Arnson.
Good evening, everyone. I started out with you at about 1 o'clock this afternoon, and thank you for your patience. And it's been really amazing to listen to everyone speak this evening and this afternoon. I'm Valerie Mason. I am the president of the East 72nd Street Neighborhood Association. In addition to that, I also am the second vice chair of Community Board 8 and the co-chair of our Small Business Committee. We have been dealing with the restaurants and small businesses throughout the pandemic, and our community has been very supportive of the restaurants all along, all in Community Board 8, as well as around the rest of the city. I've listened very closely this evening to everyone's comments, and I just want to say that no one's saying that the restaurants have to abandon these structures right now. I think it is very important to keep our eye on the ball, that this is the City Planning Commission and this is really a zoning question. A lot of the issues that have been raised tonight are talking about government dysfunctionality between agencies, the inability of the Department of Transportation to work with the Department of Sanitation, to work most importantly with community boards who have been put on the sideline by the current administration. And I think that before we go ahead and change the backbone of the zoning law, and get rid of restricted streets early on. I think Mr. Bookman, who represents the hospitality industry, said, well, you know, these laws have only been on the books since 1980s. Well, you know, that's 40 years. I mean, you know, a lot of the city planning commission zoning laws have been around for 40 years. And that's a long time. And people have moved to this city in reliance on the zoning laws. And this is what we need to keep our city going. We need some structure, something that we can rely on. And it is the zoning law that we look to. The list of restricted streets, I was appalled to see that that's what this open restaurants amendment was going to do, was to get rid of all of the restricted streets. I mean, there aren't that many of them to begin with, but this is not the way to go about this. I think you have to rely on these other agencies to iron out all of the problems that have been raised by both residents and restaurant owners alike. And the last step should be looking at the zoning law, not the first step. Because if you can't get interagency cooperation, changing the zoning law will really upend everything. And I just want to end by saying, I want to thank Commissioners Levin and Cerullo. I appeared before the City Planning Commission in connection with the Longfellow Blood Center Tower. And I want to thank you for listening to the community, united in its opposition to that. And I think that was another mistake by the City Planning Commission. You have to uphold zoning. That is what this is all about. And please keep your eye on the ball. This should.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mason. Are there any questions? Okay, then next will be Kathy Arnson.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Thank you all for staying so late.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. I just wanted to say that working together as a community is what we all should want to do, but we need to do it right. And as the last caller said, you know, we're talking about passing this text amendment before we have clear rules. And it just seems like it's being done backwards. I live in the village on Cornelia Street. I've lived here for 30 years. It's a very small street with 9 sheds. I am really concerned about the city. I'm concerned that the mayor and the city council, who we elected, are supporting a program that will negatively change the city for years to come. I am concerned that real historic neighborhoods are being destroyed and changed, that what is being proposed will force people out of the city, people who care and respect the city. If this zoning text amendment is passed, current problems will not disappear. They will get worse. As many people have said, who will handle the garbage, the rat infestation, the noise levels, who will clean the dirty streets? Residents are facing every day these problems, not the visitors who are eating outdoors, not the partying drunken patrons, not the restaurant owners, and not our own elected officials. Nobody seems to actually see what is going on. I just don't think this is the city that we want to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Arnson? Okay. Then next will be Marva, Cassidy Corin.
I
and
believe
then Marva Babel.
Cassidy dropped. I believe we had her, and then we lost her. And then
then Marva Babel.
Marva.
We have Marva.
Do we have Marva in the room? I know she was
Yes,
calling.
we do. She's
There we
calling.
go. Do we know which number is she? She is. There we go.
She's on. Yep.
You may speak.
Okay.
We can't quite hear you.
Hello?
There we go.
This is Fifi. Are you waiting for Marva to speak?
Hello.
Oh, yeah. Fifi, you had signed up earlier. We were told this was Marva.
Sorry. This is Fifi. I'm friends with Marva, but this is Fifi, so I can put myself on mute so that Marva can speak.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, I see Marva in the room and her phone number. One moment, please. Marva, you've been unmuted. Marva, I believe you can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? I'm sorry. I didn't know
Yes.
about the *6 option. And thank you, Fifi, so much. Thank you guys for holding this call. And Fifi is also a wonderful fellow business owner in the community we serve, which is Crown Heights, Prospect Heights. I'm calling to call in favor of the roadside open restaurant, just because as a small Black-owned business, I want to say how this has been a lifeline for businesses like ours and mine in particular. I'm sure Fifi can speak as well for her business. It has been a lifeline. I know early in the call, I was on from 1 o'clock. I had to step away because I have a small event at the Brooklyn Museum, but earlier I was on a call and one of the people opposed mentioned small businesses having a lifeline from the government, which is speaking from a voice of privilege. That is not the case for small businesses, specifically small minority businesses from Black, Brown, and underserved communities. We did not have a lifeline. So the roadway did give us a lifeline we needed, and we continue to need, because we are still in a pandemic. There are still variants of the Delta and other things that we are really dealing with. And real life scenario I'm currently dealing with, even with taking time away to still teach my children at home because there's cases in their classrooms. So knowing that I have the opportunity to have the roadway as a supplement to business for the small bar that I do own in Brooklyn, Crown Heights, has been a lifeline. I am in 100% favor of it, and I do hope that it continues at least for another 2 years to recuperate the lost revenue I would have had business been normal. We are trying. I'm trying my best. Like other small businesses, we are not related to restaurant groups, city groups. We are in the outer boroughs who need this lifeline support. And while I am also a small business parent, from the community of Brooklyn, born and raised, I know how important it is to have a space to go home to at the end of the night. But I also understand why businesses like mine choose to remain in their community to open and offer jobs, how also that's equally as necessary and important. We as other small businesses like mine in my community hire up to 10 to 15 and sometimes more community local individuals to work with us. So we really keep our money and our dollars within our community. So having the outdoor gateway is important. You're very welcome, and thank you guys again for having this forum. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Any questions? Okay. Fifi Bell, it looks like you may be our last speaker.
Ms. Bell, *6, there you go.
Hi there. I'm not going to take too much of your time, but what I will say is, to complete what Marva said, ditto to hiring within the community. I understand that it feels like we've gotten government assistance, but for those of us that weathered the storm and decided to fight through, I was one of those people who never closed. I worked throughout the pandemic. I was terrified for my life and my family's, but I had no choice. So now when the second round of PPP comes, I don't qualify because I didn't close my restaurant. So for those who say that we've received government assistance, it's not the same. Nothing has been the same. And the only thing that has helped us is having more seats outside, because before the road-wide seating, I only had 4 to 5 tables outside. So that just wasn't even enough. And it only worked throughout the summer. So what I will say is this has been a very, very, very important part of the survival of our businesses. And as businesses started to open up during the pandemic, you know, everybody was just trying to get a customer. People wanted to, you know, it's a sense of community after coming through such a hard time. It still feels weird for me to go inside to eat. So to be honest, I personally still feel more comfortable eating outside, and I still feel like I have a sense of socialist. I'm socializing more. I'm entertaining my customers. I feel comfortable to speak to them in person and walk up to them outside happily. You know, a lot of this is what we need as a community, as a people. So I want to say ditto to pretty much what everyone has said. Like, it's just imperative that we keep this. This is something that is not only helping the community with jobs and money, but it's also helping us stay alive and feel like New York is not dead. It's here, and it's here to stay, and we will get through this. And we are resilient, and we are strong. And I just don't think that taking it away is just gonna take the economy down. It's just not gonna do good. And I feel like we will see that in time to come if this gets taken away. You'll see a lot more terrible scenarios for people and needing more assistance and government assistance, taxpayer, like just the whole nine. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. There is one more speaker that has signed up, Sherry Leone.
Hello.
Here we go.
Hi, how are you? I was wondering, can
Hello.
you see me as well as hear me? Can you hear me?
You should be able to. There we go.
Here we are.
You.
Just wanted to talk to the commissioners tonight because we seem to have, I've been listening to the restaurant industry.
Miss Leonie, it's hard to hear you. We actually can't hear you.
I'm sorry you can't hear me. There's a reason you can't hear me. I was this setup. So that we're on a residential street. I'm gonna just shout. We're on a residential street, Google Street. South Shore. And this is an indication to slow my I visit 6 restaurants, all very successful restaurants, all exclusively indoors. Sure, that's a little better. Now we are on this residential street in the middle of about 100 feet of uninterrupted shed space. Also walking through areas that have amplified music. They have obstructions on the sidewalk. There are many violators on the street. These are not bad actors. These are people who are operating viable, what looks to me to be pretty profitable businesses. They may still be in a recovery mode. And I totally support allowing these conditions to continue as long as the business is suffering and as long as these people need to get back on their feet. But I just would urge the commission to please take a long-term view and a holistic view of our streetscape and not just remove the zoning text restrictions on the residential neighborhoods where they will be removed, because you will be faced in the future with trying to find other decide other priorities for street users, for people with disabilities, for pedestrians. I believe pedestrians should be prioritized in the scenario that's coming up with the New York City streetscape. Huge initiative that DOT is expected to both plan for, CP will be planning for, and alliance with other agencies in the city. And I sure would like to see the potential for the streets and sidewalks of New York City not be, some of the uses not be constricted by what you are about to do if you vote to prioritize these streets and sidewalk spaces for restaurants. I think that's all I have to say. I just wanted you to see this for yourself, since a lot of people are saying.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Leone? Are there any other individuals present who would like to speak on this item?
Looks like Luis is still hanging in there. I don't know what happened with him.
Luis,
my husband is not here. Can I talk in behalf of him?
Sure. 3 minutes.
Okay, Anita D'Angelo. I was talking before I got disconnected. I want to add about our chats. They call it chats, and they are really little structured, and we did with a lot of money. Most of my whole neighborhood have beautiful ones. They put heat on it, electricity, music, TVs, and all this, it costs us a lot of money. We did it with a lot of love. I don't know about Manhattan because most of these people that talk about rats and being dirty come from Manhattan. But I'm telling you, these queens that I know are very clean. There's no rats that I see, and it's no garbage outside. Another thing, there is a lot of people that even they are vaccinated, they rather eat outside. They don't like to be inside because of the virus. You know, even you are vaccinated, you can get the virus still. And like my daughter and her family are one of those people. They're always looking for restaurants that have outdoor dining. So please, I beg you to let us keep our little houses, our little beautiful structures, and whoever doesn't follow the rule, put in a ticket. And I'm sure that all of us, we will comply. I talk in behalf of my clients, in behalf of my employees, on behalf of myself. Please let us survive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item, President?
Here's that everyone who wants to speak on this item has spoken. And there's no further people signed up either.
Okay. Okay. Well, with that, I want to say my sincerest thanks to the commission. I know this was a long day, a lot of interesting things that we'll have to consider. And I want to thank the public for their commitment to speaking on this issue. If there's nothing else, any other business before the commission, Mr. Secretary?
Chair Laremont, there is no other business before the commission. However, I do have some public information.
Okay, please go ahead.
Absolutely. For those of you who were unable to or did not wish to testify, you can submit written testimony online by selecting this hearing on the upcoming meetings page of the NYC Engage portal through DCP webpage or by mailing your comment to City Planning Commission, Calendar Information Office, 120 Broadway, 31st floor, New York, New York, 10271.
Okay, thank you. So being that there's no further business, I would be very happy to say now that this remotely held meeting is adjourned. And thank you all.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for seeing us through a long day.
What an opening act for your first public
Time is 7:34.
Yeah, really.
Have a good night.
It can only get better.
Yeah.
There you go.
Good night.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Good night. Be well.
Thank